我勒个娘，也聊天，
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来。这没啥。哎，让我试试。
哎，看见没有？我勒个娘呀！哎，看着啊！
没事。哎，让我来。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
谁啊你？
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？啊！
我楚大少修罗榜第一，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小星神联赛第一泰，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小得主，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小得主好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看，谢奖啊，小得主。新赛季我们必将跨过这条线。
Now that they had those two resurrections to come through, pushing back onto JDG, the Viper actually is able to connect onto the members, and we're so early on in the game that the armor isn't good enough for JDG to be able to sustain it through the fight. Wow. Very early Temmie F coming on through from Jinx by himself, a repositioned zone, but PP gets caught in the wisp left behind by AOW. Temmie ultimate now coming on through to stop the members from walking in towards that mech, and as a result, WBG again walk backwards into a Temmie wisp. Find them through those wind walls. And as a result, no Karaf currently coming out for him until now. There's the slam, the double picked up. 2U's able to find two, and KZ unfortunately not able to burst through the Monk's health bar without that Yoda ult in place. The Monk's still gonna be up. AS takes so much damage and right into the open, right into the cannon shot that still comes through from the mech.
Yeah, this is absolutely a disaster here for JL. Playing that Viper comp and then slowed things down significantly and only looked for those third parties, serving them very well. And now they're running a slower pace into the early game here while on the trend. Yeah, his Vengeance's fight earlier with J-Team where they're able to eliminate J-Team from it. Wolves here with a very clean fight early on to JL. Again, Wolves had
又有人要面对阴极真神的恐怖了。
开辟新的时代。
只是暂时结盟罢了。我们走吧。
为了用这双洞穿天命的眼睛，
阴神之眼，烛照万物。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房里。清玩必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse them for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
我那个娘也聊天。
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来。这没啥。哎，让我试试。
哎，看见没有？我那个娘哎，看着。
没事。哎，让我来。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
谁啊你？
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？
我楚大少修罗榜第1，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小心神，联赛第1态，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小得主，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小得主好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看，谢奖啊，小得主。新赛季，我们必将跨过这条线。
Now that they had those 2 resurrections to come through, pushing back onto JDG, the Viper actually is able to connect onto the members, and we're so early on in the game that the armor isn't good enough for JDG to be able to sustain it through the fight. Wow. Very early Temi-F coming on through from Jinx by himself, a repositioned zone, but PP gets caught in the wisp, left behind by AOW. Temi ultimate now coming on through to stop the members from walking in towards that mech, and as a result, WBG again walk backwards into a Temi wisp. Find them through those wind walls. And as a result, no Karaf currently coming out for him until now. There's the slam, the double picked up. 2U's able to find 2. And KZ, unfortunately, not able to burst through the Monk's health bar without that Yoda ult in place. The Monk's still gonna be up. AS takes so much damage and right into the open, right into the cannon shot that still comes through from the mech.
Yeah, this is absolutely a disaster here for JL. Playing that Viper comp and then slowed things down significantly and only looked for those third parties, serving them very well, and now they're running a slower pace into the early game here while on the trend. Yeah, he just benched his fight earlier with J-Team where they're able to eliminate J-Team from it. Wolves here with a very clean fight early on to jail. Again, Wolves had
又有人要面对阴极真神的恐怖了。
开辟新的时代。
只是暂时结盟罢了。我们走吧。
为了用这双洞穿天命的眼睛，
阴神之眼，烛照万物。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房里。清完必详情，仙轮出战法。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse me for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
这次的发挥也算是超出了我自己的预期。上个赛季我离周冠只差那么一点嘛，
这一次我一定会抓住这个机会。
因为很久没有打比赛了，我觉得我还是有点紧张的。我希望不会辜负路人王对我的信任吧，一定会将他们绳之以法。
交完了之后，看看有没有机会呢？叶然
冲到给金标，哎，没进去，那完了呀，叶然。
现在我对自己还是蛮有信心的，因为感觉状态非常好。
抓得很好，跑来升龙连招，再来，坏了。
我兄弟这波能不能招出奥义？直接把我宇瞬息带走凯豹。
这周的周决赛，我希望能够拿下一个开门红。
作为新人，第一次参加联赛就能够打进周决，我挺开心的。但我想要的远远不止如此，我会让你们看到新人的潜力。
给机会了，
火球再补上，再一
经典连招，
沙皮给出片，再见，
漂亮。
作为刚回归赛场的人，我感觉还是会有些不太适应比赛的节奏吧。但是我感觉我的状态在慢慢回来，这个周冠我想拿。
第一双周拿下了常规赛第1的成绩，我觉得我现在状态挺好的。接下来我的目标就是周冠。
反手一个试验斩，对面跑得很快，一个冲拳，自己疗愈能不能做反推？韩式架势盘不住了。
正如我所说，这个赛季挑战会更大，但是真正的强者不就是无惧任何挑战吗？周决赛我们赛场见分晓。
欢迎来到2023永劫无间职业联赛春季赛的比赛。
Welcome to 2023 Nbpl Spring Split. So after our regular games, today is our first bi-weekly final of solos. And all the players are ready. Let's welcome the 14 solo players. This time's Spring Split, all the players are ready. And who will get the first champion of the first bi-weekly finals? Let's looking forward it. And our bi-weekly final will be begin.
这次的周决里面，我最怕遇到机器大杀，我怕他的那个 F3加难，他非常的折磨他的加难，就是很难追。我刚有一把追他追了10分钟。
我最不希望碰到的是麦克吧，因为就是今天来说，就前2把嘛，我就一直跟他跳同一个点，然后死了3回，然后3次都没打过他，就中途都没有看见过其他人，全是他。
最不希望碰到考拉风吧，因为他的匕首玩的比较磨人，再加上他的逃跑其实很难追的，所以说遇到比较难缠。
最不想遇到的应该是Spider，因为他很强，打不过。
本次周决我最不想遇见的选手是凯豹，因为被他杀会很丢脸。
KLA 风吧 ，KLA 风，因为他玩匕首，他没事就扎2下就走了，就那种，也不好追，他比较能跑吧，然后对拼也还挺厉害的，然后他玩的还挺脏，扎2下就走了。
我最不想遇到就是考拉风吧，
最不希望遇到的对手是考拉风吧，因为他爱用匕首嘛，玩的又是武田，我觉得挺克制我的，我特别不想遇到他。
最不希望就碰到 KOA 风吧。因为他匕首实在是太难打，打不过，跑又能跑，追也追不上，我跑也跑不掉，太难打了，兄弟，我真不想碰到他。
KLA 风，因为我觉得跟他打像是在拿自己的脚踢块石头。
我最不希望碰到的人是麦克吧，因为他的那个打法就是太多变了， 就是很难认出来是他。
就可能是魔霆锋吧，对，这是，平常打的时候他又太能跑了，完了之后打的时候又莫名其妙自己就要没了。
我最不希望碰到 LW 麦克，因为他一刀不出啊，他打纯博弈，像我这种喜欢出刀的，就很容易被他蓄力烫到。
我觉得这14个人里面，凯豹最好拿捏，因为他刚好垫底。
凯豹吧，因为他是那个就踩着那个线进来的。
我觉得凯豹比较好拿捏。
最希望遇到的选手凯豹，因为感觉他比较好拿捏。
最希望遇到的对手是凯豹，因为他比较抽象，比较好拿捏。
我觉得瑞希比较好拿捏吧，因为我每次碰到他，不知道为什么他都打不过我。
我认为吧，阿金可能比较好拿捏一点，因为我的打法好像是比较克制他的打法。
垫底进之后觉得 Wolves 凯豹吧比较好欺负的，因为他打法也比较怎么说呢，就天人500强的水平嘛。
我觉得他也说过嘛，就是落地架他是不愿意碰到我的，甚至避开我去打落地架。然后我就觉得那碰到凯豹那不就是1分吗？
就大麦吧，大麦，没什么理由，好吧，就是想拿捏一下，好吧。
凯豹就不用说原因了吧，我相信在我之前的所有选手都应该做的都是凯豹。
我觉得进周决的话，就大部分都是老人嘛，就比如说好拿捏一点的，可能就是深渊这种新选手，因为周决的节奏和常规赛是不一样的。
我觉得是小学生比较好拿捏，因为呢，就是我每天基本上都会跟他练刀，然后同时呢，他的那个打法习惯我是那个非常的了解，非常的清楚，就是只要我认出来是他呢，就是我会疯狂的抓他习惯，疯狂的折磨他。
熊猫人是现在我觉得目前来说，我觉得最好拿捏的，因为他每天都想看我直播啊，他看我直播干嘛呢？看我直播，他去看我打法，他研究我的打法，因为他这个人啊，他是那种公式的人，就他遇见每一个人都有那种公式，但是我现在我不怕他这个公式，因为我有破解他公式的公式。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and cast of the roomkeeper. Joining me today is my boy Javier, and welcome to our first Solos bi-weekly final of our spring split. And Davi, I'm gonna cut introductions just a little short because we gotta talk about some things that just got said. First of all, coming into this, you and me were already talking about who to keep our eyes on, right? Who we watching. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we watching Fang. Fang came in with some major disrespect in day one. I don't think anybody's gonna forget the moment he literally jumps up top on the temple, drops 3 gold weapons, and says, "Don't matter, I'm gonna fight you with this purple dagger. You can come have him. You can come have him." Okay.
The same with Zhang Yu as well here, who also kind of came through with that second place and really was like, hey. Rune wasn't necessarily talking about him because when we were talking about it earlier, Zhang Yu wasn't necessarily the favorite, but I knew Zhang Yu was gonna pop off, and I was like, wait, hold on, because every time we seem to pay attention to everybody else, Zhang Yu just always ends up in that top 3, top 5 consistently, and it's like, hold on, we gotta put his name in the roster here of who we should be looking out for. But Rune, continue. Look,
Zhang Yu's somebody I'm always watching, right? He has had the biggest comeback we've ever seen in NBPL history. Mm-hmm. But we really got to talk about somebody here today because his name was in a lot of people's mouths during our little VCR leading into this here. And we talking about my boy, Wolves Kai Bao.
They did him so dirty.
Everybody talking about how he barely made it in to this bi-weekly final. And yes, he's at the bottom of the roster. He's had a rough week. Ain't no doubt about that.
Right.
That is fact. Okay. But some of these other players seem to be forgetting that when WBG Spider was on top of his game in season 2.
They forgot.
At the end of season 2, it was literally Wolves Kai Bao, WBG Spider. Kai Bao would kill Spider, Spider would kill Kai Bao. Kai Bao would kill Spider, Spider would kill Kai Bao. It was like every game, back to back to back, these two were going head to head. And the final moments of season 2 came down to WBG's Spider versus Wolves Kai Bao, and whoever got that lobby won season 2. And Kai Bao barely doesn't win that fight out due to a third party, right? Kai Bao's not a player you can sleep on, and some of these guys be throwing some shade.
It was a lot of shade here. Obviously, as we look at the tough players and the piece of cake here, obviously, Panda Man comes in second for the piece of cake, and Kai Bao in the top with, I mean, look at all the players. But then at the same time, look at the other way around of who is the person they don't want to fight against, which is WBG Spider, AOW's Mike, and Fang, which at the end of the day, yes, this is a good top 3 here in terms of like who not to be really fighting here. But honestly, I'm surprised more than anything from GG Shaw, who went up against AOW's Mike in the first day of our from games B through C, and they just went at it over and over and over again. And guess what? Shaw beat Mike 3 times. 3 times in one game when we were going through all of the Realm of Yangs. GG Shaw just kept winning, so I'm surprised to hear that he voted him as the one he doesn't really want to fight, because GG Shaw came at Mike with a lot of confidence. But then at the same time, we understand Panda Man wasn't necessarily the top reigning player. We knew he was a fan favorite, but at the same time, let's not forget, he was really close to qualifying for Worlds, which means that he definitely had to make people sweat. He wasn't the easiest to capture these eliminations, and he made sure to show that. So obviously, as we look at the stats here for our 8th through our 14th, not looking so high, but obviously looking at overall, the 13.3 coming in up top here for Fang, WBG Spire with 11.9, and AOW's Mike with a 9.4. Pretty much expected out of what we just saw from our top 3, which was the Tough Nuts. Obviously, they're in top 3, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I mean, you know, Fang coming in with 13.3 points. He's, you know, it's not an insurmountable mountain to climb, right? You go down, you look at the very bottom of the roster, is of course our boy Wolves Kai Bao. Again, no doubt he had a rough week, but he's coming in with 5.7 points. Realistically, Fang over top of, you know, Kai Bao only has 1 game's lead worth of points at the end of the day. Not even a full game, because most games these players are coming out, you know, with 12, 11 kind of points. If Wolves has 1 good game, he's back at the top of the leaderboard. So even though they get to bring some points over from the bi-weekly, in the final, realistically, it's still anybody's game. And I think a lot of these people, especially Wolves Kai Bao, are going to come out today with some things to say. If I'm Kai Bao, I'm coming in today. You need to come in and you need to play your mind off. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm a Wolves fanboy, but Kai Bao's got a lot to say today, and he needs to make sure he's saying it at the tip of a sword. You know what I'm saying?
He has to set the precedence for all of the naysayers that are sitting here, obviously in the centerfold of where the average ranking points is versus the average damage. And obviously, if you look at it clearly, Spider and Fang are just way above every single person here. And obviously, Kai Bao does have some work to do. I really hope to see this man pop off at least tonight, just to show everybody that, hey, you know, let's not sleep on the wolf here. I might be hibernating. You never know how I might act when I'm finally out of that cave. You know what I'm saying? The wolf pack might finally start to pop off here, and you know, let's not hope that I don't catch you out in these woods, okay? Anyway, don't let me catch you outside, because this might be a totally different conversation we're having here when you're in my territory. As we look at it here for Fang here, who originally, if you guys know, was originally Zin, and obviously we were having that confusion of Zin and X-Jin from our last season. Obviously changed his name to Fang, which obviously kind of fits him even more now, because we have, from what we saw at the top of the leaderboard, we got the spider versus the snake.
Oh, look, I mean, look, Fang come in here and showed everybody that he's got fangs, okay? Absolutely. You're talking about a player who was the first solos world champion, and now, of course, everybody had to be talking about WBG Spider. Spider's got promos where he's locking people out. He's like, look, you can't even come look at the trophy, right? And Fang has decided he's going to come in and kick this season off hot and say, I don't care what you've got to say, WBG Spider. Let me show you what a real world champion can do. And he is here to absolutely compete. And, you know, we're talking about everybody we got to watch. Fang clearly the top of the leaderboard, the big favorite right now, and there's a reason for that. I mean, the man not only came in and played his mind out, but pure disrespect like we've never seen in the NBPL. Again, to hop up on the top of the temple in Celestra and just go boop, 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 drop all of his legendary, you know, weapons and be like, don't matter, y'all can have them, I'm still gonna win the lobby, and then does clutch the lobby, kills everybody who's left. I mean, come on, man. Like, Fang clearly he's on something this season, and he's here to stay, Dobby.
Well, he has to, obviously, with everything that's been happening here. Still, the reigning champ here still has a lot of work to do, obviously, because if you look at it from the average ranking points here, Fang has actually passed him by a pretty large margin. The only thing that's close is the damage. The damage is very, very close, but those eliminations, Fang is just getting a little bit further each time he catches these limbs. And obviously from the leaderboards here, he's not necessarily that far off, but obviously from that first week, it was very, very beneficial for Fang to come out swinging. And obviously he did just that. Now, obviously for Zhang Yu's caught in the it's caught in like this kind of 5th, 6th place slot here, but he's not that far off. He just needs to play just as well as he's been doing thus far, maybe claim a couple more eliminations, and obviously he will be at the top spot here as we're going to lock it in for our first game of the night here for our game 1 for our bi-weekly final for our solos. Fang, Wangling, Pandaman, Sheyuan, Rexy, T25, Jin, Zhang Yu, Mike, Xin, Shozing, Kai Bao, and GG Sha. But also another player that we have to actually talk about too here that actually did some surprising work and finally was able to pop off here towards that end. Rexy. I hope to see Rexy kind of do some moves here, but what are we looking at?
Some surprises off the bat. First of all, Pandaman's going to be playing Temi. I agree with this 2 patches ago. When Tarka was an absolute hear me out. When Tarka was an absolute menace before his nerfs, a lot of players started moving over to playing Temi in solos because of the way he could abuse his ultimate and his wisps to kind of beat out Tarka's ultimate and his Fs, right? We don't see that anymore. We also have a couple of Wu Chens in this lobby. GG Sha is playing Yodo Hime. These are some wild picks, and I want to see how they play out in solos. But Dobby, tell me about this map.
Obviously, coming into it, it's going to be a very packed fighting action set here that we're going to be seeing here as Spider by himself is going to be in the Immortals Tempo in Celestra. Meanwhile, on the slight outside of that, we have at least 8 different players landing all the way from Zest, Windfall, Pool of Cleansing, Trifold, and Windhowl Forest. Right next to Celestra, meanwhile, Rexy and Pandaman is going to be fighting it out all the way up top of Apollo Incidents at Event Tide Temple. Meanwhile, absolutely nobody's going to be in their Sunwing Rest, and the rest of the place is basically empty. Shipwreck Expanse, Shadow Jade Mine, all that stuff is not going to be absolutely touched here. So we're going to see a lot of action immediate. There's going to be a lot of aggression. I'm curious to see if there's going to be even any fist fights, to be honest with you, coming into this. But we've got Jin, we've got Sha, we've got X-Jin, we have Fang, we have Zhang Yu, Mike, Shazing, all of these players, all within this kind of left side interaction, not at Celestra here. So Spider has this whole town and extra, this whole entry and exit strategy to himself. Meanwhile, Kai Bao and another player is going to be across the bridge at Servants Grounds. So that's going to be an interesting fight here because I know they're going to have that whole territory section to themselves here. So we're going to see some 1v1s. We're going to see some immediate action going into this first game here. But game 1 is looking to be a good one.
Absolutely. We're going to kick things off here with Wolves Kai Bao immediately finding a set of armor and a great sword. And now over to AOW's Mike, who's looking to mix it up here with OC's Zhang Yu. Again, Zhang Yu, kind of our sleeper here in our bi-weekly final. One of those players you really can never count out and could easily pop off. Zhang Yu, though, with a huge pickup onto the purple armor here. AOW's Mike only finding white in that pile behind him here. Zhang Yu really with some luck on his side. But Mike, of course, you're playing with Tari. You're going to use the teleport to back out. And Zhang Yu, more than happy to take the opportunity to take a full reset, get some resources back under his belt here because he's going to have to go ahead and use that pot to top that armor off. And he says, you know what? I don't want to risk it. We're going to play smart. We've got the better gear. He's going to back off. Time for me to do some looting as well. KLA's Fang coming in here onto our boy Wolves Kai Bao. Absolutely blitzing through that blue armor with the dagger here into the double stone form. Kai Bao too afraid to let the stone form rip. Does let it go on the 3rd attempt though. Catches the horizontal slash onto it and rips the armor off of Fang. Fang forced to pop the bubble and take the full reset here. And Kai Bao going to be across the map already.
Even with that across the map, it sounds like Kai Bao is still Yeah, it doesn't look like he's necessarily going to get chased as T25 is trying to see if he can claim some nice hits from his bow onto WBG Spider, who already has a purple shield. It looks like he has some pretty good loot on him as well here, as T25 is going to have to force the back off here with gray shield. And X-Jin in a very similar predicament here, trying to get away from JDG's Zhang, who's obviously going through with chase, and so is GG Shaw. Look, as we said before, he is that rose thorn in the back of all of these players here, who's been playing fantastic so far in this past few solo games here. As X-Jin is just absolutely diving, boarding all the way from the rooftop all the way to the very bottom to try to claim some massive damage onto one of the players here. As GG Shaw back at it up top as we go around right to WBG Spider, fighting it out with Zhang Yu, and AOW's mic is right here close to the centerfold here, and it looks like AOW's mic is in a very tough position, decides to back off here, finds a gray shield swap, still low within that department here, because all Zhang needs to do is create a little bit of damage, and just like that, AOW Mike no longer has any shield, as he's going to try to go for the reach around, the run back here, and it's not looking good for Mike. Dangerously low. It's going to try to find the scale rush here. Zhang Yu at the very back, and Spider even further away, as Mike is just trying to split as fast as possible. Look at the movement coming in, though, trying to create any type of divergency and any type of fast-paced movement. Look at this guy. Mike is making it harder for Zhang Yu and Spider to try to claim this elimination. They said, listen, you might be able to get this elimination possibly, but you're going to keep running and you're going to keep going until I'm fully at my wit's end, as Mike is just going to keep moving as fast as possible, trying to give it a little bit more of an open space here. Zhang Yu trying to claim the elimination, getting close as possible here, but each time he's just trying to stay alive here, caught between two great players here, as AOW Mike gets shut down by WBG Spider, and it looks like Spider is going to claim it, and Zhang Yu is going to back off.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for AOW's Mike. He played that extremely well, but unfortunately, Spider just waiting in the wings, running in the direction that Mike heads towards, just waiting there for him, comes in and very easily able to pick up the elimination there, as we turn our attention now to GG Shaw and XCG's Wang Liang. During season 1, these two players were two players that absolutely dominated lobbies here in solo, so the rivalry between these two players always maintained here. But Shaw gonna land a massive parry into the follow-up with the jump right click there off of the dagger. Shaw will be able to get enough damage there to go and pick up the elimination onto Wang Liang. We turn back now to WBG Spider going head-to-head with OC Zhang Yu, and GS's T225 moving in heavy onto Spider here, able to go ahead and blitz through the shields with the dagger. Spider going to back away from the charge left click and return the favor with a charge left click uppercut of his own from the dagger. We see the teleport coming out from T225, and T225 is looking to get that reset before he opts to go back in on Spider. We're going to see the teleport fade out there, so he can't TP back. He's got to find another opportunity to get in onto Spider if he wants to take this fight. As we see Zhang Yu still waiting in the distance, we turn our attention over to KLA's Fang here. Fang, no surprises here, rocking a blue dagger here for himself. He could have a legendary katana, legendary nunchucks in the back pocket, and this man would still be rocking a gray dagger. It's just how KLA Fang rolls. And, you know, I'm not going to give him any more crap about it, because apparently it works for him. He's sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now, Dobby.
Even with all of that, though, still has no eliminations to him, though, so obviously he's going to need to make some work happen for him and claim some eliminations. Meanwhile, GG Shaw has one, and so does Spider. Let's not forget, Fang might be #1 right now, but Spider is last season's champion here, so best believe he's coming with absolute fire all the way towards this very end and within this section here, as it looks like T225 is going to be able to back off with great precision here. Gonna go for the back off here, as it looks like Fang is also gonna be able to do the same thing as he finds Jin all the way within this rotation here. Obviously, Kai Bao, sadly, towards the end here, doesn't have any eliminations here, but I'm really hoping my man Kai Bao, like, really finds some eliminations here and really gets a massive pop-off for at least 1 or 2 of these games, just to show that he means business. I'm really cheering him on after what we saw in our video prior to the game starting, as it looks like Fang is going to be up top here. We are still all the way up top in the rotation of Sunwing Rest, near the ancient ruins here, as we head back to GG Shaw and Rexy fighting it out as well into one of the other places. Rexy, another player here who really was kind of struggling earlier in our games from when we first started, but eventually he was able to pick up the pace and he was finally able to get some eliminations. But Rexy did a very, very good job of keeping himself alive throughout a lot of these games. That consistency of staying alive, getting those placement points, at least, is something to keep you alive. And obviously, Being in 8th isn't necessarily the place you want to be, but it's better than being in 11th, 12th, and so on and so forth. As we look at Rexy, trying to see if he can stay alive here, going for the back off. Doesn't look like he's really ready to fight anybody here. Looks like he had a repair going from earlier here as Zhisheng also within the wide rotations here. Was that fire that just rotated? Did you see that? In the sky? Or am I crazy?
Sir, that would be the lovely Sunwing up top, because we are getting ready to head into our Realm of Yang fights here, and we've got JDG and GS going head to head, and Wolves and J Team going head to head. Xjin and Kai Bao locked in for our first Realm of Yang fight here. Xjin looking to get some musket shots off early. Kai Bao looking to do the same here with the bow. Kai Bao is going to be able to land at least one shot in there. We're going to see the dual blades coming out from Xjin. Xjin not wanting to close the gap too much here until he's got some damage in. He is able to find that musket shot he's looking for, but Kai Bao going to return the favor with a bow shot, following it up with the charged left click there on the pole sword. We do see the pillar come down from Kai Bao. Kai Bao going to use that F to create some distance. A massive parry coming through. J-Team's Xjin taking huge hits as a weapon swap comes out from the katana, but no! Xjin actually going to swap into a katana of his own, going to find that charged left click, and he will be the winner here of our first Realm of Yang, and it looks like JDG's Chu Zhang will win the other Realm of Yang.
Even with going back towards it, though, still does an amazing job of getting that finish, and obviously the Vermilion's Birdmind is going to be massive reward for both of these players coming out of it here. And notice too, I'm very surprised. I think this is kind of one of the first times I really saw a lot of those players not really engaging in fights, but just more so focusing on getting into the Realm of Yang here. Obviously, you could tell the importance of why they want to get into it, because more than anything, they want the reward. They want to be able to get that Vermilion's Birthright, and a lot of them are willing to not really engage into fights just so they have the opportunity to push into the Realm of Yang here. As we look at Fang really going through this absolute whirlwind of catching Wang Liang here on the inside here, obviously coming through with all of this. Oh, and Wang Liang gets caught right in between him and AOW's Mike. Massive damage, but it's not enough to claim the life of Wang Liang here, as Fang is going to come up top here. Massive damage right in between, but it looks like Fang is able to claim the elimination and get back to Wang Liang here, and is able to take the limb back away because it was almost stolen a moment ago here, as AOW's Mike was trying to see what he could do to claim it. T25 is going to come in a little bit late to the party, but it's okay. We all love those late bringers to a good show. It's okay. As AOW's Mike immediately starts to push on T25, you're on top of this, and immediately gonna take that time. Nice bow shot. Looks like that's gonna connect straight into AOW's Mike here. T25 is gonna keep that same aggression, and it looks like this is a very different Mike from what we've noticed so far here. Usually it's a lot of aggression, but certainly he's just been running away from a lot of these fights. T25 gets a massive dagger down from earlier here, putting in so much damage towards AOW's Mike here, as AOW's Mike finds the shield swap here, knows where he's at here, waiting for it as the scale rush comes in to connect. T25 trying to keep the same aggression, pressing him into a corner, keeping that same pressure as the T25 is gonna be able to move right out, goes for the beautiful right click, and is able to shut him down beautifully with that dagger. Now, the trade out is not looking good for AOW's Mike. He's dangerously low, doesn't have much shield, doesn't have much heals, and he's right in between two players. He's got Shazing, he's got Fang, and he's got T25, who gets absolutely turned on in the last final second. It's Fang is going to claim the next elimination to T25. AOW's Mike, dangerously low, has to be able to retreat, and it looks like he gets lucky while Fang and Shazing is fighting it out. What?
Yeah, Chu Zhang here, still holding on to that Vermilion Bird's Might here. Fang coming in, trying to pick up another elimination here, but Chu Zhang going to keep him off of AOW's Mike. Both of them going to back off now, looking to pop a full reset here. But again, Chu Zhang with the Vermilion Bird's Might could afford to push there. Wolves Kai Bao here, able to, it looks like, get rid of his lovely Yang depletion, or no, actually still has the Yang depletion on. I misspoke there. Looking to pick up this elimination so he can get rid of it, but he's got to fight through OC Zhang Yu, who's able to find an armor swap there in the top side of the building. Kai Bao really trying to put that pole sword to work, is able to catch Zhang Yu out there with the charged left click. Zhang Yu extending the combo though. Here it comes, the swaparoo into the hit confirm here, but he's got time to grab the mech. Kai Bao stuck in between a rock and a hard place though. He's gonna be forced to demech if he wants to continue to hunt this elimination down, because he needs to get his hand here onto this Soul Bloom essence. It doesn't look like he's gonna be able to. J-Team's action coming in to secure the elimination. Kai Bao wants to get the Soul Bloom, but J-Team's action not going to allow it to happen. Kai Kai Bao, only seconds left remaining here, 50 seconds left, not even a full minute for him to find an elimination, and he doesn't even have armor right now, trying to make anything desperately happen. But J-Team's Action is going to be on the hunt as he picks up his 3rd elimination of the game and sends Kai Bao back to the lobby.
Insane play coming in from XJin. XJin really kind of being one of the sleeper players here from the bottom of our leaderboard here, and really able to put in some work here to knock out one of the top players here. And obviously, if you look to the right here, we have 3 codes for people to be able to come through and play some NARAKA Blade Point. So hopefully you got your cameras out, you got your screenshots, so that way you can capture it very, very quickly, because just like that, it is gone. And actually, obviously, right back to the action here, as it looks like we still have some more portals to be opened very, very soon for the Realm of Yang here. And it looks like here comes another section of the codes, just for you guys to check it out here as we look at the leaderboards here for our top space. And so far, still in the lead is Fang with those 2 eliminations, but Exin with 3 eliminations, really going to surprise some people here. Obviously, being in the top 3 so far here for our bi-weekly and our solos here. So let's see how this momentum is going to be so far here throughout this. Still a lot of momentum to be had here, as we're still working towards this. And obviously, Kai Bao, sadly, eliminated in our first game. Same with Wang Liang, Panaman, T25, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu surprisingly getting eliminated here in this game here. So this isn't for the faint of heart, ladies and gentlemen. You got to come with absolute everything if you're going to see yourself in the top space here. Meanwhile, GG Shaw, Spider, right next to each other. Looks like they're trying to see who's going to be the one to take the first strike. And it looks like it's going to be WBG Spider. But the portal comes in, and that's more important. And it doesn't look like it was going to get claimed here. As Fang and Spider are forced to fight, but sadly there won't be no reward at the very end unless it's just for the elimination. And it looks like Spider's going to back off here, as it looks like Xjin and Shazing is going to get lucky enough to find it as the scale rush comes in all the way up top here, landing all the way down at the bottom. Shazang is able to connect here with the nunchucks. Beautiful, beautiful backflip on the other side here, trying to see if they can connect it. Beautiful defense on each side here, trying to hold on for as long as possible. But Exit just getting absolutely scrambled here by Shazang and those nunchucks. Nunchucks putting in absolute work and a little bit of pressure here, as Xjin is going to try to see if he can back off, maybe go for a scale rush here, maybe having the time to heal, as Shazang is going to be able to pop it earlier. Might have the opportunity here, and it looks like it's not going to be enough, as Xjin might be able to go through with the reset here, as Shazang has a 14% win rate within the realm of Yang. Xjin putting in absolute work here, as he's might be able to get close here, but it looks like the shield is going to be able to protect him, but it doesn't matter though, as he's going to be able to get the parry, the scale finish, and the shutdown with those nunchucks. Shazang comes in with the realm of Yang victorious.
We got to talk about this. Chu Zhang not only extending the combo with the use of the pillar there, but also J-Team's Action throws the bubble down, and the only thing that can really get through him in the bubble is either a blue focus or some sort of ability. And with the pillar already down, the blue focus is the only thing that comes his way. He instead lets a blue focus of his own rip and gets parried and immediately punished for it, because the bubble not going to protect him from the gold focus of the parry riposte there. Huge for our boy Chu Zhang. Funnily enough, both J2's Action and JDG's Chu Zhang here were the winners of the first 2 Realm of Yang fights, and they meet up for the last Realm of Yang fight here in solos, but unfortunately it's not Action who comes out on top. It is our boy JDG's Chu Zhang who manages to make it happen. And now we turn back to Chu Zhang here with that Mystic Might, giving a chase to the likes of AOW's Mike and Ventus's Reki. Mike forced to use the TP to get out of the corner here. Reki still on the backside. Mike a little bit of a harder target to lock it down here. So it looks like Chu Zhang going to continue to give chase to our other player, turning back to GG Shaw, going head-to-head here with J-Team's Action. And Action desperately needs to pick up an elimination here, because he does have Yang depletion from losing the fight in Realm of Yang there against JDG's Chu Zhang. Needs to pick this up so he can get himself back into the game. We do see the ultimate being popped here by J-Team's Action. Action with that purple longsword trying to put in work here on to GG Shaw. Unfortunately, no longer has the legendary longsword, as it was parried out of his hand by Chu Zhang inside that Realm of Yang. So he's gonna have to work with a little less here to get himself back into the game. Shaw able to find a pot, but Action immediately able to return the favor with a shot from the musket, gonna rip most of the armor off of GG Shaw. And Action still looking for yet another shot here. The problem is he's prolonging this fight for so long. The third party has appeared by WBG Spider. There is a no ult zone nearby. If somebody can pop that, they can rip Shaw straight from this mech. But it looks like Shaw knows that and is looking to push as far away from the no ult zone as possible, looking to be able to pick up some shots here onto J-Team's Action. Action actually hiding dangerously close underneath of our water wheel here, knows what Shaw's going for, is going to be forced to move away from it or risk the wheel actually rolling on top of him. Action really has no out here as the mech continues to pummel him, and bow shots rain down from up above, and Action is going to be eliminated by a long-range bow shot from KLA's Fang.
Absolutely insane here as Fang is able to do what he can to claim another one here as he's going to close in on WBG Spider, putting some pressure on the outside of the circle here, as Spider is going to have to force the Yorihime ulti to come out here, trying to separate himself from the rest of the pack here as everybody's going to scramble to back off here. Meanwhile, Spider's still on the outside of the circle here, getting some damage little by little, but goes on the inside. A beautiful little corner just for him to stay alive in this game, just so he doesn't have to worry about it. And now Fang trying to see if maybe he can create some damage from the outside, and it looks like somehow he is. Is he going through the window to try to claim the elimination? It looks like he has. He's putting in pressure from outside of the window just so he can't really sit there and heal, even though the circle is still closing in. GG Shaw caught on the inside. Spider gets absolutely hit by a massive longsword, but it still gives him a little bit more time just to try to keep himself alive outside of this circle. It's still getting him a little bit of tick by tick, but still, Spider playing it absolutely so cautiously and miraculously, still able to stay alive here as one of the players gets absolutely caught him inside. The F1 coming in from the Yorihime. Spider just dodging it every single which way. Fang wants this elimination here. Spider just trying to keep himself alive and not get eliminated this early into the game as the pack starts to chase. The blood is being made and they're smelling it from all over the place as the sharks start to scramble all over the place. Spider trying to hold on, but it's not going to be enough as Mike is able to steal the elimination away. An absolute right now, Rude, what am I looking at? It's an absolute bloodbath.
Things absolutely going crazy here. You know, again, it's blood in the water, man. These guys are sharks. As soon as they smell it, everybody is onto it. WBG Spider-Man, he was bleeding out, and these players knew they could take advantage of it. As soon as that F3 from Yorihime goes down, he really has no defensible options. He doesn't have any movement. He's in a forest. He can't really scale rush off the side of trees super fast there, and he's being chased down by multiple opponents. I'm surprised he held on as long as he did. He put himself in a box, and the players took advantage of it. He thought he had himself a cheeky little corner to hide and heal in, and that was not the case. WBG Spider gets caught out, and somebody decided to bring in the fly swatter. But now taking a look here about Shen Yuan. Look at this, just edging on the side of the bush here, just barely not in the zone and barely inside the bush to get the invisibility. It's like he's got his pinky toe dipped into the bush Dobby here. We're going to watch as Vince's Rexy actually picks up an elimination onto Alliance's Jin. KLA's Fang actually held airborne here by the charge right click off of the staff from AOW's Mike. Fang now trying to be on the move. He doesn't have the bubble available at the moment, so he needs to take a regular reset here. AOW's Mike trying to get some damage in, wants to push back onto this, knowing that that bubble is down, but Fang's going to have it back any second, and there it is. Fang launched airborne though here, trying to follow it up. Mike goes for some bow shots, not quite able to connect, but a bow shot from downtown comes in from somebody else and pumps some more damage onto Fang. That bubble already gone, and Fang back in the same situation he was in. He's looking for another reset here, but Mike and the rest of the lobby continue to hound him down. Again, once that blood is in the water, these sharks are going to come hunting. Fang going to be forced to go airborne, pop the ultimate here. He knows the bubble's not going to be enough to cover what he needs here, so he's going to pop the bubble and the ultimate. The bubble going to be able to cover him from all these grapples, keeping him from getting completely locked down. The ultimate going to pump some healing in, but unfortunately Mike able to stick to him like a sugar on a donut here as KLA's Fang continues to go low. Mike doesn't want to let it happen. We're going to see that ult come through for a little bit of healing at the very end there. He was able to get enough ult charge back. The bubble comes through as well. Fang just holding on for dear life here as we see him rushing to the backside, being chased down, and now we see Bao Shen Yuan coming in as well. JDG's Chu Zhang Fang without a moment respite here as the entire lobby continues to hunt him down.
Why are you bringing up donuts? Now I'm hungry. I think a glaze sounds amazing right now. I hate that you brought up a donut because now I'm actually thinking about how amazing the glaze would be. I'm trying to stay on his diet. Anyway, AOW's Mike trying to see if they can pack it out, keep fighting it out all the way within the spot here. Fang in a dangerous low position here, no shield, and he's just trying to scale rush in and out of this building to confuse AOW's Mike. And Fang might be able to have just a little bit of time here to pop the shield, and it looks like he might be able to go for the reset here. AOW's Mike just keeping the momentum strong on each side here. Whole lot of fighting has been going on here, but obviously we are down to 6 players already. And look at the list here. Almost everybody has got an elimination except for Bauda Shenyuan, 7.9. Meanwhile, 3 points tied between JDG Zhozeng and Fang with an 18.5, and 1 tied between Mike, Rexy, and Shaw. Shaw, very not surprised to see that he's still alive and he's still getting these games in. GG Shaw has been doing such a fantastic job here of really keeping these games alive here throughout this. And, you know, obviously he had some early eliminations, but usually they're not as consistent as he's just steady, stays alive throughout many of these games here. As we look at the list of what type of Soul Jades AOW's Mike has here, and it looks like he's in a very decent position here as we're going to just be rotating all the way around here. There's still a whole lot to be had here, but as of right now, though, it could be said for much, much more from Zhozeng. Zhozeng has been actually playing a fantastic game as well here. I think he's been doing a great job. So to see him really pop off here has been very surprising. As Rexy, another player that, like we said before, has been very, very consistent in keeping himself alive here, but he is going to need to get more eliminations. But that one is enough for him to do what he needs to, as a lot of people are tied within the same thing, but getting those eliminations are going to be very, very, very helpful for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this. Bauda Shenyuan here. No eliminations under his belt. He's just playing for endgame here. There's only 5 eliminations available to him in the lobby. The problem here for Shenyuan is those placement points aren't going to do anything for him, right? He needs to pick up some eliminations to get any use of that multiplier. Even if he was to take first place in 1 elimination, it's not really going to be enough for him here, giving multiple of these opponents already have 3 eliminations under their belt. JDG's Chu Shang and KLA Fang, of course, being those 2 players, and a couple of these other players with 1 elimination each. He's the odd man out here. He's got the armor. He doesn't really have the best weapon here. He's rocking a blue staff, but he needs to put some momentum in if he wants to make something happen here. Because if he gets to the very end without any eliminations, surviving just doesn't mean anything for him. Taking a look, all these players really kind of afraid to push in. There are 6 players left alive in the lobby here, and they know that risk of third party is absolutely massive. But you're going to see AOW's Mike and GG Shaw taking sort of these aggressive positions up top on the roofs, knowing that they're going to be vulnerable to those range shots from bows and things like that. But it does put them in a position where they have the ability to move much faster than, say, somebody like KLA's Fang, who's hiding in a corner over there and can easily find himself getting boxed in, Dobby.
Well, absolutely. You definitely don't want to get boxed in here. There's been a lot of boxing so far within this first game here. A lot of people have been doing such a decent job here of creating this pressure and putting them either outside of the circle or kind of getting them, you know, their back against the wall here. Is usually you don't necessarily see that too often here because this is such a movement-based game that a lot of players do a really good job of being able to get themselves out of some bad situations here. Shenyuan is going to be able to pop the ulti here, but it's not enough as he does get hit by a massive bow shot as Rexy is going to be able to send him outside of the circle here as Rexy claims their 2nd elimination here. Absolutely massive. Could go over there and snatch that gold here, but it looks like somebody else might have came through and snuck it and claimed that one. Oh no, it doesn't look like it. Rexy couldn't really go over there and steal it, but that tick is going to be very, very, very damaging to their health here, and they definitely do not want to risk it here. But that gold could be very, very helpful here if they play it right here, as Fang is going to be able to pop the shield here, and the circle's starting to close in little by little here. We're in circle number 6, going to be headed towards circle number 7 here in just a couple of seconds here. Shenyuan trying to see if he can get any type of hit all the way towards this ending sign here, as it looks like Rexy has one of those soul jades here that's going to be very beneficial for their dagger here, as you see him absolutely going madness here. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have 5 players left here in our game number 1. You love to see how these players have been absolutely dishing it out thus far here. And let's see where we're going to be seeing what is next here for these players as we're going to knock it out all the way towards the very end here. Zhozeng all the way at this edge here, and it looks like there's just going to be slowing it in little by little. Rexy caught in a very bad situation here because once Fang goes on the other side here, oh, Shaw hits him with a massive right click, and here comes Rexy here with the ulti here. The mayhem coming through as Rexy's going to try. Oh no, is he stuck? Oh, I thought he was stuck here for a second here as he looks like he comes up, hits the rockets, and goes absolute airborne, hits the slam, hits the rockets, hits AOW's Mike immediately, finds him again. hitting some massive damage onto him as AOW's Mike is just trying to scale rush here just to try to get out of the eyesight of a massive cannon hitting on the inside here, as it looks like Rexy's just trying to see if he can create any form of damage here. GG Shaw trying not to get caught in front of this massive transformer, and it might have been too early for Rexy here, as Rexy is sadly will not have an ulti. Looks like he might not possibly have it towards the end of this game here for our game number 1. Meanwhile, GG Shaw is going to be able to push in on Ventus's Rexy. Rexy trying to hold on for as long as possible here, as Fang just holding on the outside here, trying just not to be the other player that gets called out here. Definitely has to be careful here. GG Shaw looks like he's going to try to find some damage here on the Rexy. Rexy doesn't have any shield now. Shazing getting hit on the outside here, but not as much here, and it's not looking good for Rexy here. It looks like it's going to be able to come through, getting very, very slow on each side here. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the full-born stack here is Fang all the way up top, just trying to scale rush it out, not trying to force the fights, as Rexy looks like he's going to be able to call in the next one potentially here, but it looks like he does here, as Shazing is going to do the exact same thing. Gets the elimination on the Rexy here. Shazing putting an absolute damage here right in front of GG Shaw. Fang trying to hold on for as long as possible, and it looks like Fang is going to get the elimination off of Shazing. GG Shaw dies to Circle. Question is, who takes the elim? Is it Shazing? Does he actually claim the dub?
It's JDG's Chu Zhang's going to be walking out on top for game number 1. It looks like here. Oh, no, wait.
It's Fang!
Does KLA, did Fang pick up an elimination in the middle of that?
I think he did. I think he did.
Him and Chu Zhang, I thought, were tied there in terms of eliminations, and Chu Zhang stayed alive what looked like a little bit longer, but we're going to find out. Hold on, we're not quite sure who our MVP is yet. Mike comes out in first place, but he's only got the 1 elimination under his belt. So the question is, or no, he's going to have 2 eliminations. It is going to be KLA's Fang. I need a replay, Dobby.
Wow. We're going to be able to see it here during these highlights here. In terms of what's been going on here, Fang absolutely leading that game for a very long time, to be honest with you. I think he was one of the few that had those 3 eliminations earlier, so he had that confidence going into it. Shazang only had 1. Or no, actually, he did have 3, didn't he? Shazang, I think, did have 3. He was one of the few that also had 3 eliminations as well here, but I think Fang, at that very end, was able to claim at least one of those 2 eliminations prior, and getting those 2 extra. I think this might be a 6 elimination game for Fang.
We need to see. He had 3 eliminations going into that fight. The question is just how many he picked up during that final moment there. He probably has 5. If he's going to beat out JDG's Chu Zhang here, I'm pretty sure he has to have picked up 5 eliminations. He had to pick up 2 of those there, because I think Chu Zhang definitely picked one up when 6. He dropped the mech and coming in. You're calling 6? Okay, I think it's going to be closer to 5, but 5 is still very good in solos, right? Even when we had 16 players last season, every single lobby, 5 was the average number of kills for a first place finish or for an MVP in solos. So the fact that there's 2 less players, 4 less kills available now per lobby, 5 is still very, very good. Not only that, but KLA Fang was already at the top of the leaderboard at the beginning of the day. Remember, he gets to bring 13.7 points over from the regular bi-weekly into the bi-weekly final. And, you know, again, everyone else had at least 5 points, but he still had a fairly decent lead, at least an 8-point lead over everybody else. So being able to come into first place here for game number 1, he's comfortably setting himself up for the rest of the day. And it's going to be 4 eliminations. 4. Okay. Oh, Chu Zhang actually Chu Zhang went out before Fang. I'm very surprised. I really thought Fang actually goes out before Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang does pick up 2 eliminations going to 5, but because he goes out a position earlier than KLA's Fang does, Fang picks up just enough kill multiplier and ranking points to put him in first place with a 9.4 game score. JDG's Chu Zhang, 5 eliminations, will be taking a 9 game score though, only 0.4 points difference, and AOW's Mike with a 5.6. Unfortunately, WBG Spider goes out in the middle of the pack with a very disappointing 3.1 game score for his first game, Dobby.
Unfortunate here, as we're going to look at the replays here from GG Shaw, who claims the elimination on Wang Liang. Same thing with XGN claiming one on Kai Bao from earlier here, as we see a different angle here from Fang, who gets those beautiful bow eliminations from earlier here. I mean, look at this absolute straggler able to push through, as XGN able to do some massive damage here on one of the other players here. I mean, look at that, just absolutely soaring it all the way, and it looks like XGN finally was able to get some of that payback that he deserves, as Shazing just absolutely bullies him the play that shocked you a little bit earlier here, as we were seeing that scale rush and that finish from the nunchucks here, and this is the finish at the very end here. Shazing all the way towards the end. GG Shaws decides to back off. AOW's Mike putting in that a massive amount of pressure, stays alive here within this final game, and obviously Fang being your selected winner here for our games as we look in and gets the heal from RZ Ping and 13k damage, 4 eliminations, and a massive stack of Soul Jades. Razor Swift, the Overcomer, detonating rounds, Hepta detached Spear Stab, and a Dagger Stab. And obviously that Dagger Stab putting in massive work here with 11,000 plus damage here for the Dagger and his 4th MVP so far.
I mean, are you really surprised that our boy here, Fang, using the Dagger? Look at all these Soul Jades. He literally has a legendary Soul Jade for 3 different melee weapons here, and I know at one point he definitely had a long sword in his hand. He's got Hepta, which is considered a very good Soul Jade. Man just says, nah, put a dagger in my hand, everything else doesn't matter. I'm just going to take the attack buff off of these legendary Soul Jades and stack that onto my dagger. The rest of it, don't even need it. That Dagger Sap definitely putting in work for him. He's got 18k healing, of course, a lot of that just being because he's playing Zping Yang here. That ultimate putting in work for him, and you know what, I gotta give it to him. The Fang at one point, AOW's Mike comes in, blitzes the armor off of him. Fang gets chased around for nearly a minute and a half straight, and he's just able to keep himself alive, able to stagger the bubble and ultimate, and he has the wherewithal. There's a moment where he actually forces the ultimate before he pops the bubble. He pops the ultimate as he's going over the top of a building, knowing that he's safe from grapples. As soon as AOW's Mike puts himself airborne, where he's going to be able to actually land grapples onto Fang here, Fang pops the bubble, knowing that the bubble is going to protect him from the stun of the actual grabs coming through, and just dips across the map. He's able to slip away and put focus onto another player, and from there Fang just escapes and keeps things moving, and off the back of that he's able to keep the game going and walks out on top here. Fang, again, man, we've talked about a lot of players here today. We've talked about Wolves Kai Bao, we've talked about WBG Spider, we've talked about Oshi Shang Yu. Fang is just on something different this season. He's come back with a vengeance. You know, GBL Zin was always a threat during our last 2 seasons. We talked about him being the defending world champion for solos, but he just didn't feel like he was always on top of his game. He had some really big pop-off games, and then he had some really low points in the season. Fang thus far this season has not had a bad game. Even his lowest scoring game, I do believe, was at least 3 points on the board. He always puts a limbs up. He always makes it towards final circle and gets himself at least some placement points.
He had 1 point in game, I think it was game 4, game 5 of our first day of our solos when Fang appeared. I think in our game 4 or game 5, I think he had a 1 point game, but that was it. Everything else was at least over 6+ points, and I think his most was a 13.6. So obviously, Fang absolutely comes through and really does surprise, and not necessarily surprise, but he kind of shocks everybody. He's like, hey, I am one of these champions. Do not sleep on me. Spider did amazing last season, and I will definitely give him the credit that he deserves. But I am the original champion. And let me repeat it and show you why I was the winner in the first place.
You know, I want to talk about something as well. As WBG Spider in this particular game, he picks a hero who's not very well suited for solos anymore. He picks Yodohime here. He does pilot Yodohime very well. Yodohime was one of those heroes that last season he did an excellent job on after her buffs and she came back into the meta. Now, obviously, she's since received multiple different nerfs. She's not even really popping off in trios anymore, which is
I love what you said.
Very well.
I love what you said earlier. You was like, Yodohime would have been a great pick 2 patches ago. 2 patches ago. I was like, what? Wait a minute.
Oh my goodness. You know what? We'll come back to this point in a minute, but we get a short video, guys, before we come back and lock in for game 2 immediately. Don't go anywhere because we're coming back real fast.
我认为匕首在单排模式下是完美的武器，但是它的缺点就是缺伤害、缺爆发能力，就是可能要搭配某些特定魂域，然后才能就是完美把它那个威力体现出来。以常规赛第1那个身份进入周决，我也不是第一次，因为 上个赛季应该我也有一次，但是那次的周决我成绩并不是太好，就这次应该能改变吧。
You know, KLA's Fang, not wrong whatsoever. His performance way different in this bi-weekly than it has been in his last one during season 2. I mean, dude, he absolutely, I can't talk about it enough, honestly. It's not, I don't want to say he's a different player, right? Because he does have a world championship under his belt for solos, and that says a lot about who he is as a player. But he is definitely a different Jin, aka Fang, than he was last season. The consistency of him as a player is just on a different level. I often talk about how, you know, if these teams can just play 3 to 4 consistency games and then have 2 pop-off games, they're doing okay, right? Fang, when he plays a consistency game, his consistency game isn't just 3 or 4 points on the board. His consistency game is top 3, right? And then his pop-off games is him just winning games and putting 3 MVPs on the board in the, you know, the same day. That's just the kind of player Fang is, and he takes consistency to the next level. If you can have a bunch of pop-off games and then your quote-unquote consistency games are top 3, almost tying points for first place, like, you're just on a different level than some of these other players, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely. Here, as I mean, obviously, some of these players are going to have to put a little bit of more work in. A Shen Yuan, obviously, not really claiming any eliminations and getting eliminated early during these fights here. You got to be careful here. Even with all of this madness happening, the NBPL is a very dangerous stack of players here, and you need to bring your A game with every single one of these players here. So you have to be smart, and you got to think about all of it coming into it. So obviously, within this realm here, there's still more work to be done here, but let's see how it goes for the rest of it.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. Spider here doesn't look like he's kind of down in the dumps going forward. He looks like he's ready to lock in and take this next game. And, you know, me and Moxie touched on this a little yesterday. We didn't talk too much solos because obviously we were casting trios, but Spider is a very emotional player, right? When he's riding the high of a big success, Spider will come out and be very explosive. But when Spider finds himself in a setback, that's typically where he, you know, the cracks start to show a little bit, right? He starts to crumble under the pressure of being behind. Even though he's had a bad game 1 here, he's still in 3rd place overall right now, though. So Spider, not really behind. He just needs to come in, let this be his 1 bad game of the day so that he can come out on top. So I think Spider, emotionally in a good place still, is still capable of coming out with a big dub and then riding that big dub for the rest of the day to keep him in that emotional state where he comes out as one of these top players. But we're going to see as we take a look at the hero picks here. Shen Yuan, interesting choice here from Bao Da. I've talked to death about how I wish Valda was viable, and I really don't think they are, especially in solos. So we'll see how this works out for them. A lot of Tarkas here, though. The last time we saw a Valda in solos, I commented on the fact that there weren't a lot of Yodahimes or Tarkas in the lobby, which Valda can actually cancel both of their ultimates out, and it's one of Valda's big strong suits as a counter pick. Into this particular lobby, though, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 Tarkas and 1 Yodahime. So Valda, not quite as bad a pick coming into this particular lobby here, but I still think not quite meta enough coming into this. And after Shen Yuan's performance in the last game, quite honestly, you know, he made it to top 6 and then goes out with a complete whimper, gets himself caught out, pops his ultimate, walks to the edge of the zone and just gets dagger upped into the zone and accepts his fate. He didn't even pump a single tick of damage out onto anybody else except the knockback from his ultimate. I'm not expecting a lot from Shen Yuan here on this Valda pick, Dobby.
Absolutely here, as obviously we're looking in on this map here for Halaroth, and still it's going to be a massive fight happening all the way through inside of the very center here, but it looks like the spread is going to be a lot different here. So we're only seeing maybe 1 or 2 or 3 players in Plum Castle near Hall of Ceremonies. Meanwhile, doesn't look like anybody's in Salvation Podium, and usually we do see some players there, but finally looks like we're going to see some players at least close to that Nbpl village, which is Zhang Yu and Rexy on this right side near Grizzly Rise and Totem as well. Meanwhile, Spider is going to be all the way on this bottom left side here near Matab, all the way on the left side here. It looks like near Manicore Arena. Meanwhile, there's at least 2 or 3 players all the way towards that kind of right section near City of Tang, Cinnabar Valley, the trenches, base camp, all of those right side sections of where Plum Castle is going to find a decent amount of players, very spread out through a lot of these areas here. So it looks like it's going to be a very fun excavation of where a lot of these players are going to go and how they are going to stack up against some of their loot here, and hopefully they find something good. Is that a Valda?
That is Valda. That's what I was just talking about during the hero select, was about Shenwan is on Valda here. Again, I don't have high expectations of it because of their
Don't hate on my Valda. Don't hate on my Valda.
I'm not hating on Valda. I'm talking about Shenwan. His performance in game 1 just wasn't anything to write home about.
And you're right. And you are right.
And he's playing a less meta hero as well into this, so my expectations just not very high. Now, here's somebody I do have high expectations of this game, not just because it's KLA's Fang, but Fang here playing Takeda, their favorite hero, already with a dagger in hand. This is exactly where Fang wants to be. This is where Fang succeeds. And again, Shenwan here, it looks like he doesn't even put up a fight. He throws the bubble down, gets a little bit of damage onto Wang Liang, and then Wang Liang just puts him in the blender. Wang Liang here on that Yodo pick, trying to make something happen, looking to clean up a second elimination off the back of this as well. Feng, a little on the back foot here is GS's T225 coming in here on the Tarka ultimate. The Tarka ultimate ticking down, though, at 40% left remaining. Feng still holding on to that Takeda ultimate, though, and trying to create some distance while he waits for the Tarka ultimate to burn out. We do see the elbow come through, and T225 is going to pick him up here. Unfortunately for Feng, Feng there on the white armor and the white dagger just couldn't overcome the difference in gear there, and how hard that Tarka hit as soon as he came through there with that pole sword. So Feng gonna find himself heading back to the soul altar and needs to lock in for the game. This is his game to lose. Again, he's on his favorite hero pick here on Takeda. If he can find another dagger in his hand and get some decent gear, he might be able to turn this back in his favor. AOW's Mike now coming in on J-Team's Action. Action in a really poor position here. He's got 2 players dogging him down. GG Shaw also shows up. Make that 3 players. T225 also shows up and immediately puts the pain onto GG Shaw. GG Shaw here has the ability to teleport back. Nobody waiting on the body. So oh no! Mike comes back and stands on the teleport, realizes that he's gonna see somebody come in there. The teleport comes out yet again from GG Shaw, and Shaw is so low. Shaw cannot risk teleporting back to where he left that butterfly behind. He needs to get the full reset off here and get out of dodge. And there it is. He doesn't even have the option to TP back. Going to be forced to use that charge right click coming out of the staff to buy him some time. We see the elbow coming through, the F from Tarka. T225 here. Shaw immediately tap dodges away and pulls into the charge left click, followed by the uppercut. But the ultimate coming through here. This is going to be a hard fight for Shaw to get away from. T225 going to take the moment to get a reset here. He knows Mike's waiting in the wing. He doesn't want to be low because Mike also running that Tarka, soon to have that ultimate available. Shaw with the full reset available here, gonna use that staff to get some movement in, but we're gonna see the elbow to counteract the charge right click. Shaw continuing to push away. T225 though, using a lot of these elbows, and of course that nerf to Tarka, where every time he uses the elbow during the ultimate, it uses up some of that ultimate charge, coming through and playing a role here, because we see that Tarka ult and a fairly early, and Shaw going to be able to get away, but now needs to be careful because Wolves Kaibao has shown up for the third party and is on the hunt. AOW's Mike very close to picking up his ultimate here. Kaibao though, again, continuing that hunt. We're going to see the no ult zone come through. The mythic grab comes through onto GG Shaw, pumping out some damage here. Shaw so low.
Oh,
I don't believe Shaw has teleported. No place to go. And it's going to be AOW's Mike who's able to pick up the elimination in the middle of what seems to be an absolute crazy cluster of a fight. WBG Spider going low, going to pop the Takeda ult. trying to make something happen here. He's gonna actually get the ult, flip it onto T225 into the uppercut, and Spider puts T225 low, and the attention turns away from him to buy him enough time to get a reset. T225 now forced to use this ultimate to try to create some distance, but AOW's Mike on the hunt here, and Mike has his ult available. There it is, gonna trade ult for ult, elbow into elbow here. Mike looking to just find an opportunity into this. Elbow comes out from T225, but T225 gonna dive to the zone before he can get anywhere, and Mike gets the free elimination.
AOW's Mike getting 2 free elims here in the middle of these fights here. Sometimes you just have to be at the right place at the right time, and clearly Mike knows exactly when to do that here in this game number 2 at Holoroth. Is Rexy trying to see if he can go for the massive juggle onto Panda. Is he going to be able to do it? Unbelievable. The right click comes in and absolutely decimates Panda, man. Sending him up to the sky, says, see you later. I appreciate you, and I'll see you in part 2. Meanwhile, just... wow. Can we get a replay of that? Let's just see what's going on here as we see Spider and Kai Bao fighting this out here from earlier from what we had witnessed. Kai Bao putting in absolute work here. Kai Bao wanting to put in absolute pressure and does not give Spider much of a chance to try to do anything here, as Kai Bao is going to shut down WBG Spider. Remember what we were talking about earlier?
Again, I was just about to say that. You remember when I talked about the fact that Kai Bao, Spider, back to back on each other all the time? All of a sudden, here we go. Kai Bao just putting the work on the WBG Spider. These players be sleeping on Kai Bao. Don't get me wrong. He's had a very rough week.
The disrespect on Kai Bao's name is unheard of here, man. I'm going to need y'all to put some respect on my man's name. I'm just letting y'all know. You need to put some respect on the Wolf, because this is just crazy. How you going to go up against last season's champion toe-to-toe, head-to-head, and then everybody's like, oh, he easy. Okay, keep that. Ooh. Kai Bao. Now, hold on now.
Yeah, the run it back about to happen.
That look like it. It's about to. He look like he's feeding for him too.
This is what we talk about. Oh, everybody going for the Realm of Yang here. And Spider, look, he thought about it. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna back away. There's a lot of players here. And look at this. We've got the Starfall happening on the map as well. Players gonna be able to get a lot of rage off of that. But we're about to watch Action and Chu Zhang run it back yet again inside the Realm of Yang. These two players were the 2 in Realm of Yang last game, and it was Chu Zhang who came out on top. But Action here only with the white armor. This is going to be a tough fight for Action to win here into Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang trying to lock down onto Action. The massive parry comes out from the longsword into the follow-up jump left click. And now Action forced to pop the ultimate here, trying to come in and lock it down. He misses the ult opportunity. The backstab comes through. Action avoids it, turns onto it, but there's the second backstab. And JDG Chu Zhang is 2 for 2 in Realm of Yang against J-Team's Action. Now AOW's Mike coming in here, breaking up the fight between WBG Spider and Wolves Kai Bao. Spider on the receiving end of some massive bow shots coming in from the side. I do believe that is JDG's Chu Zhang, and Spider going to be forced out of this fight real quick, but Mike doesn't want to give up the hunt. He's on Tarka, and he's hungry for it, Dobby.
Absolutely hungry. I mean, you kind of have to be with this massive circle that's going around here with everything that's going on. You got Rexy, who's been putting in absolute work. You've got Mike, who's finally getting to these eliminations the way that you want to. You got WBG Spider, who's really been doing a fantastic job of really just staying at the top of the leaderboard here from what he's been doing thus far here. And then everybody else is still just trying to scramble to get what they need to. His Fang ends up getting eliminated early here, so this could be a massive game for somebody to really take the top spot here. It's really anybody's game here. Obviously, we're going to head right back towards the replay of AOW's Mike, who snatches the elimination away from Panda, and then immediately comes through and gets face to face with Fang, and it looks like the shot ends up actually decimating the majority of Fang's health. And meanwhile, Mike is right there ready to take the rest of it by storm. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu caught in a fight between Wang Liang here. Wang Liang looks like he's been trying to see if he can finally capture some eliminations and get that glory that he needs. Because Wang Liang so far, a lot more of a different performance from what we've expected out of Zhang Yu here. A relative struggle coming in from him. We usually see a lot more precedents coming in from him, as Zhang Yu just trying to dip out of this and just trying to stay alive here. The gold scale rush coming through here, trying to keep it alive here, but massively. He's been doing so much work to keep it all together here. And it looks like the scramble is just going to be more and more through many of these spaces. As T25 getting absolutely pelted by pistols of all the realms. Meanwhile, T25 is going to pop that ulti, immediately start to run in and trying to separate himself from the rest of the group, but Spider is going to keep that same aggression. Meanwhile, the scale rush coming through, trying not to get caught up, and he almost gets hit by the massive roller. And it looks like Spider might have particularly lost him.
You know, the really smart play here by T25 to scale rush over top of the roller as it comes around, knowing that Spider's gonna have to go the other direction. It looks like Spider does indeed lose him. He goes into the middle room, lets Spider pass by where he can't see him inside that middle room there, and it just is able to walk away from that crazy interaction, still breathing. Those two musket shots absolutely putting in work onto T225, and he lives to fight another dang. Wang Liang here, though, with that Yang depletion, a 2-minute timer on him, really needs to find himself an elimination, is trying to force the ultimate out here, but it doesn't look like he's gonna be able to chase Zhang Yu down here. Zhang Yu creating so much space, getting away from this Yodohime ultimate, and Wang Liang's gonna be forced to end the ultimate and try to come in and win this fight traditionally, but the third party potential coming through from JDG's Chu Zhang might make this impossible for Wang Liang. He's trying to stick onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu wants it, but it's gonna be JDG's Chu Zhang who comes through with a massive pickup of a double eliminations here. Zhang Yu with the Vermilion Bird's might will live to fight another day, but unfortunately that is going to be it for our boy Wang Liang. Turning our attention now to AOW's Mike, giving chase here to WBG Spider, and this has not been Spider's game or Spider's day. Spider finding himself once again on the back foot here in game number 2, and he lost earlier to Wolves Kai Bao, and Mike now just on the hunt, and another player, Gigi Shah, shows up. We do see the mythic grab come through. Spider trying to take a little bit of that attention off of himself, gets Shah low, hopes these players are going to go for it. J-Team's action now, though, finds himself in a no ult zone here on Takeda, and that's not where you want to be. Kai Bao trying to get a little bit of mythic grab action here on to action, not quite able to find the full grab, just a minor interrupt, and a massive parry coming through from action with the follow-up riposte, looking to pick it up onto Kai Bao. Kai Bao now in a rock and a hard place, literally getting put through the blender here by action. Inventus' Rexy, no place to go. It's gonna be Rexy who picks it up, but action so low, Rexy just comes in for the free elimination.
We'd love to see a free elimination coming through here as Mike just able to do so much more. And look at this, Mike and Rexy tied toe-to-toe. Oh, never mind! As Mike is able to claim a 5th. Ladies and gentlemen, making it 22 points in total as Jose is going to try to see if he can go toe-to-toe with AOW's Mike. Meanwhile, he's going to pop the ulti, try to see if he can catch the right click, but they're both on the outside of the circle here, so the tick is still hitting on each side here. He does have to be careful, though, because it can get absolutely tough here on each side, so he has to get one, and he has to be safe here, all within this one, though. Meanwhile, Mike is going to be able to go for the heals here, but he has to be careful, though. He's going to have to scale rush and get out of there as best as he possibly can. And he's able to get successfully outside of the circle. Same here with Shazang as well. Still able to work towards this one, though, as AOW's Mike is able to go for the shutdown. JDG Shazang able to work all the way around it here, as it looks like Jin and Spider are going to be able to go back into it, back and forth here. WBG Spider, I don't think this might be his first one. He's been actually trying to get into these Realm of Yangs, and sadly, he's either been late or he just hasn't been in the space. But oh my goodness, the timing coming through. Jin wasn't even prepared as Spider immediately scale rushes right past just in the nick of time. But it looks like Jin putting in massive damage right towards Spider, and Spider dangerously low, though, and it looks like the Spear is able to actually put in massive amounts of work here as the dual blades able to put in decimating work on each side here. Meanwhile, Spider is going to be able to pop through, and he actually catches him at the best time possible when he didn't have any time for the heal, just in the nick of time. WBG Spider comes in flawlessly towards this finish.
Oh my goodness, man. We got to talk about this. Jin played this a little too passively, right? He pops the ultimate, is able to get in and get a massive combo onto WBG Spider, rips his shields off, and then opts to take a reset, knowing his ultimate's about to go down, and he's going to lose the opportunity to get the re-teleport into a backstab there. He's fearing that F coming back out from the ultimate again and buying back the neutral, but you need to play aggressively, press the advantage that you have. He lets Spider get a pot off, and in that moment, he doesn't have enough time to get one off himself. Spider immediately comes around the pillar, cancels his own pot out, takes advantage of the fight, and still has his ultimate available to him there. Matari really at a disadvantage in those realms of Yang, and if you're able to eke out any sort of advantage, you really need to pressure those fights and win very quickly, because the more you stall out, the longer that ult for the Takeda is going to last. And we see exactly what you would expect in that scenario, that Alliance's Jhin lets their ult run out, and then Takeda just has every advantage to walk in and clean up the fight. Spider throws him airborne, locks him down with another F from the ultimate, extends the combo, and then that's all they wrote for Alliance's Jhin. Now Jhin with Yang depletion in a tough situation where they need to find an elimination in the next 4 minutes here. Otherwise, they will themselves be eliminated from the lobby. Ventus's Rexy putting in work with the dagger here on to the Matari, blitzing the shields down off of Jhin slowly but surely. Jhin trying to build some defense here with that charged left click off of the staff here, but not quite able to connect onto it, able to use a little bit there to defend themselves. But Reki just knows how to follow it up. Gonna find an armor swap into the gray armor, is gonna buy Jhin a little bit of time here, but Jhin overall finding themselves in worse and worse situation. Does find a scale rush onto Rexy though, and this could be huge for Alliance Jhin if they can get around and cancel this pot. Unfortunately, they don't quite find it in time, but Rexy turns around with the elbow there, is able to find it. The ult comes through, but the backstab happens. He needs to follow this up, and there it is. That's what I'm talking about. You gotta bring the aggression when you're playing Matari. You can't give the advantage away when these other players have these longer ultimates, and that's how you win those fights. Now, turning to WBG Spider and GG Shaw.
So we talk about the advantages here all within this space here, and it looks like a lot of these players have done a fantastic job in terms of taking that advantage when it's absolutely needed. If we look at a player like AOW's Mike, who's really done a fantastic job in terms of timing and understanding that it really can be really good if you play your cards right and if you're in the right situations here, as GG Shaw just trying to back away from WBG Spider here, not really forcing the fight here, which is very interesting, knowing that GG Shaw and WBG Spider went at it. Now, I think the stats for that one is I think GG Shaw was fighting that and actually won that fight 2-1 in our last time when they were fighting this out. Meanwhile, him and Mike were 0 for 3. And obviously Mike being the one that was 0 in that fight here, is GG Shaw just trying not to fight this out with WBG Spider. GG Shaw does not want the smoke absolutely whatsoever when it comes to this type of mentality here, as we're still able to figure out what's next and how certain things are and where certain things are needed. They've done a fantastic job of all of this momentum and pushing, as he just does not want any of that energy here into these spaces here, as it looks like obviously going right back to the top of the order here. GG Shaw looks like he's going to try to see if he can find a podium here. And yes, he does. It looks like
this
Mike.
is really interesting by Shaw. They're going to take a lot of that zone tick damage, but trade the resource for that ultimate charge, which he desperately needs. You know, he backs away from that fight with Spider because Spider has so much ult charge available to him. And we're going to take a replay all the way back to our first Realms of Yang here, where Zhang Yu able to clutch out the fight against Wang Liang, I do believe. Or no, is it Wang Liang who wins this fight? I'm pretty sure it's Zhang Yu who comes out. No, maybe it is Wang Liang. Yeah, he's going to clutch this up here with the ultimate. No. Oh my goodness, there it is, the parry. Wang Liang missing his... No, wait, yes? Oh my goodness, that was a roller coaster, Dobby.
Absolutely insane. That really could have gone any way in this fight here. Shazang is just trying to see where the next skill is going to be here for all of these fights here. Looks like he drops a... Looked like he dropped the Soul Jade there, and it looks like he could have been the wrong trade here, even with all this coming into it. Is now Shazang still leading this up with a 23.7, 23 even coming in from AOW's Mike, and it could potentially be more, obviously, if we look at it a little higher. Shaewon doing a fantastic job of staying alive here, even though he doesn't have any eliminations here. Jhin with 1, Shaw with 1, Spider with 1. Spider, a very different performance from what we've seen thus far here. Shazang is able to hit a massive bow shot onto WBG Spider. WBG Spider just trying to scale it back and get out of harm's way here. It looks like he's trying to go for the chest here. The Morth Blessing, very, very helpful for everybody here, as AOW's Mike might be able to possibly steal it away from it as well. AOW needs this dub. He hasn't had a dub yet so far within our solo games here, so he's gonna need to see what we can find here, as GG Shaw is able to go for the disappearing eye back, and it looks like he was able to successfully roll in there and snag the gold shield and claim it for his own. Meanwhile, WBG Spider looks like he's back at it again. Hits him with it, ready for the parry, trying to see if maybe AOW's Mike is going to be able to strike back. And it looks like he finally does here as he pops the full ulti from WBG Spider, finds GG Shaw. GG Shaw looks like he's going to play and possibly dance with him as well. He's able to go for the disappearing ag, trying to see if maybe he can get the scale rush down. The bow comes through towards WBG Spider, and they miss twice off of a WBG Spider. Meanwhile, all the way up top here, he does have the cannon. We'll be able to try to see if he can hit something as well. No, yeah, he has the pistol, actually. Excuse me. As it looks like now we're going to be able to try to see if we can find it here. Getting very, very close on each side here, and sadly he's not really able to find anything here. I mean, these are the guys you definitely don't want to be in a final circle with, because they're going to not make it easy for you to claim elimination on them at all.
Yeah, GG Shaw here going a little low off the back of WBG Spider, coming in for the hunt here. Shaw trying to put those nunchucks to use, but we're going to see the Mythic Grab into the ult follow-up. There's nothing Shaw can do. As soon as that Mythic Grab lands and Spider decides to commit the ultimate, that is going to be it for GG Shaw. WBG Spider picking up his second elimination of the day here, and it's much needed. Spider, off the back of a 0 elim game at number 1, needs to find his momentum here in the game at number 2 to keep things moving. AOW's Mike, though, on the Tarka with that legendary armor, his ult and his F still available in his kit. 5 players left alive as Zone 4 collapses onto Zone 5. A lot of space going here. I want to talk about this again. We've got Shengwan here from Balda, is alive in the top 5. But he's got no eliminations under his belt again, Dobby. He went out earlier.
That struggle.
He absolutely got blitzed down, put up almost no fight. I'm starting to ask myself, how did he get here into the bi-weekly final with a performance like this? You can't come in to a bi-weekly final and play so tepid and timid just to get some placement points. It's not going to get you anywhere, Dobby.
It's definitely not. I mean, it can get you to a certain point, but there definitely needs to be a section where you absolutely go off, and you can't really look at it hoping that maybe somebody hands you eliminations, or maybe you just catch people getting very close to being dangerously low. Unlike, you know, obviously AOW's Mike has done a fantastic job. Actually catches Shazang absolutely slipping, hits him with a massive bow shot to the boing. I mean, okay. Was he not paying attention?
Okay, first of all, how did Chu Zhang not hear Mike above
at all?
Second of all, Chu Zhang got so lucky there that bow shot actually connected with the wall, because his hitbox was just barely leaned into the wall in that corner, and Mike wanted the headshot. Had he landed that headshot, that easily would have been all the armor ripped off of Chu Zhang there. What an interaction to just kind of sneak in on there. I gotta give a round of applause to our observer who caught that, because that was absolutely wild, and things could have went crazy in this lobby had that bow shot actually connected. Speaking of Shenwan, we now see him caught out in the middle here, just doing a little bit of movement. But again, you know, I get not wanting to engage in these fights, but there's 5 players left in the lobby, and you have no eliminations. You need to start looking for something. And we're going to see here the Mythic Grab trying to come through onto AOW's Mike, but Mike going to use the F to actually break free from that. But Spider not going to give him the opportunity to pot up here, just looking for every instance to come in and harass down AOW's Mike. Mike able to get one pot off, but the harass coming from Spider and other players going to keep Mike on the run, looking for that reset. He does find the space to lock into that reset, and that F will be coming back off of cooldown fairly soon. So all he's going to lose is resources here. Alliance's Jin catching a bow shot, but that pot coming in from AOW's Mike able to heal up most all of his armor here. So Mike finding himself back in a fairly decent situation. WBG Spider going to be taking a shot from downrange. Again, Alliance's Jin here with these fire arrows, just pumping in the damage and the harass, trying to burn these players' resources. Jin, with a single elimination under his belt here, you know, loses the realm of Yang fight, but comes back out and absolutely blitzes down the Tarka he ends up going against and is able to pick up that Soul Bloom Essence, not only picking up his first elimination of the game, but also getting rid of that Yang depletion and keeping himself alive here. Alliance's Jin with at least one elimination under his belt. You know, oh, this is a very open circle. Keep in mind, we're only zone 6. We're not on to zone 7 yet. We've got 26 seconds till it collapses down to our last zone here. So for 5 players, this is a very big circle. It just has closed down into the desert here. There's not a whole lot of places for these players to hide, and that's on purpose, right? We've seen the zones over the years in NARAKA here purposely get to where they kind of close out into these very open spaces. So they're really trying to force these interactions between the players. Alliance's Jin here taking a lot of damage from the zone tick, and other players pushing in onto them going to do a ton of damage as well. Looks like he's got advanced heal here. So that heal he just popped, going to take a little while to tick up as we watch here, is going to get close to full health. Off the back of it, not quite the bonus health from his Soul Jades covered. We've seen earlier a couple of these players will drop their bonus health Soul Jades, heal up to full, and then pick them back up. Because if you're at full health when you pick up health bonus Soul Jades, you automatically get the health bonus back. So that's why you see players often dropping those Soul Jades, healing up, and then immediately picking them back up here. WBG Spider, though, going to see all of his shields ripped off, and immediately we're going to see the aggressive teleport into the backstab coming in from JDG's Chu Zhang. Mike instantly following it up, and WBG Spider going to be ripped out of this lobby as Mike picks up his 6th elimination of the game and moves into first place here in the overall standings. Him and JD's Chu Zhang fighting for who's going to be the MVP here in this lobby, but Mike with 6 eliminations under his belt going to be making things extremely difficult for Chu Zhang to come out on top here. Chu Zhang's going to need to pick up at least 2 more eliminations and a first place finish here without Mike picking up anything. If not, he's going to have to kill the entire remaining lobby here. Chu Zhang got a lot of work to put in. Alliance's Jin just trying to stay alive. And again, Baoda Shen1, it's time to put in some work, my dude. You're top 4. Zone 7's getting ready to collapse. You don't have a single elimination under your belt. He's now finally trying to trade some damage onto these players with these ranged weapons. But sure enough, as soon as he starts getting mixed up here, Alliance's Jin going to blitz the shields right off of him. He's stuck out in the middle, no cover. He's going to throw the bubble here, but that bubble, we've seen this time and time again, not going to protect you from all these range shots coming through. He is able to at least get a pot off, takes a couple of bow shots. Mike instantly following this up here with the dagger, going to pop the F to cover himself. Alliance's Jin coming in with the scale rush from the backside of the rock, though, going to cover some huge damage onto Shen1. Shen1 once again gonna get pot off here, standing inside the bubble. These other players kind of ignoring him in the moment, just gonna wait for the bubble to go away. They don't even want to waste the resources. An ult comes up. Wait, can Shen1 actually pick it up? He doesn't actually get the grab here, as we do see Mike gets picked out, and we're seeing him stand on the edge of the zone here, gonna send these players flying here. He doesn't have his ultimate. Mike needs to find something. Mike actually goes down, and it's Chu Zhang who picks up the elimination. Chu Zhang needs another one, but that's not gonna be enough. Alliance's Jin picks it up. Wait, I can't, Dobby. Baoda Shen1 wins first place, but 0 eliminations. Take it away, Dobby.
I mean, it's kind of one of those things where, hey, you know, you get those extra points are going to be very helpful for you, but Shazang really popping off with this game here, really claiming those eliminations here as AOW's Mike really had such a successful run here, but sadly just didn't have enough to really close out the game the way that he wanted to. This would have been a massive game for him, and technically this still is for him, but this would have been even bigger with that dub at the very end here, as obviously looking into it here, we're still going to probably see how the rest of this or at the end of it goes. But as of right now, Shazing is going to be your selected winner here for our game number 2, and he did a fantastic job of it thus far here. But really being able to see him knock this out towards the very end here was absolutely massive, and obviously, clearly, well-deserved.
Absolutely phenomenal performances coming in from AOW's Mike and JDG's Chu Zhang. Unfortunately, Spider finds himself eliminated again, not finding the game he wants. AOW Mike, Chu Zhang moving up. Mike gonna be in second place, Chu Zhang gonna be in first. Fang gonna be holding on to third place, because this will be Fang's first 0-point game, of fat donut on the board for him. But man, I I gotta talk about Badass Shenwan, man.
I listen. I like, you know.
I expect a lot from these players. Okay, he's coming in here, and Dobby, as much as you told me during our very first season of ever casting anything NARAKA, you're not a fan of rats. This man is a rat. He's hiding. He's no kills coming into the top of the lobby, just trying to get attention off of himself. And I want you to know how little of a threat these other players consider him in a lobby, because he throws that bubble down, and every other Valda player we've ever seen try to heal in the bubble, it's like range shots coming from every direction, right? He throws the bubble down in this final circle, and everybody else looks at him and goes, yeah, you can have the heal. I'm gonna focus on these other players, because I ain't worried about you. You out of here. And it's literally the only reason he walks away with the first place finish in terms of, you know, survivability in the lobby is because everybody ignores him in that fight. If I'm Badass Shenwan,
But you know what though that we talk about? I'm gonna use your words. You know, the one thing that you love to bring up over and over again is that consistency. And because he stayed alive long enough to get himself 4 points, that puts him in top 6 by just being alive, not claiming a single elimination. Just him not doing. Now, the reason why I say being a rat from the first season, because this is what he gonna do, guys. He's gonna bring this into, he's gonna bring up old stuff from what we were bringing up. Now, I do agree with you that rat plays aren't necessarily my favorite. I will give you that. But in these moments here, you can't really be a rat in the wide open.
Okay, you can't be.
You can, but it's really hard, because at one point everybody else is fighting. Are you going to jump into the fight? Probably not. You just going to sit and watch. And that's exactly what him and some of the other players did. They just sat and watched. And that's exactly what we were able to see, seeing all of these players fight it out. And obviously, if we look at the highlights here from Fang and Mike going at it here, Fang getting eliminated early with AOW Mike. AOW Mike just being at the best place at the best time when he needed to. And the same with Shazang here, actually claiming 2, as we noticed here as well. Rexy claiming an elimination off of Kai Bao here. And obviously getting a 2-fer as well here for our winner of game 2, as we check out WBG Spider, who catches the juggle onto Jin. And obviously Panda Man too, getting caught in the juggle that we saw earlier here. The utmost disrespect coming in towards that finish here, as Jin able to put in so much work and shut down Rexy. Looking at Spider here, the beautiful takedown on the finish onto GG Shaw was immaculate. As we look at Mike here, just absolutely decimating the rest of the lobby here. Look at Shiyang. Look at Shizane. Look at what he's doing. He doesn't necessarily need to force fights. He just needs to claim what he can with the pistol. And like I said before, it's really hard to be a rat in the wide open.
Dobby, claim what with the pistol? He didn't pick up a single elimination. I mean, our MVP is going to be, first of all, JDG Shuzheng. Let's give him his moment here, because he's 6 eliminations, 10,000 damage. The man goes absolutely ham with the bow this round. 4K of his damage coming from the bow. And I got to give it to him. He's running dual blades. One of the very few players not trying to dagger his way to victory, right? Almost all of his damage either coming from dual blades or long swords, popping those huge headshots with the bow here as well. But you can be a rat in the open, Dobby. And you know how you can be a rat in the open?
It's just hard to do it.
It's hard to do it unless the rest of the lobby looks at you and doesn't see you as a threat. They literally ignored him and went, I ain't worried about it. They just,
I mean, how's that his problem though? How's that his problem though?
It's not his problem, but I'm gonna tell you right now, there's a difference between this and the instance we're talking about way back in season 1, because at least the rat all the way back from our very first time casting, and I do believe this was during Morris Cup, was getting kills, right? He was sitting up in that building waiting for people to come in and get pots, and he was still fighting people and picking up eliminations. This guy is viewed as so little of a threat. We talked about the disrespect on Kai Bao. Talk about the disrespect on Shenwan, that the entire lobby sees him alive in the end and just goes, you ain't even worth my time to pay attention to you. That is the next level of disrespect.
I'll give you one thing. Here. Obviously, actually, you know what? I'll do it. I'll actually tell you about it after we talk about this video here and show you something really quick. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the
I'm
NARAKA
sorry.
BLADEPOINT
Do
Pro
I hear a
League.
rat? Do I hear a rat?
Look, we ragged on him enough. All right, look, his game score says it for him all here. He's down here in the bottom of the leaderboard. We don't even need to talk about this. We going to the top. You know what I'm saying? Let's just.
This what we doing? This what we doing? I swear
We
you know,
just-
like
We head to the top 7. All right, we just go ahead and get this out of here. Listen,
Look, look what's going on though. Notice how the same person we were just talking about isn't even at the very bottom of the leaderboard. He wasn't that far. He's
that's
only
'cause
in
during-
like 10th.
That's because during the regular bi-weekly, he fought people and brought points over. Why ain't he doing it now? Anyway, taking a look. Like I said, this is exactly how I called it. JDG's Chuzhang is going to be sitting at the top of the leaderboard. AOW's Mike in second. KLA Fang, unfortunately, his first 0-point game, but off the back of a dub game 1, he's still holding on to 3rd place. WBG Spider, a little more points in this game than he got game 1. Not where he wanted to be, though. You know, he's struggling today. And this is the thing, is I hope Spider can bring it back in this next game. Because we talked about this earlier. WBG Spider is an emotional player. When things don't go his way, he typically starts to play worse. He kind of held on. I think he held on to the mental after game 1. We got to take some shots in, look at his face, see how he was feeling. You know, he was talking with the coach, and he talked about this during season 2. It's his coach who's really been able to help him kind of reset his mental when things don't go his way. So seeing that interaction where he's talking with the coach after game 1, where things haven't really gone his way, coach trying to help him reset his mental. Hopefully the coach does the same thing here between games 2 and 3. Spider can come back, make something happen in game 3. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to make a call here. If Spider does not have a game 3, I think he's just going to go downhill. Dobby, I see you holding it in, baby. You look, I have expected you to come back on camera and have a crown on your head and be talking about King Rat, all right? But you didn't. You did good. I'm proud of you.
That's because Spider might catch a rat.
Look, Dobby, anybody might catch a rat at this point, okay?
The Fang could catch a rat.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, I can't. I had to hold that. I'm sitting on that for at least 2.5 minutes. I'm sorry, I had to say it. We're looking for a game 3 at our halfway point of our matches so far. The aggression has been shifted to certain players that usually we expect for them to be highly, highly aggressive, but obviously it looks like we've seen some of our top players caught in the crossfire, which obviously we kind of expected in some way, shape, or form, but still, even with all of that, you know, we
look, it's okay. Here's the thing is you're in the bi-weekly final, right? It's not like the regular bi-weekly. In the regular bi-weekly, you get 12 games to put points on the board, right? You can afford 1 bad, maybe 2 bad games, right? In a bi-weekly final, you've got 6 games to make it happen, okay? I'm looking at Fang right now as well. Fang's got his first 0-point game of the season, and it's here in the bi-weekly final. He's still down in 3rd place. He's not that far behind because he did have a dub game 1, but Fang cannot afford another bad game if he wants to walk away the bi-weekly champion. That said, we're still talking about it. Shenwan, you got 6 games to do something, and you spent 2 games doing quite literally nothing. So he's got to come back and really make something happen. And you know what? I'm gonna say it right now. Baldas, you know, or sorry, not Baldas, but Wolves Kai Bao is sitting all the way at the very bottom. But I got more respect for him because he's out here fighting players. And the only dub he caught last game, he eliminated WBG's Spider. And speaking of which, Spider's got some words for us before we come back in and lock in for game number 3.
对考拉风第一双周的表现，我觉得他的首先就是手感和思路都是比较好的，然后手感比较火热，再加上他的匕首就比较老练，然后所以我觉得他是一个比较强劲的对手。我对待我觉得我回归赛场以后的表现没有特别理想，因为首先就是说很久没打了，刚回来第一天不是很适应，然后后面调整了一下， 然后再加上本身打的也比较比较放松，所以说表现不是特别的理想。
More relaxed. And speaking of ratings, back at it again with more of Spider with a 3.3 average, the 15k damage, and the average ranking points of a 1.4. So even with where he's at right now, he's still playing well. It's not really like he's on the bad spectrum here. And the same with Fang. You are correct in the sense that Fang can't really afford another loss here, but he's still very, very high on the leaderboard, and there's still a lot of players that really need to do a massive amount of catching up. So even with him, let's say he does, God forbid, let's say he does necessarily have a bad game, it's not like he's really going to lose out on being like so far down, right? He might he still will be in top 3. He might even be top 5, right?
I'm going to pass some knowledge on to you that was passed on to me. It's a phrase that we talk about all the time, okay? And I'm going to be real with you. And that phrase is, if you ain't first, you last.
Oh, I hate you.
I'm going to use your own words against you, Dobby. I'm going to use your own words against you.
You know what? Sometimes you just have to wake up in the morning. You got to piss excellence. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to come into it and be ready for everything that is possible here, as everybody else still has to lock this in here. But a little bit of some silence here. But Jin surprisingly popping up. Okay, so I'll give Shin Yuan the benefit of the doubt. Okay, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. No, hold on, because Rune is laughing right now behind cams. Have y'all seen this man? Okay, I'm giving you on here the doubt, okay? Because Rexy technically did the same thing in game in our first day, but he was only able to get 1 elimination, and eventually close to the end of the games at about game 5, game 6, he was able to get like 3, 4. He started to get into a rhythm. We started to see him get a little more eliminations. He started to feel a little more comfortable. Now look where he's at. Obviously, it's very rare to see a 0 kill eliminating dub. So I do got to give it to Shin Yuan that this is the first time I think we've ever seen it before in NARAKA BLADEPOINT history. I don't think anybody's ever won a game with no kills at all. I will say that going into game number 3. But this could be the start of him catching some eliminations, and maybe we'll see a different aggressive side to Shin Yuan. That's the only reason why I'm saying that is because we saw Rexy do that in game 1 in our first day. So I'm hoping maybe we start to see a switch, and maybe maybe the rat finally does eventually get his cheese. You know what I'm saying? Ratatouille style.
Look, I'm gonna talk about these hero selections real quick. It's a Z-Ping heavy lobby, okay? And I expected this, right? Also, Fairy Shen heavy lobby, also expected this coming in. 2 very popular heroes here in solos. Kai Bao coming in on the Tarka pick. Not really a big surprise here. Kai Bao does love him some Tarka. We're going to see Wang Liang and Fang, though, coming in on those Takeda picks. And I like this from Fang, okay? Fang knows that, Takeda's usually his guy. Unfortunately, he hot dropped, got himself some white armor and a white dagger, and that was all he could find. Got chased down by a player who had purple armor, respawns, finds white armor, can't even find himself a dagger, and then gets eliminated after he finds himself a set of blue armor after that. Not really having kind of the loot luck that he wanted here. But Fang knows that Takeda is kind of what he's known for here. So I appreciate the run it back. The saying, hey, look, that weren't my best game, but I'm going to bring Takeda back in and show y'all what I can do here. So we're getting ready to lock in. Dobby, tell me about where these spawns are going in, baby.
Oh man, spread is going to be very similar to what we saw last time here, but it looks like some of it's definitely going to be favorited towards the south side past Event-Tide Temple. T25, Kai Bao, and Fang is going to be fighting it out near Emerald Cottage. Meanwhile, Panaman and Rexy is going to be running all the way inside of Event-Tide Temple, the Hall of Penitence. Judgment Tower all the way on this left side here. Meanwhile, Jin is going to be on the outside of the beginning starting of the circle here in Celestra, but everybody else is going to be all the way past that. Lake Yellowleaf, Servants Ground, those little bitty huts on the right side here. And it looks like 2 players are going to be in Moonlit Courtyard, so that far right section is populated and favorited towards certain sections here. But let's see how it's going to go in game number 3, and let's hope for some favoritism in some of these other players here, because I'm really hoping to see some massive plays come out here, and hopefully we see some good coming out of this next game.
All right, coming in here, WBG Spider off to a decent start here. He's got some purple armor out of that trove. It's a massive upgrade for him. Still holding on to that white dagger, though. Coming in, looking to take this fight with Chu Zhang, though, because he does have the armor advantage. Actually able to come in and find a blue longsword here. This is something I love about WBG Spider. If he finds an upgrade, he doesn't care what weapon it is. He's going to make that weapon work. He's going to go in with it. He takes that blue longsword, gets the dagger immediately out of there, and says, I'm going to take every advantage I can here, and I'm going to make something happen. He pops the bubble, is able to find a reset, and immediately looks to go back on the hunt to find himself into the fight. But now looking to AOW's Mike and XCG's Wang Liang, also OC's Zhang Lu here. We're going to see Wang Liang with a massive jump right click onto OC Zhang Yu, and AOW's Mike's going to follow it up with an uppercut outside of the house here. Zhang Yu turning around with the nunchucks, but the tech chase coming in from the return nunchucks on AOW's Mike's going to secure the kill for himself. But now Mike has to deal with the wrath of XCG's Wang Liang. Both of them rocking the white armor here, but AOW's Mike with the advantage into the purple nunnies here. We're going to see that spear trying to come in, land something onto Mike, but Mike able to just continue to get the tick damage in with these nunchucks, finding the opportunity. The tech chase comes through, avoids the mythic grab, will go into the aerial combo. The hot swap into the greatsword is going to make things pretty hard. He gets the bubble, the ultimate will pop, and now Wang Liang finds himself on the back foot, but Mike going to take the opportunity to go for the reset, which is going to allow Wang Liang to do the same, and this fight is back on. Mike instantly coming in with a grapple onto the left click from the nunchucks, coming through. The ultimate popped here now by Wang Liang might actually put him ahead into this fight. He's behind in terms of damage thus far, but that ultimate's going to buy him a lot of space here. He goes for it into the charge, sweeping left click from the spear, but the uppercut comes out. Wang Liang misses the follow-up on the ult. He does find an armor swap, though, just enough to keep him alive. He's looking for that left click again, but we're going to see the trigger come out from the nunchucks, and Wang Liang finally able to follow it up and secure the elimination onto AOW's Mike.
Putting in absolute work here to claim that early elim from Mike, making it a little bit harder for Mike here to survive in the early fights. He definitely does not want to risk getting that early elim after getting so far ahead of the pack so far with such a close first place finish with massive eliminations here. And here comes Shen Yuan. Here he goes, as it looks like he's going to force the push right on to WBG Spider. And let's see what's going to happen. He's going to keep that same aggression, finds one, hits a beautiful hit here with the spear, and he goes right back towards Spider here, as it looks like he's going to try to hit some massive damage here. The dagger putting in absolute work, going back for the shield here. Shen Yuan trying to see if he can go for the shield reset, as Spider's going to get chased by Shuzhang. Shuzhang has been playing this so well so far here. It's kind of been one of the sleeper players here, and has done a fantastic job of really being able to do well with crowd control, but then at the same time shutting it down. Here comes Shen Yuan all the way within this. The rat that we were talking about earlier. Smell him all the way on the other side here. Spider's going to try to see what he can do. He's going to have to be forced to the routine, and he's going to have to force the back off here. But just like with rats do be running fast, so you do have to be careful here, as it looks like we're going to see how we can point this all the way towards the very end. And let's see how we can put this all the way into it, as Shuzhang is going to be able to chase Spider all the way within this. And Shen Yuan is going to be all the way within the backside here. Definitely wants to try to see if they can force it. And let's see how they're going to be able to knock into this one here. The question is it going to be worth it here within this very same spectrum here? As Shuzhang is going to be able to find a beautiful hit onto him. The question is he going to call his ulti back, though? And it doesn't look like it.
You know, Chu Zhang doesn't really need to there. The third party comes through, the zone's pushing. It's not optimal for him to grab the mech there. He's really just using it to extend out of that particular combo coming from WBG Spider, create a gap for him to go ahead and get a reset here. And Spider and Shen Yuan here, I'm happy to see Shen Yuan mixing it up, honestly. He's coming in, he's trying to make something happen. The uppercut combo onto WBG Spider. You best put some respect on his name, Shen Yuan. Heard us calling him the Rat King, said he wants to come in, make something happen, but WBG Spider trying to turn it around. Now Shen Yuan picks up an elimination, and it's on to WBG Spider. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see coming out from you, Shen Yuan. Turn it around, pick up the elim onto JDG Chu Zhang. You got this. The mech comes through. Shen Yuan says no, don't need to take this fight. I love it.
Listen, I said this before, even with everything that was happening here, I knew that even with that, though, you know, like I said, we said it before, Rexy was having a very struggling first day. And I knew that it only really took a couple of games for him to really kind of get going. And obviously, it's very rare because Rexy didn't get a 0 elimination dub, but Rexy was still able to at least capture, 1, 2 eliminations, and sadly was able to go all the way towards the very end. But obviously, he's been struggling a little bit more towards this space, and obviously getting that first place dub definitely got him a little bit more confidence. And now look at Shen Yuan fighting this out, going at it with WBG Spider, keeping that same pressure onto him. Even though he has those heals, he still has plenty of time really to coast all the way towards this as the circle's going to close in. We're in circle 1. We're still going for it, forcing it all the way towards the rotation. There's still a whole lot happening though, even within this though. So let's see what's next here, as it looks like we're still rotating into the next space here, and it looks like Exin all the way up top here is going to try to see if they can go for the climb and still able to do a lot more here. So let's see what's next for him though, as it looks like he's going to find Spider, and Spider's going to find him actually all the way within this. And it looks like we're still going to see what they could do with the scale rushes. Exin is going to be able to break apart here, trying not to really force anything within this fight though, and it doesn't really look like he's really trying to here. As it looks like Exin is just weighing his surroundings and just trying to see what he can do and how to be smart.
Yeah, Exin here doesn't want a repeat of last game where he immediately finds himself losing that Realm of Yang and then getting caught out before he's able to pick up too many eliminations here. But WBG Spider going to keep him from heading inside the Realm of Yang this time around. And now a fight breaking out between Spider and J-Team's Exin, but waiting in the wings is Alliance's Jin. These two players need to be very careful about how committed they are to this fight, with Jin just waiting nearby. Exin trying to come in onto Spider. Spider sees the ultimate over, is going to catch him into that uppercut. It's downhill. This could go infinite. The downhill could be all it takes, and there it is. WBG Spider able to find the infinite juggle down the hill with the longsword into the bow shot for style. That's the WBG Spider I know and love.
Down the hill too, actually keeping that same momentum and following it consistently in order to get that elimination though actually is pretty phenomenal here, as it looks like Wang Liang is going to be the winner of the Realm of Yang as well here, actually playing this off and doing what he can and doing a fantastic job of it. And let's see what is next for him as well here. Actually played this really well, so hopefully we'll be able to see Wang Liang fight this out. And in the replay, maybe we'll see, maybe we'll be able to recap it as he gets a gold dagger. And definitely something very special here. But check to the right here, take a screenshot, take a photo here, because ladies and gentlemen, there is more gifts to be had for NARAKA BLADEPOINT, as we're going to be giving them all month long on top of that, and much more into these spaces. Meanwhile, back at it with more coming into this space with everything else that's been happening here. They've done a fantastic job. Let's see if they can keep going here with much more of this momentum. Now, meanwhile, even with that coming down here, Fang able to fight this out with T225. T225 actually getting caught in a beautiful situation here, actually decimating his shield for so much here. Even with all of this, is able to get a nice swap, and T25 is going to keep the chase going here. Fang trying to see if he can find anything that could be possible here, as the Takeda able to put in massive damage, but he ends up getting caught inside of a corner in between two, and it looks like Shazang is able to get caught within it as well, and it looks like T225 is going to claim the elimination onto Fang and shuts the reign of terror down. T25 going for the shield swap.
Yeah, this is really bad for KLA's Fang, because this is the second game in a row where he's going to walk away with 0 points, because this is right after Zone 2's been collapsed onto. There's no resurrections available. That's it for KLA's Fang. And T225 here also able to get rid of that Yang depletion, get himself back into the game. Turning our attention now to Wang Liang and WBG Spider. I do believe Wang Liang, still has like 115 seconds left on this Vermilion Bird, so he's going to continue the hunt here onto Spider. Doesn't want to slow things down here, as he was able to win that Realm of Yang. 2 eliminations under his belt. Unfortunately, he does lose track of Spider, but OC Zhang Yu waiting in the wings. There are eliminations here for our boy Wang Liang, if he can find them on the hunt. Turning now back to Bao Shen Wan, who's picked up their second elimination, this time onto Wolves Kai Bao. I'm proud. I am so proud about Shen Wan. I take it all back. See him coming. He's still the Rat King for games 1 and 2. That said, the Rat King got to eat sometimes too. And that's what's happening right now. We're going to see Wang Liang actually picks up WBG Spider. And Spider with a third disappointing game, as he gets sent out with a single elimination. This is what I was afraid of, Dobby. This could be it for WBG Spider. He does not do well when things don't go his way, and it's been 3 games of disappointment. back-to-back-to-back. Spider could find himself struggling for the rest of the day off the back of this.
Even with this, though, let's see how there's still more to be had than with all of these players here. That also means that Fang is out, which means that third place could be definitely taken. Spider could be pushing up slowly towards that top 3 in a perfect position of where he needs to be. Actually, sorry, I just realized Spider is also eliminated as well. What am I talking about? Meanwhile, Rexy, Shenyuan also could be creeping up as well. Look at this. Like I said before, even with this one, Shenyuan wasn't necessarily that far away, as we're going to look back here at Kaibao and Fang fighting this out here. Fang putting in the work as well. Looks like he already had the ulti out here with this replay. It looks like Fang was able to try to come back here with the reset, but Kaibao putting in so much pressure to shut him down. And this is what we were talking about earlier. Wang Liang beating T225 inside of the realm of Yang here, as we're able to see the back and forth. The actual defense on both sides are actually played a very passive part, but the Takeda actually putting in a decent amount of damage, a massive amount of damage right towards T225, showing why sometimes the defense can be just as helpful, but can also really put you in a bad situation, especially in the realm of Yang, knowing that only one player is leaving there alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to go back and watch that fight break out there between Wolves and Fang, because, man, Wolves Kaibao, absolutely. You know, he might have got eliminated after that, and he's still in the game here because, of course, he died with Vermilion Bird's Might, so he gets that resurrection to come in. But Kaibao, that was an insane play coming out from him onto Fang. Unfortunately, Fang and Spider both out of this lobby, so Chu Zhang and Mike having the opportunity here in this game to continue to widen the gap between our 3rd and 4th place competitors here, and doing so already after game 2 massively. And this is a huge opportunity. Mike and Chu Zhang need to start finding some eliminations for themselves here in this lobby so they can start to climb even further away from Fang and WBG Spider. Fang still within spitting distance of both players, even after a second bad game, just because of how many points he brought over from the regular bi-weekly. So Fang right now watching this lobby, hoping Chu Zhang and Mike get eliminated very soon so that he still stands a chance to climb back to the very tippity top of the leaderboard. Here we're going to see Wolves Kaibao slides in, and it's also Panda Man. Kaibao with his 2nd realm of Yang this game. He won his first one. Can he win the 2nd one here into OUG's Panda Man? These two players, some fan favorites. Everybody loves the Panda Man, and everybody loves the Wolves Kaibao. So we're going to see what's happening here. Kaibao coming in with that legendary dagger, able to catch a stab onto Panda Man. Panda Man looking to return the favor, but we're going to see the ult popped here into that, then followed up with the pillar drop from the mech. The mech's going to come all the way through. Kaibao looking to get some big damage there with the charge. Right click will find a little bit of damage, is behind the pillar, but man, those shots, that bursty damage coming through with the big cannon, going to bounce Kaibao backwards here. He's able to go ahead and get a full reset here, and Panda Man really just trying to play the waiting game out here, get some damage out onto Kaibao if he can, but Kaibao gonna use the F to avoid the rocket there, and that's a lot of damage gone off of that. Followed up there, he will get 1 to 2 hits. He gets another one followed up with the short hit, but Kaibao still able to find some space here, comes in with 2 big left clicks off of the dagger, goes for the abyssal ore and catches it with just the edge of it, but now the uppercut coming in from Panda Man. Kaibao with the F might be able to buy the space, but it's not enough, and Panda Man comes out on top.
Absolutely insane. Panda Man has been one of those people that we have really seen struggle, and even to the point where literally we said that he was one of those people that people was like, oh, he's going to be easy, etc., etc. He is going to be somebody that's going to be easily eliminated in these spaces. And now look at the difference between the switches in these spaces here. Sometimes you just have to be in the best place possible, and that way we can see how they're going to be able to shut this down, because at the end of the day, you never really know. As we look back at Jin here, let's see if we can keep that same momentum all the way within the space. Here's Mike all the way within, all around it. He's able to go through with the shield here. Zhang Yu and Wang Liang are fighting this out here. Looks like they was able to get some shields from outside of that body. Looks like Mike is able to get the last little bits of scraps here. And now back at it here with Kaibao. GG Shaw. GG Shaw looks like he's going to be able to go through with the grapple, trying to use the defense, backs off away from the dagger coming it through. Kaibao trying to time it as best as possible here. Kaibao needs to put in some work here. And beautiful, sadly enough, is going to get caught inside of another one here as he pops the ulti for the forcing. Meanwhile, Shaw just trying to back off here, gets a massive parry on to Kai Bao here, and it looks like Kai Bao's gonna push and try to see if maybe he can get a shield swap here, and it doesn't look like he does. Looks like he thought about getting that purple though, but it looks like it was probably already switched out purple, as GG Shaw looks like he's gonna keep the scale rush going, pushing right towards him and keeps that same aggression right towards Wolves. Kai Bao, the lowest tier in our players so far here. He has been struggling so far all within these games here, as it looks like he's gonna keep going back here with the defense here, absolutely putting in so much work towards GG Shaw here. This could be absolutely massive, but the shield is able to keep him alive just a little while longer here, trying to hold on for as long as possible as Kai Bao finally, after all this time, finally gets an elimination off of GG Shaw, which is one of the players that said he was an easy target. Now look what happens here, as GG Shaw ends up getting eliminated by Wolves. Kai Bao gets those 2 eliminations, and now at a 10.4, he still needs some work to do here, but honestly, all he really needs to do is catch him a couple eliminations, and he could jump up really, really far and past this pack here. But even with that, Rexy in 4th place, 20.6. 1 elimination so far in this game, in our game number 3. Still has a little bit more to do here, so let's see how they're going to be able to find this out all the way towards the end here, as they're still able to claim it towards it, is Wang Liang. Another player that has been struggling, 12th place, 12 points, 3 eliminations. What does Wang Liang have to do? He's a veteran here. We shouldn't be seeing him in the lower tier scores.
Look, Wang Liang coming in, he's trying to pull things together. You know, season 2 was a really rough season for Wang Liang. WBG Spider kind of came in and threw a massive wrench into that whole season for Wang Liang. He was one of our top competitors in season 1. He's just trying to find his footing here again in the first season, but you know, he made it here to the bi-weekly final. He's struggling a little bit, but he does have 3 eliminations under his belt already here in this particular game, and he did quite well for himself inside the realm of Yang. So Wang Liang finding his pacing here in our 3rd game of the day. But I got to talk about it. JDG's Chu Zhang also eliminated. KLA's Fang, if he sees AOW Mike get eliminated before he can pick up another elimination, he is going to be sighing a massive sigh of relief, as he will still be within range to catch up towards our top 2 tier players. And Ventus's Rexy, off the back of placement alone, moves up into 4th place to outpace WBG Spider. Spider's mental has got to be so bad right now. Not only does he get picked up by Baoda Shenwan, who didn't pick up a single elimination during either of the first 2 games, but he finds himself ripped out again in game 3 before he can find any sort of pacing or points, and now he's dropped all the way from 2nd place to 5th place, Dobby.
It's definitely in a very tough position to be in, even with all of this, though. I mean, it's not necessarily easy. It's very tough to be in these interesting situations here. There's still so much. I mean, mind you, we're only in game number 3, so in reality, 3 games could really switch this whole dynamic around. But at the same time, you still have to keep your mental very, very strong here. We still have some more games to be had here. So you can't really be in a bad situation this far into it, especially a very bad mental. He cannot afford to, at least currently here, as we still have more games to go and we still have more stuff to happen. Now recently, even within this, it looks like Rexy is going to be the one that potentially finds this next Morris blessing here. But still, even with this, though, there's still an opportunity for a lot of these players to really find some stuff here. They just have to be smart with where they want to go for the next ones. Now, obviously, Rexy is able to get the gold shield. Doesn't look like he goes for the gold heavy longsword, as it looks like Rexy's going to force the back off here. Gets in a safe place, goes for the shield. Wolves Kai Bao is also nearby as well here, too. And it just seems like it really can be really anyone's game here, especially from the bottom of the pack here, because there's only a few points differentiating, but obviously getting the eliminations are not going to be easy really for any of these players, as they're not making it easy. As we look back at the replays here from T25, who was able to catch GG Shaw in a very small predicament here, trying to, looks like he was trying to see if maybe he can go for the shield swap here, but sadly that purple had absolutely nothing on the body, and T25 is just going to absolutely take it as well from there. And it looks like the fight coming in from Zhang, just trying to capture it as well. T25, another player that we don't necessarily talk about too often. And now look at where we're at. Obviously, with these next eliminations has been very, very helpful. AOW Mike keeping that consistency. We could see him in the top of these leaderboards here all the way towards the end. And like you said before, we love to see it.
Yeah, we're going to see AOW's Mike looking to make a swap here from the pole sword to the great sword. And quite honestly, I like this, right? The pole sword kind of came in, and a lot of people didn't like the timing on it, but now that people have figured out the timing from the pole sword, it's actually objectively just a worse greatsword at the end of the day. Still a very cool addition to the game, but the greatsword just still having quite a few more swap ups, and you can actually do some crazy combos where you hot swap weapons in the middle of a combo into a greatsword for massive damage. So no surprise to see Mike swapping that pole sword out and turning it into a greatsword for himself here. So he's got that extra resource in the back pocket if he wants to hot swap into it. Also rocking the katana, something Mike very fond of in season 1. Turning back here, we're gonna turn back the hands of time and watch a quick little replay here between Ventus's Rexy and of course I do believe that is OC's Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu dropping the mech pillar down onto Rexy here, and Mike and Rexy both giving chase here onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu really no place to go. There's the uppercut, just catches him out, and Rexy able to pick up that elimination. The only elimination Rexy has to his name for this game, but Rexy quite stacked here. Purple dagger, legendary longsword, legendary armor to their name. 7 players left alive as we are zone 5 and 60 seconds until zone 5 collapses onto zone 6. AOW's Mike and Ventus's Rexy towards the top of the order here, as Rexy has been able to surpass WBG Spider here in terms of points. So Rexy looking to make as much of this particular game as he can here. Could potentially surpass KLA's Fang as well if he's able to pick up a couple more eliminations and make it to the very end of this lobby. XCG's Wang Liang, you know, somebody who we've seen struggle, was able to get into this bi-weekly final and now able to pick up 3 eliminations this game here, and he's playing Takeda into a less favorable map as well. It's something to keep in mind on here is a lot of these players have started playing Takeda into these sort of dusk and night maps because there's more Fireflies available, and Takeda is heavily reliant on that ultimate to be able to win him back control of the neutral. So we typically see the Takeda picks for trios and solos coming through on those sort of night and dusk time maps. But here we're on daytime in Morris Isle, so those Fireflies few and far between. Wang Liang has just been winning this off the back of his pure skill here, and it still currently sits at the top of the lobby in terms of eliminations.
Absolutely. Even with that coming into it here, let's see where the next elims are going to go, as AOW Mike technically would be in the lead with this game as long as he keeps himself alive for the next couple of circles here. All he needs to do is just add a couple more to his roster. Meanwhile, Wang Liang has 3 eliminations. So that should be able to put him a little bit higher up in this leaderboard, and obviously getting a few more eliminations and first place, even top 3, would be massive for either Wang Liang, Panaman, or Kai Bao, who's down at the very bottom here. We could see them jump up, and it's same with Shen Yuan. With the Rat that we were talking about earlier now has 2 eliminations, so we can no longer call him the Rat so far within these games. He's been playing absolutely so well within this space here. So let's see where the next spaces go for this game. Meanwhile, all the way within the rapture of what's been going on here, it looks like they're still able to rotate here as Mike also. It's just been very, very slow for this amount of circle. Honestly, this is kind of one of the first few circles here that really has been wildly slow, even though 7 players are really alive here. Even in the place that was a little bit more open, they still were engaging in some form of fights here. So this is actually kind of intriguing here. Shen Yuan looks like he wanted to try to fight AOW's Mike here, but the scaling on each side has been really good. Oh no! Shen Yuan actually does push for AOW Mike inside of this fight here. Meanwhile, AOW's Mike is going to try to back off here, but it doesn't look like any of them really want to capture any type of momentum and really force a fight right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, everybody more than happy to kind of take their corner of the map here at the moment. We're going to see this, right? We're down to top 7. It's kind of a small arena. Nobody's really going to take fights unless they're absolutely forced to. And Shen Yuan here finally got a couple of eliminations under his belt. I expect to see him just kind of play things pretty slow for the rest of the game. Now that he's finally into a final circle with some eliminations, hopefully he'll come in and pick up another elimination at least here in this final circle. I really want to see him have his sort of moment to shine after this sort of first 2 games. And we ragged on him pretty hard, but I'm happy to see that he can back it up. You know what I'm saying, Dobby? He came in here. I mean, his first elimination this game was WBG Spider, and that says, you know, a lot about him as a player, given that Spider is, of course, the defending solos world champion. Shenwan clearly able to prove that he can hang with the big dogs here. As we turn now, Wolf Sky Battle trying to go in on Ventus's Rexy. AOW Mike maybe making this call a little too early. Look at this. He's using those grapples to try to stay airborne, but he's down to 7 grapples, and there's still 50 seconds before Zone 7 starts collapsing. So this airborne sort of position for Mike is not going to last too much longer. He's forced to pop the bubble. He's down to 5 grapples. He's really not in the best of situations. He's short on supplies. He doesn't really have a spot he can go down and heal in. He's going to find one here, but Ventus is Rexy waiting in the wings. He's going to immediately tap out of there. He spends yet another grapple. AOW's Mike down to a minimum of 4 grapples here, trying to stay airborne. Might come back to bite him in the butt. I see Kai Bao sitting up top here, more than happy to sit on this flat here, as Tarka putting in work with the legendary dagger here. Ventus Rexy, Baoda, Shenwan, both sitting in the bottom, waiting for things to kick off, and they're about to in the next 2 seconds, because Zone 7 is about to no longer exist. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Everything about to go down, and unfortunately, AOW's Mike finds himself without a single grapple. He is trying to just use those Scale Rush and Skywalk to stay airborne here, but as soon as he gets grappled down once, that is going to be it for AOW's Mike. Wang Liang holding topside here, looking for the opportunity to just keep people off the top of his little roof here, but he's going to get grappled and pushed into the zone. Immediately steps forward, comes back, trying to threaten that space with the charge left click and keep things vertical, and now all heck is breaking loose. We're going to see the first mech come out, and it's going to be Panda Man here for OUG, looking to get some massive shots off. He's going to send a couple of people flying. We're going to see those massive shots coming out here, just trying to tickle people to damage. Alliance's Jin picks up a kill. Panda Man picks up a kill. Wolves Kai Bao picks up. Wang Liang picks up 2. Wang Liang picks up 3. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Is that 6 eliminations and a second place finish for Wang Liang? This could be the game he needs to get back in.
I'm telling you, man, I talked about it before here. Kai Bao, Wang Liang, and I think there was one other player that were at that very low point, but everybody was still relatively close in points. It really takes 2, maybe 3 eliminations, a top 3, get those extra points, and you go from being at the bottom of the leaderboard to at least being top 10, at least even further than that, depending on how well you're doing. And Wang Liang, that's definitely got to give him a little bit of some sigh of relief, at least something to go, hey, I'm back in this. I'm not fully done. Do not count me out. It is still too early to say that Wang Liang is not here. And the same thing goes for Kai Bao as well. Kai Bao captured a couple eliminations as well. He did decent, and he was able to pick up some stuff as well. So let's hope that we really start to see a spark in some of these guys here. And even for Shen Yuan, who had 2 eliminations, who was struggling in that first, who was struggling in those a couple of games earlier here, they still was able to find some stuff as well, and they were able to really get that feed, and they were able to balance it back off of each side. So let's hope that we start to see more of that. But Wang Liang definitely needed, after I've been talking about, this man was a villain arc for this series. I didn't want to have all this hype for him, and then he just doesn't bring it at all. I mean, I expected it. I knew he was going to bring it, but man, got to give it up to Wang Liang, able to capture those eliminations. I can't wait to see what those replays look like.
Yeah, Wang Liang really coming out here. He's easily going to be kind of that top 5 range off the back of the score from this game. 6 eliminations, the second place finish is quite a few points for him here. And, you know, a lot of these other players as well. Shen Yuan, I'm going to give him a legitimate pat on the back. You know, I gave him hell for those first 2 games, and he, don't get me wrong, he absolutely deserved it. He's still king of the rats. You know, you're gonna finish a game into bi-weekly with no eliminations, first place, but he comes into this game, and of all the targets he could have picked, either, you know, it had to be Fang or WBG Spider. He finds out WBG Spider. Even with the third party coming through, Shank says, nah, I'm done with the rat thing. I got called out on it 2 games in a row. It's time for me to show some teeth. And he sinks those teeth into WBG Spider, picks up that elimination, comes back, finds another elimination onto Wolves Kai Bao later on. And then unfortunately, here in the end, goes a little back to his rat ways, which is kind of smart because he does finally have eliminations under his belt. He just needs to survive as long as he can, get as many points as he can to himself. But, you know, he comes in, he's top 6, he's got some eliminations. I'm proud about Shenwan for coming in and saying, hey, look, I'm not going to be passive this game. I'm going to actually take it to people. And you know what?
Not a rat.
People, I want to say this, people started to pay attention to him. Look, AOW's Mike comes down and starts throwing hands with him, and Shenwan says, Mike, you need to back off, throw some damage on the Mike. And Mike's like, yo, whoa, wait a minute. I thought you was going to be easy pickings after the last 2 games. Let me step up real quick, because I weren't expecting you to throw them hands quite like that.
He said, listen, man, I was a rat person for a reason. I need you to back up off me, because you don't know how good I really am until you start fighting me. And then you realize, wait, this guy's actually kind of good. Well, you should have been staying over there fighting those other people. Now look where you at. Now you eliminated because of me. And as of obviously, if you look at it, 5 eliminations coming in, an 8-game score for Wang Liang. Jin surprisingly taking a 2nd place finish here, and a beautiful end for him as well here with a 7.2. And Panda Man, another surprise, coming in with a 6.5 points. Mike coming in with a 6.2 as well. And even Kai Bao, look at this, at least 2 out of the 3 that were at the very bottom of the leaderboard getting in top 5. Absolutely insane. Well, actually, top 3, Wang Liang in 1st, Panda Man in 3rd. These were the same people that were down in 15th, then 14th, 15th, and 13th place. They were absolutely struggling here. So to see them in the top 3 is relatively incredible here, as we're going to look at the first fight here as he catches the elimination off of Zhang Yu. Meanwhile, AOW's Mike able to put forth so much effort into this as well here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum here. And Shen Yuan even coming through as well and snatching elimination off of Spider. Insanity. And look at this juggle. You were talking about it before. The juggle down the hill to be able to get the swap, the bow, and the finish. Meanwhile, Wang Liang doing basically the exact same thing. T25 trying to hold on for as long as possible here. The damage doing very well on both sides here, but obviously Wang Liang's ghost from Takeda's just a little bit better as he claims it, shuts him down, and gets the finish exactly the way that he needs to. And looking at it as well here, I didn't even know that Jin was actually able to get a sneaky kill like that as well. And look at so much of the defense all over the place here as Jin is able to shut that down towards the very end. And that's why he claims his 2nd. But it's all about Wang Liang as he catches that 1st place finish. And the Takeda comes through with the ghost, gets the finish. And it's going to be his 2nd MVP with 14K. 14,444 damage. What? That is insane.
We love to see this coming through from Wang Liang. A well-deserved MVP here, man. He played his mind out here. Those Realm of Yang fights were huge. His early fight into AOW Mike, man, that was literally could have been anybody's fight. He played it so well, was able to use the ult to guarantee the charged left click coming in from the spear, catches the sweep. Mike tries to turn it back around. Mike preempts, sees that, you know, the ult into the spear is going to come back in. He's able to clank that, doesn't get the reread on the follow-up though, and Wang Liang able to pick up that early kill and just carries that momentum through the rest of the game. I love to see it coming out from Wang Liang. And again, I want to mention that he's playing Takeda into a full midday map, which means he has less access to Fireflies than any other map available. So almost like nerfing himself a little bit. It doesn't hurt Takeda too much to have those Fireflies, but having those extra Fireflies available on the map really does give Takeda quite the little bit of advantage in terms of taking those fights, being able to extend his ultimate to keep things going on longer. So the fact that he was able to do it on the midday map, absolutely massive. Big props to XCG's Wang Liang, but also big props to Leah, because we're about to throw it over to Leah to our first interview of the day.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we invite Ricky from the team Ventus to our interview. So of course, let him say hello to us first. 就先请 Ricky 跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Ventus 的 Ricky。
Okay, welcome. Actually, you know, Ricky and I are like old friends. So maybe I'm gonna say something a little bit sharp. I remember in the last seasons, your performance was not quite well, but in this seasons, really big progress, Ricky. So I really want to know, like, why is that? 那其实我想说，我跟Ricky也算朋友哈，那可能就稍微说话锋利一点。上个赛季表现的确实真的非常一般了，那这个赛季有了这么大的进步，哎，是怎么个回事呢？
觉得上个赛季挺好的。对啊，挺好的。我觉得上个赛季可能怎么说呢，才来嘛，我都什么都不懂，完了之后觉得自己天下无敌，然后我一打游戏不带点脑子，这个赛季带了，对，带脑子出门了。
Okay, so I think the last seasons I performed well because as a newcomer in the last seasons, I still have many things to learn. But in this seasons, I think I'm like mine is more clearly in this season, so maybe I can perform well better in this seasons. So now you are the like fourth in the ranking. So do you think there is any like possibility maybe you can got the bi-weekly finals champion? 那其实现在你的排名也是处在第4的这个位置，觉得冠军有可能吗？
不太可能，因为上个赛季有过类似的剧情，5把第一，完了之后最后一把被楚真偷走了人生。对，不敢想了。现在周冠随便了，无所谓了，就是打好自己的成绩就好了。周冠周不周冠的，我觉得怎么说呢？有那个能力就去拿，没那个能力，你看我就，就站在这里采访就好了，算了。
Okay, I think maybe it's impossible because in the last seasons we have like similar situation. I remember it had a time and I got 5-time MVP in the game, but in the last game I was killed by Chu Zheng from the team JDG. So that is a kind of mess in my mind. So in this season, I think I just to play every game well, and no matter I can or not get the champion, it doesn't matter. And maybe if I can, I'll be really happy. But if I'm not, I just stand here and having the interview. Well, you know, in like this season, we have a new part. It's called Answer for Treasure. And everyone, if you know the answer, please write it down in the chat box. And later we will do a screenshot and the first guy will got the present. But of course, because this time we only have one interview because the second one is for the champion, so we will do 2 times screenshot, don't miss it. So this time our question is, who is leading the scoreboard now? And Rissy, do you know like the answer? 那其实这次我们的问题是现在谁是积分榜第一，你知道吗？
我知道，我肯定知道。我知道，我必须知道。就有人偷走了我的人生。
So Rissy think the guy is like steal his life. So like anything you want to say to him? 那你有什么想对他说的吗？
反正还有3把嘛，不着急嘛，我一会儿死也要拖着他一起，我不能让他再偷走我的人生了。
I think I'm not really worried about it because we still have 3 following games, so I will try better in the following games. Well, so if you beat him today, no matter like which things, anything you want to like say back to him, because he steal your life before. 那其实如果今天真的打败了他的话，见他第一面会说什么？
不好意思，我偷走了你的人生。
Okay, so I will say back to him, sorry I steal your life. Well, please, it's the time to do the screenshot, so please proceed.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. And that is the first one. And please, the second one. 再说一遍。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. Well, don't forget to check your message box and do not miss the prize. And that's all for the interview, and see you later. Bye-bye.
Now that they had those 2 resurrections to come through, pushing back onto JDG, the Viper actually is able to connect onto the members, and we're so early on in the game that the armor isn't good enough for JDG to be able to sustain it through the fight. Wow. Very early TemiF coming on through from Jinx by himself, a repositioned zone, but PP gets caught in the wisp left behind by AOW. Temi ultimate now coming on through to stop the members from walking in towards that mech, and as a result, WBG again walk backwards into a Temi with find them through those wind walls. And as a result, no grab currently coming out for him until now. There's the slam, the double picked up. 2U's able to find 2, and KZ unfortunately not able to burst through the Monk's health bar without that Yoda ult in place. The Monk's still gonna be up. AS takes so much damage and right into the open, right into the cannon shot that still comes through from the mech.
Yeah, this is absolutely a disaster here for JL. Playing that Viper comp and then slowed things down significantly and only looked for those third parties, serving them very well. And now they're running a slower pace into the early game here while on the trend. Yeah, here's Vengeance's fight earlier with J-Team where they're able to eliminate J-Team from it. Wolves here with a very clean fight early on to JL. Again, Wolves had
Now, it seems as though we are back within the mix here of everything that has been going on here. There's still so much to be had. And obviously, now that we're done with the halftime, we still have 3 more games left. But obviously, looking at the leaderboards right now, it's been, well, I thought there'd be more of a change here, but obviously not too much, except for Wang Liang, who's in 8th place with a 15.1 so far. But obviously, Zhang Yu still down at the bottom, and so is Kai Bao Wolves, even though he did massively well in his decent last game here with a 4.9. Obviously, that 0 and that 1.1 is still going to hurt him. Meanwhile, if we go back to the top of the order, though, AOW's Mike slowly creeping up all the way at the very top with a 31.7. Meanwhile, Shazang with a 28.1 and Fang with a 23.7. Now, we still have to talk about Spider, our last season's champion with 20.4. Obviously, doing spectacularly well with 11.9 before we even started our games. And obviously a 3.1, a 4.3, and a 1.1 has been really hurting him, but not as much as Fang with a 0 and a 1 point in our game number 3. Now, obviously, they still have some more work to do. They still have some more to be able to make happen. But for Spider, let's say for Spider's sake, because Fang technically is still in top 3, he could realistically still be in top 5, even if he got eliminated early. But obviously, if he pops off, he's obviously going to stay in the space that he needs to. So for Spider, our reigning champion of last season, what does Spider need to do to get not only a dub, but at the same consistency? I know exactly what you about to say with that smirk on your face.
No. I ain't even about to say consistency. Here's the thing. I talked about it earlier. Spider is an emotional player. When he's doing well, he's an unstoppable force, right? And he even talked about last season how his coach has been working with him to help him kind of get into the right headspace when he does mess up and he has bad plays. The problem is that he is still an emotional player, and the more times he has a bad game, the worse it starts to get for him, even with his coach there. We saw it at the end of game 1. He didn't have the game 1 he wanted to. When we cut to WBG Spider, here's his coach in his face, talking to him, trying to get him back into the game, right? But it's been 3 bad games in a row for Spider. Spider is going to find himself struggling against his own mental coming these next 3 games. But we'll talk more about that after a short video.
我觉得这次收集的话，质量的话相比以前是更强的，然后再加上可能就是在所有人在游戏技术或者水平这些东西肯定都会有所提高的，然后在这种上限被拉高，然后并且比赛质量提高的情况下，我觉得这些周决是很有含金量，并且很有看头的一个周决。 我觉得能对我造成威胁的话，就是考拉风跟 WB 的 Spider 嘛，然后其他人的话，暂时还没有那种就是感觉嘛。然后我这边要提下就是考拉风这个选手，他相比这个赛季，他比上个赛季，我觉得他的东西不是就是他的刀怎么样，而是他多了一种东西叫自信。我觉得他比上个赛季用了有很多自信，这也导致了他在常规赛就是稳进第一，然后并且领先很多分这种局面会出现。
You know, I love this insight for Mike here, especially because we were just talking about WBG Spider, right? And he's talking about how the thing he thinks that's different for Fang from last season, aka GBL Zin, is that Fang has come into the season with confidence he didn't have last season. And that confidence is bringing him to the very top. Here's the thing with WBG Spider that we were just talking about, is that he's losing that confidence. Every game he has a bad game, it affects his mental. And one of the big things to keep in mind is that it's AOW's Mike who's outpacing him, sitting in first place right now. And that especially is going to weigh heavy onto WBG Spider, because Spider, all of season 2, had to hear from everybody, oh, you know, AOW's Mike's not here. If Mike was here, you wouldn't be popping off. You had this incredible season, but it wasn't against Mike. Mike wasn't here. You know, Spider, you did great, but you know, you didn't have to compete against AOW's Mike. AOW's Mike is back in it, and he's sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now. And again, Spider is an emotional player. If you think the fact that AOW Mike sitting at the top of the leaderboard and WBG Spider has fallen all the way to 5th place is not rocking his mental, you were out of your absolute mind.
That is such a deep thought into him being the emotional player. You know, we talk about how mental is such an important part of esports just in general, but here in NARAKA, movement, defensing, you know, player picks, being at the right place at the right time, everything is so important in this game. It's not just kind of one aspect of it, right? Staying alive isn't just one aspect. You have to get eliminations. Getting eliminations is great, but you can't select these kills if you're not living towards the very end. And there's so many aspects that everybody has such great advantages, but there's many of these players that have massive disadvantages on their side. And I think thinking an emotional thing, I think really for anybody is such a bad disadvantage to have here. And being the champion, you obviously want to repeat. And it's in those specifics where that type of mentality and what you hear is obviously just going to keep coming back to your head over and over and over again. And it will haunt you. But obviously, Rune, give me these player picks. What's going on with you?
I mean, no surprises here. A ton of Farius Shin, a couple of Z-Pings, and a Tarka thrown into the mix here by GG Shaw and J-Team's Action. This is exactly what you expect to see here. This is the meta, right? Farius Shin, Z-Ping right now. You know, Farius Shin, after the most recent patch, which we aren't playing on that patch, will probably fall out of favor in solos because of the nerf that happened to her ultimate. But until that nerf comes live here in the Pro League, going to be one of the most favored picks here for solos. So no surprise that this is a very, very heavy lobby. We're only seeing 3 Tarkas, 2 Z-Pings, Wang Liang swapping over to Tarka here as well. I'm hoping to see some really good Tarka coming out from Wang Liang, because during season 1, Wang Liang was a huge Tarka player. When he did pick him up for his 1 game of solos, had an absolute blast playing him. Love to watch Wang Liang playing him. And after his performance last game, I'm expecting him to be riding high coming into game number 4.
Game number 4 is going to be a selected beautiful one, which has a very similar circle from what we had in the last game. Rexy, Panda Man is going to be all the way up type in Eventide. Meanwhile, T25, Wang Liang is going to be in the section near Ampherimos, but Fang is going to be a little bit by himself in Emerald Cottage. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu going to be near the front, close to Mountain Gate, but it's going to be in all of those little sections over there where all those little huts are. Meanwhile, the crane near Wayne's Shrine is also going to be a space where people are going to be. And it looks like one player is going to be heading towards Celestial, all the way in the Immortals Temple. Meanwhile, 1 to 2 players are going to be headed towards Moonlit Courtyard. all the way on that far south section as T25 immediately is going to push in and keep that same momentum on to Wang Liang here. And it looks like T25 is going to come through with the first elimination of our game number 4. Absolute strength coming in, is able to get the full cave to himself and all of what the rewards have for him to offer. And also, NARAKA also has a TikTok. Go over there and follow us as well over there on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and here on Twitter at NARAKA Esports. Thank you guys for the support and continuously showing love to all of us. And make sure to follow myself and RuneKeeper TV on Twitter and on also socials, and Official Dabier on most socials, and Ambush King on Twitch. Meanwhile, back at it again, Shen Yuan here trying to fight this out. X-Jin trying to keep the same defense back, and it looks like he wants to come back here. Looks like he has the bow for that defense here, but it's not going to be enough here, as it looks like he's going to be able to go back for the reshield. A Spider is going to fight this out with AOW's Mike, trying to find out what's next and where to go. Meanwhile, with everything happening though, looks like Kai Bao looks like he's going to decide to back off. This is Shen Yuan. Look at the defense. Look at the strength coming in as X-Jin. It looks like he's going to have the massive advantage here, but it looks like he might not be able to though, as Shen Yuan hits a massive hit off of the damage here of X-Jin. X-Jin trying to hold it together here. It looks like he's going to get grappled. The bow shot doesn't connect though. He's waiting to try to see maybe he can hit the headshot or the right click, trying to wait for that advantage and trying to see if maybe he has the advantage as well here. It's X-Jin trying to hold on for as long as possible. Gets a beautiful bow shot towards the front though, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's officially over, as he does get hit by by a shot. I don't know exactly where that came from, but it looks like Shen Yuan will get eliminated by X-Jin. And sadly, Shen Yuan is gonna have to come back for the reset.
Yeah, turning now to KLA's Feng. Feng really needs to pick some things up in this particular game. He's had 2 very rough games back to back. His first game, of course, picking up the dub here, and he wants to climb back into that first place position. He's going to get a massive parry onto Wang Liang, and this could be bad for Wang Liang here as Feng pushes him into the no-hold zone. Wang Liang able to pop him out, push him away from the no-hold zone, will have that F available to him. He is going to run back inside knowing that he doesn't have the full ult meter right now. Feng wants to give chase here, though. Knows he has the advantage into a Tarka here inside of the no-ult zone. Immediately going to catch in with the dagger, waiting for this F to come out. Catches him with the uppercut into the scale rush. The scale rush doesn't connect, but the follow-up left click does. And now going to use the F to break away here on Faria Shen onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang trying to make something happen with the longsword, but it's not going to be enough. And Feng will pick up the elimination, and unfortunately, that's going to be our first fully eliminated player here from game number 3 as Wang Liang gets sent back to the lobby. Sorry, game number 4. I apologize.
Even with that one, though, AOW Mike able to put it together here and putting in so much work, as T25 is going to be able to keep the same damage onto it, as AOW Mike ends up getting shredded and finished. Kai Bao is going to claim that elimination here. Even with that one, though, Kai Bao is going to be able to back off this and play this really, really well, as Feng able to hold it and trying to hold on as long as possible just so he can maybe get out of here with his mech. And it looks like he might be able to here, as Jose actually messes up the grapple here, trying to hit at least anything, though, but it's not going to be enough, as Feng is going to be able to go through with the reset, gets the shield, gets the heal off. As Jazeng looks like he's going to have to force the fight off. And it looks like he's going to have to pop off here. And it looks like Feng's going to try to see if maybe he can hold it as best he can here. Trying to wait it out here for Feng to be able to unmount himself. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's right back at it for this next fight here. Trying to hold it for as best as he can. It's Shazing able to hold it all the way within. And it looks like he's coming back for the reset here. Shazing trying to hold on for as long as possible. Trying to see what is next. Feng looks like he's deciding to back off here. Shazing still has like a little bit more shield, but not enough. Looks like he's going to go back for the reset. Feng does find the reset for the gray shield. Sadly, it's not going to be too much, though, for him, though. And it looks like the parry comes through as Feng is able to shut down Shazing. Hits him with a massive hit of damage with the dagger. Now it comes the scramble. It looks like he's going to go for the chase. Can he get over the railing? And sadly, he's struggling to do it. He gets the hit and he gets the finish, but oh no! He's able to shield up just in the nick of time. Shazing is able to hold on for as long as possible. The reset comes through. He gets the shield, gets the grapple. Is he able to have enough to be able to grapple and get the heck out? It looks like he's not able to, though, as he does catch him on the downward hit from the dagger. He hits him right back. Zhang is dangerously low. He's holding on for dear life, but Fang is trying to catch up to him as close as possible, and he's not going to make it easy.
Oh no, Fang actually misses the grapple there. Chu Zhang able to create the distance and get away here, and it looks like Chu Zhang will be taking a full reset here. So Fang gonna opt to take the opportunity to get the heal off himself as well. T225 here into the action with Wolves. Kai Bao gonna use the pillar to knock Kai Bao back, but Kai Bao does not want to back away. He doesn't want to give T225 the opportunity to touch the pillar and get into the mech, but T225 able to build up enough rage so they can drop the pillar for a second time and pick up the elimination on to Wolves. Kai Bao, WBG Spider gonna find himself in the house here with JDG's Chu Zhang. Spider with one elimination under his belt this game, trying to find that momentum he desperately needs here. He's not had very good games today, and that mental weighing heavy on him, looking to find any sort of advantage he can take here. But KLA's Fang waiting in the wings, comes in here. He's got the dagger, he's got the grapples. Fang 2% away from being able to drop that pillar as well, creating some distance here from Spider. Doesn't want to push in because of the potential third party, just keeping his eye on it. But WBG Spider trying to find him as well, looking to catch him with that charged left click, but not able to find anything as he does hit the bush here. Fang looking to come in with that dagger. Both of them opting to try to get inside the realm of Yang here, but it's going to be KLA's Fang going against OC's Zhang Yu and Ventus versus Team GS in our other realm of Yang. Who's going to walk away here, chat? Will it be KLA's Fang or OC's Zhang Yu that come out on top inside the realm of Yang? We see the scale rush come down from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu not able to connect with anything. Fang drops the pillar immediately to extend the combination here. Zhang Yu returns the favor with a pillar of their own, and now they're fighting to keep one another away from those pillars as much as humanly possible. We see the charge left click come out. We're gonna see Zhang Yu try to get to the pillar, but Fang able to lock him down and keep the ultimate from coming through.
Meanwhile, as they were struggling to try to get the totems to actually pull up for the ulti, the other players actually got their ultis off successfully, and right now it's just the fighting of rockets and explosions on each side. So much fighting on each side here as Rexy still has a little bit more to go, and it looks like it's going to be enough, hitting massive amounts of damage for his mech, gets the shutdown and gets the finish. It's crazy. One side had totems ready to pop their ultis but didn't, and the other one already had their ultis out when we got to them. Absolutely insane coming into it. Meanwhile, AOW's Mike, look at the codes as well. Codes coming out as well. These are very quick, so make sure to take a screenshot if you see it, or make sure to send it to your friends if you already have the game. Then continue to play, and thank you for the support here as we look at the stats here for AOW's Mike. 12k damage, number one, top number one as well, and second in average eliminations, equaling 3 right now so far. So still got some more to go here with all of this momentum pushing through. And like you said before, you love to see it here with everything happening as Fang able to close it out as best as possible here. Does so much work and does so much damage here all the way within this next section here as KLA's Fang looks like he's going to be able to drop his totem. T225 trying to hold on here, trying to get some massive damage. Is he going to be able to eliminate Fang here in this close circle? Yes, he does. T225 comes through with the finish and shuts down Fang. T225 is starting to pop off.
T225 with his 4th elimination here. He lost the realm of Yang, so he desperately needed that. But Fang still having that Vermilion Bird's Might is in the game. He's not out of here just yet. We turn now to WBG Spider going head-to-head once again with OC's Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, who also lost that Realm of Yang, looking to pick up an elimination here so that he can get rid of that Yang depletion. And WBG Spider, unfortunately, the player caught in his side. Zhang Yu trying to make something happen here, drops the pillar, but Spider going to go pillar for pillar here. Zhang Yu looking to keep the fight on top of his own pillar. Will go for a reset. Spider coming through, going to create some distance away from those pillars. If he has it his way, Zhang Yu will have that pillar up first and might be able to use it to force the fight here onto WBG Spider. Spider trying to stay in range of the original pillar that they dropped so that they need the ultimate, they can get to it. Spider up top looking for the scale rush onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu with that charged right click off the staff, the very last hit going to clank off of WBG Spider, so Spider doesn't get the damage he's looking for. Zhang Yu with Pillar available, looking for a scale rush as well. Spider going for the heal, but Zhang Yu immediately finds himself inside, coming to look for the damage. Spider on the run here, but AOW's Mike showing up looking for the third party. The pillar comes out here for WBG Spider. Mike trying to keep him away from it, but Spider going to be forced into the mech, and Zhang Yu in a bit of a pickle here. He was looking to close this fight out with WBG Spider because that Yang depletion ticking down. He's maybe got a minute and 40 seconds left before he dies to Yang depletion, and Spider now with the full reset, the mech up, and the threat of the third party coming in from AOW's Mike. Spider turns his attention to Mike, gets a couple of shots off here, but not able to find the follow-up. Will be forced to demech here soon. There it is. Following up, going to be forced to use the F after a Dragon's Rush connects onto him as soon as he demechs. And now a fourth and fifth player waiting in the wings. Ventus's Reki and Kale's Fang here. Spider going to find the parry onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu able to use the F to get away, but Kale's Fang waiting in the wings shows up. The pillar drops down. Zhang Yu trying to get to that pillar, looking to get away. 30 seconds until the Yang depletion kills him. Zhang Yu going to look for the heal here. Zhang Yu at this point, it might be the best possible option for him to get away and just not give the elimination to anybody else because the time is continuing to tick down. He's got 20 seconds left before he's going to find himself dying to Yang depletion. No, make that 9 seconds left, and he is opting to get out of here and not give any of these players any more points. There it is, the Yang depletion. Zhang Yu says, if I'm going out my way.
Sometimes you got to make that choice and you got to hold on to it, though. And it looks like he's able to. As Shen Yuan, Sha, Wang Liang, and Zhang Yu is eliminated. Kai Bao getting one elimination, though. Within this game. Could be possible. How did someone die in the tree?
That
I didn't know that was possible.
That was Zhang Yu. He died at the top of the tree with Yang depletion, and his Karen fell and stuck into it.
You would think it would go down to the ground. So I was very surprised. I was like, wait, you could just die in a tree like that? That's kind of crazy. Anyway, all the way within the space though, T225 leading this game's pack with 4 eliminations so far. Eliminating some of the top players though so far within this game. Kind of crazy. Getting those elims though, as the Realm of Yang comes through. Looks like it's gonna be time here, as it looks like Fang and Xjin is gonna be the ones that join up on this one here. So let's see where they take this next step with this momentum. The smile coming in from Fang, the confidence coming through. Let's see if they're going to be able to connect on it. It looks like it's dagger against dagger on each side. Looks like they're trying to wait it out. The shot comes through, trying to see if they can connect it, but it looks like he calls the totem. The control from Exton, trying to see if maybe the defense is going to hold on, but not long enough as he pops the ulti. Meanwhile, the ulti is going to help with that too. Beautiful backflip into the massive explosion coming through as Fang is going to hold up top and is able to get some free shield coming out of that as well. Massive hits coming in from the dual blades, and he shatters. Absolutely shatters this man within seconds. Oh my, what? Rune, what did I just watch?
You just watched Fang pop off again. And again, look, Fang had 2 very bad games. But again, you literally cannot count this man out. He's got 3 eliminations under his belt. He's 1 point behind JDG's Chu Zhang. He's still trying to play catch up with AOW's Mike here. Fang looking to have a very explosive 4th game for himself here. JDG's Chu Zhang trying to find an elimination for himself here as well. Into this fight with OUG's Pandaman. I keep wanting to say KZ because he used to be on Team KZ, but now OUG Pandaman using the mech to create some distance here to get away from Chu Zhang, looking for some other players as well. J-Team's action now with the Yang depletion. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to look for an elimination, and it's WBG Spider yet again who finds himself in the crosshairs of a player who has Yang depletion. He cannot catch a break here in game number 4. These players hungry to pick up an elimination, and these players can't afford to back away from a fight. They have to take this fight to the conclusion. They need to pick up that Soul Bloom essence so they can get rid of Yang depletion and keep themselves in the game. Spider also going to run into JDG's Chu Zhang here. Needs to be careful about where he's going. KLA's Fang also showing up. Fang, of course, with that Mystic Might's got a 25% damage reduction. Huge advantage for himself here. takes very little damage off of the shot coming out there from Spider, who's forced to use his F to get away here. J-Team's action on the hunt, doesn't want to let Spider go, needs an elimination from somebody here, and it's Spider who's gone low in front of all of these players. KLA Fang sitting back, just keeping that distance, trying to come in, trying to lock Spider down, trying to get some damage off. Unfortunately, gets caught on terrain topside there after the grapple, tries to follow it up with the left click to keep things going, but the terrain stopping him. Fang, though, not willing to give up this hunt. He's got this Mystic Might, and he wants to put some points on the board while he's got it. Spider picks up a parry before he can get the riposte, though. Fang follows it up for big damage. We see the pillar come down, and Spider stuck in the corner will be forced to take the mech here soon. If he's not careful, he's able to get a pot off. Chu Zhang misses the scale rush, though, comes in, finds more dagger damage. Spider will be forced into the mecha here. Fang following up with big damage. Bow shots coming through. Spider gets caught on the wall, is going to be forced up into the air. The bow shots continue to rain in onto WBG Spider. He's got very little armor and HP left, but he's going to be able to get a pot off here. The HP reset's going to come through. He's looking for the armor one, but unfortunately after that pot, he's got no armor pots left. WBG Spider is being pushed to the brink. No eliminations, no resources to his name whatsoever. He's got grapples for days, but these players are hungry. And look at this, J-Team's action, one of those players that's very, very hungry, but it's Fang who looks to be coming in for the buffet. He's got just a couple of seconds left here on the Yang depletion, 1 minute and 22 to be exact. WBG Spider turning on to JDG Xu Zhang, and it's Action who comes in for the save with a parry onto WBG Spider. This man cannot catch a break here. He had 3 bad games. He's playing exceptionally well here in game number 4, though, but the lobby and the RNG is against him. WBG Spider can't find a break.
Absolute struggle coming in from what I've noticed so far here. And Action still has 50 seconds left. He's gonna need to catch. Oh my goodness, Fang coming through out of nowhere here, absolutely sparking this man into massive amounts of fury. 38 seconds left on the clock. Action is gonna have to force his hand in order to claim this elimination, or else this will be game over for him in our game number 4. And it looks like Fang, all he's really just gonna do is hold on for as long as possible to keep himself alive. Action dangerously low within this game. Spider could actually possibly claim a free elimination out of this. Dangerously low here. Spider is just going to go for the back off. Action is going to go for the chase, and it looks like Fang is going to steal the elimination away from Spider. Dangerously low, and Fang snatches it from him, tying T225 with 4 eliminations apiece. Absolutely insane. You were right when you said Spider cannot catch a break, because right now Spider is absolutely suffering. But hopefully, because of what we said earlier, what you said earlier, Spider actually having not that much pots, not that much heals, hopefully he had enough on his body to be able to come in, claim, get some new heals, some new shields, and now he can get right back into this fight. It's still necessarily not over. He has 1 elimination. As long as he keeps himself alive, he can get some placement points. And if he can get maybe a couple more eliminations, it can look really, really good for Spider. But you were right when you said that the mentality is definitely showing, because you can see it in his gameplay.
Well, you know, I think he's actually playing a little better here in game number 4, but unfortunately for WBG Spider here, the odds have been kind of against him in this particular game. He didn't have great gear off of the bat. He continues to find himself in these prolonged fights where third parties show up, and every single time somebody has had Yang depletion, the person they have looked to or found first to try to go ahead and pick up that Soul Bloom essence to get rid of it was WBG Spider, and those players have no choice but to dog down the first player that they see, who unfortunately just was Spider. So Spider has not been able to catch a break. He's been burning through all of his resources while not being able to slow down whatsoever, and that is also something that's going to weigh onto Spider's mental, no matter how well he's playing here in game number 4, because he already feels like he hasn't been able to catch a break today. And then to have a lobby where you just can't breathe, where you can't find any sort of space to take a reset, and to find those players who just want to continue to dog you down is got to be terrible for Spider. Speaking of which, it was AOW's Mike who early on into the lobby picked up the first elimination onto WBG Spider, and we talked how much a mental it's got to be for Spider to be losing to Mike right now. So to come into this lobby and then lose that first fight into AOW's Mike, again, it can't be feeling very good for him. He does come here. This is the one elimination he picks up, and he plays this so well into GG Shaw here. I'm absolutely sure he was so hyped when this moment happens there. Was able to use the pillar, get the extension, but now back at the top of the order, we've got WBG Spider sitting towards the top of this pagoda here. He does got purple armor. He's got a purple dagger. He was able to get a couple of pots under his belt. He was able to get enough to heal his shields to full, and he's got 2 shield pots. That's enough to heal his armor to full once. So WBG Spider still needs to get his hands on some resources, because there's 9 players left alive in this lobby as Zone 4 collapses down onto Zone 5. AOW Mike pops the bell. He knows where absolutely everybody is around here. That bell going to give him some much needed information as he starts to make some decisions who he wants to go into. And T225 here with this set of purple nunchucks, just trying to hold this space out. WBG Spider comes in with a scale rush though and catches him at the end of that. Oh, looks like he has Dragon's Roar here on these nunchucks, looking to use it to buy some space here against WBG Spider. Spider takes a couple of clanks and immediately backs away here. Wasn't forced to burn resources here. Very lucky for WBG Spider, because every one of those pots he has is going to go an absolute mile for him if he expects to make anything happen here in game number 4.
And look at this too, even with all of the scaling as well here, putting into it, AOW's Mike all the way within this top section here, on top, and the circle's just slowly going to start closing in here. We got another 45 seconds left on the clock. Fang looking at Jin all the way up top here, but this massive section, Shazang, Spider, T225, Panaman, Rexy, and Mike all the way on this massive section of a building here, really trying to hold on here. Not being in a very open position or scale where anybody can really try to get some massive damage in, whether it's from a bow or it's from a cannon or anywhere that can really classify getting that long range shots in, could be detrimental to somebody's health and could be detrimental to the rest of the game for somebody. So they're really trying to play this, not giving anybody any free picks, any free looks. As we look back at the replays here from Xjin and Rexy that was fighting it out from earlier, Xjin putting in massive damage onto Rexy, which Rexy was having a little bit of the advantage with that gold, with them gold dual blades, but it's not going to be enough as Rexy was able to shut that down. And look at him, still has a blue dagger. Blue dagger. Eliminate somebody with gold dual blades and still ends up rocking the blue dagger. And that is confidence coming into it. As obviously they know how to run the dagger, as AOW's Mike's getting chased with a bow from PT225. Mike trying to hold on and trying to get out of harm's way here. As circle does start to close in, it looks like AOW's Mike was able to find a little bit of a free space here to pop the shield and keep the game alive for himself here, as now the rotation comes through and it gets a little bit easier. As now, let's see how this ending circle is going to be here. Even with all of this space happening, though, T225, 4 eliminations, and so is Fang. Rexy with 3, and everybody else with 1. AOW's Mike, WBG Spider, OUG's Panda Man, and Duel's Kai Bao. All with 1 elimination apiece here. Still struggling here with him as well. Let's see how we can put all of this together here and be able to shut down with the rest of this game here. Let's keep it fun as WBG Spider still trying to hold on to it. Let's see if he can find any way of expertise here with the dagger.
You know, into this lobby, WBG Spider holding onto that dagger, man. Fang's the last person I want to be playing dagger into, right? He knows the dagger inside and out, upside and down, right? If I'm WBG Spider, I'm wanting to hold on to something else. That said, he does have a purple dagger available to his name, and that's the thing with WBG Spider. He's confident on every weapon, so whatever weapon's going to give him the most advantage in terms of, you know, what he picks up is going to be what he's running. So he's rocking onto that dagger right now. Unfortunately, he does only have 1 elimination, and man, we got to talk about it. Our boy Fang over here with that legendary. Oh my God, Spider goes down. The bow shots come out of everywhere, man. As soon as you make yourself visible, as soon as that first tick of damage comes on, it is quite literally blood in the water. These players are sharks. And we watched that happen earlier to Spider this week. If you remember, we were all kind of hyping Spider up in game 3 in the day of solos that you were casting, Dobby. And we see him kind of take a bow shot from the side. And then all of a sudden 3 or 4 bow shots come in and he's just deleted from the lobby. And he has his first like 1 point or 0 point game because of it. And this is really, really unfortunate for Spider. I don't think there's any coming back from the mental of this, right? He's had 4 bad games today. He's dropped all the way to 5th place. If Alliance's Jin picks up even an elimination or some placement points here, he'll actually bump himself up into 5th place and kick Spider all the way down to 6. And unfortunately, that is not going to do well for WBG Spider's mental. I think he's out of the running here for it today. You can't ever really count him out, but in terms of the way he is as a player, his mental is just shot. We're also going to see AOW's might get picked up by a bow shot from Ventus's Reki here, which opens the door for KLO's Feng to find himself back in first place. That Dragon's Rush going to be doing quite a bit to him here. Feng needs to be thinking about dropping that pillar if he wants to do something here. Luckily, the grapple's actually coming out from over Feng's head. Feng getting a slightly ignored. Some range shots coming in from across the map. He needs to think about dropping that pillar, though, very soon. He's trying to hold on to it for as long as possible. He wants to take it to the very end. This circle starts to collapse in 6 seconds. He knows it. He's trying to get there desperately, but Feng forced to drop the pillar. There it is. He's going to go ahead and mech up here, looking to find anything he can, the opportunity he can. We're going to see Rexy also go ahead and pop up into that mech. It looks like it's going to be a mech fight. G2225 sitting on top of his own pillar here, taking some shots from Feng. Feng turning to the cannon, looking to knock anybody out of the circle that he can here. He's going to find 2 players in Alliance's Jin, and G2225 gets sent flying here. Feng still holding on for dear life. Battle Swampfly gets sent flying. Feng just sitting in the middle for as long as he can. T225, no health whatsoever. Able to get a pot off, though, in the last and final seconds. Looking to Goomba stomp down onto everybody here. Some big shots coming out left, right, and center. It's going to be Wolves Kai Bao going down to Alliance's Jin. Jin going down to Panda Man. And we're seeing now things going absolutely crazy. T225 picks up Reki. Feng still holding on for dear life, trying to pick up this elimination onto Panda Man. But Chu Zhang gets it. Feng and Chu Zhang going head to head. But Chu Zhang and Feng will time out the lobby. Not quite sure who it goes to, but I think it's going to be Feng. Yes, he had enough eliminations. Even though he wasn't able to find one here in the end, he goes to 2nd place, 4 eliminations, and this might just put him into 1st place.
Even with all of this, though, Feng putting in so much work to get the finish and the eliminations here just goes to show you how incredible this man is. We've seen so much of what he can do here, and obviously coming in again as another selected winner, Feng just putting in so much time and effort and just slaying out these lobbies, coming in with the 2nd dub of tonight, 2 of them so far. Feng is showing absolutely, I am the leader of this. I am a massive destruction. I am the person that can spread as much destruction into this game as possible, and I am the one that y'all should be fearing. And clearly he is showing that every which way that he can, and man, does he do an amazing job of that.
You know, this is what I talk about with Feng, right? Look, he had 2 very bad games, but Feng is not a mental player. He comes into every single game with the same amount of confidence that he did the last one, regardless of whether he has a bad game or not. Feng is a player who understands that, hey, you're gonna have bad games and there's nothing you can do about that, right? Sometimes there's a little bit of RNG. You can do everything in your power to mitigate that RNG as a player, and you still die to it sometimes. We saw that in game number 2. He spawns into a high loot tier area. There's multiple players around him. He's on Takeda. He's on his favorite pick, right? He's trying to come in, mitigate that RNG. The only thing he's able to get his hand on is like 2 pots, a white dagger and white armor, and he starts getting dogged down immediately. There's only so much you can do in that situation as Feng, and because of that, he ends up dying. He respawns later, is only able to find blue armor, still holding onto a gray weapon, gets re-eliminated when multiple players realize how vulnerable that he is. And off the back of that, he comes into the next game just as confident as he walked into the first game. And now here he is in the bi-weekly final, the only player with 2 dubs under the belt. And there's only 2 games left to go. There's 6 games here today, and 1/3 of them, he has already walked away with first place, Dobby.
Absolutely insane coming in as Fang was able to shut that down with a 9.4 game score, 4 eliminations, but Rexy and T225 coming through with 2nd and 3rd place with 5 eliminations apiece, 7.5 for the kill points, 7 eliminations, 7 points for the kill as well, with an 8.5 game score and a 9 coming in from T225. Unbelievable. What a game coming in from these guys here that has just been putting in some work here. But sadly, I'm very surprised to see GG Shaw down at the bottom, and so is WBG Spider. Even AOW's Mike, to be honest with you, with KOW being a little bit higher than all of the top players here. This is a very surprising game number 4 leaderboard here from what we're seeing. Even OUG's Panaman even catching some points with a 6.5 here. So they're trying to make some stuff happen, and they're starting to pop off. So hopefully in these next 2 or 3 games, let's see how they're going to be able to figure this out for 2 more games here. But you were right in terms of where Spider is. This could be eating him up. Obviously, you know, it's only 1 day. He still needs to do a little bit more. Let's hope that maybe he is able to pop off in maybe this next game here, because it really does take 1 quick reset and all of a sudden you're back at it again and you're just absolutely dominating here. So, you know, sometimes you just need a quick reset, a good reminder, a good vibe, and just like that, you might be back in the game. Or sometimes you just need that 1 kill that you absolutely need, as AOW's Mike claims the elimination onto Spider here. As we're looking back at the replays, Kai Bao putting in some work, claiming elimination off of Mike, and Fang inside of the realm of Yang with Zhang Yu. That fight we were talking about earlier here, just putting in so much work and absolute decimation as we look back at T25 getting eliminated from Rexy's ulti, and Fang fighting this out yet again with T225 here, absolutely catching the elimination onto him as well here. I mean, to be honest with you, if it wasn't for Fang being the winner, this would have been T225's game. He played out of his mind in this game. Absolutely played to the very end of this, even with his ulti, even with his timing. He played this to the best of his ability. And if it wasn't for Fang coming into this and really playing the strategy towards the very end, this could have been T225 being the MVP. But it is going to be our 5th MVP. 5-time Fang with Skyforce, Longsword Sep, Alchemy, Dual Ring, Scattershot on a melee resist Soul Jade with 4 eliminations and 24,000 damage.
Yeah, absolutely huge here for our boy Fang. And this is exactly the momentum that Fang needed to get back into the game here. Again, he had 2 fairly bad games. He did his best to mitigate the RNG there in game number 2. It just wasn't enough. Game number 3, he just wasn't able to find his footing. But here in game number 4, he finds his 2nd MVP of the day, and because of where he was sitting, he was able to climb back to the top of the leaderboard, because likewise AOW's Mike and JDG's Chu Zhang didn't have a phenomenal game here, and that's exactly what Fang wanted to see happen, right? He needed that to come through and for him to have a good game, to find himself back at the top here. And hopefully if he's able to come through and find another dub, I don't think anybody's going to be able to surpass Fang here. So he needs to come in to this next game looking to take names, because that's all he needs is 1 more dub to be walking away our solos champion, and he wants it bad. Dobby, you can tell the level of confidence he's brought into the season. He feels like he deserves it. He feels like he's already earned it. He's coming in here, he's playing these games out of his mind. And again, I can't stop talking about it. I have to harken back to the last day, or sorry, the last game of the first day of solos here in the spring split, where he goes up top and he has so much confidence that he's going to win the lobby. He literally gives golden weapons to his enemies. He drops 3 different options, drops a gold repeating crossbow, a gold pole sword, and I forget what else he dropped up there. And one of the players actually comes in and takes the gold pole sword. And it's not like it was a bait for him either. It's not like he was sitting there watching with a bow, waiting for somebody to grab one. He lets them come in and take what they want, and then fights out these last 2 players in the final circle with those golden weapons, with nothing but a purple dagger and the skill on his back. And I mean, That's pure confidence. If that doesn't scream confidence, I don't know what else does. It also is a big BM. Don't get me wrong. The fact that he even went up there and was just like, here, you want a little bit of cheddar? We called him the Salt Bay is what we called him. Because you know what he was doing, Dobby? He was sprinkling just a little bit of salt on his food before he ate it. You know what I'm saying?
Mentally, I thought of Oprah. I was like, you get a gold sword. You get a gold sword. You get a gold sword. Everybody gets a gold sword to fight me. You're still going to lose it, but you get a gold sword. Congratulations. You get a gold. You want a gold dagger? Here, take it. This is all yours. I don't even need. Matter of fact, I'll take a blue and I'll still rock you with it. That is confidence coming in. It's a little scary, to be quite honest with you, because if you can come in with that much confidence and that much insanity, absolutely insane. Completely the opposite coming in from WBG Spider, who is sadly struggling in these games here, and it's a totally different story for him, which is kind of crazy if you really think about it. Fang coming through, fighting against Wang Liang, AOW's Mike, GG Shaw, still coming out victorious. WBG Spider coming through and fighting Fang, fighting Wang Liang, but no Mike, no Shaw. And still, he ends up taking the dub. But now, everyone's back. Every last person that has been here from the very beginning is here. And they want their shot at the trophy. Whoever wins this, there's no disputing how good this player is going to be, because there's no, oh, if somebody wasn't here, if this didn't happen, or if that didn't happen. It comes down to now there is no holds barred. Everybody is here, so there's no excuses. Spider is here, Mike is here, Fang is here, Shaw is here, Wang Liang. Some of these top players really do have a massive opportunity here, including Pandaman and Shazing, who have come through and really has gotten these points a little bit higher from what we noticed. Obviously, Pandaman getting that 4th place with those 6 points, and obviously some of the other players getting up a little bit higher too. Even Shen Yuan, who we called the rat in game number 2, is no longer ratting. He's catching these eliminations. He's getting some finishes. Sadly, he's still in the lower leaderboards here, but he's still keeping the game alive for himself. Now, obviously, if you look at Fang, in terms of average kills, damage, and points, he's still 4th and 3rd. Kind of surprising though, even though literally I think AOW's Mike is number 1 in elimination and he's number 1 in damage average. So I'm curious, who's number 2? Is it Spider? I don't know. Is it Rexy?
I really hope we harken back to this later in the season, because WBG Spider does come out and, you know, he is the world champion in solos last year in the world championship. But a lot of people kind of given me a little bit of a pushback on the fact that he's an emotional player. But this is why I say things like this, is because of a day like today. And we even saw it going from game 3 to game 4. We cut in to a superimpose of Spider, and you could see the look of dread on his face. You know, at the very beginning of the day, we cut in, he's all smiles, he's confident, he's happy. We cut in after game 1, and his coach is over there, he's trying to pay attention, you know, he's nodding, he's trying to get himself in that right headspace. And then, yeah, here we go, right now, as if on cue, look at this face. You can tell Spider is not in the right headspace going into this next game. The look on his face right now is just one of utter defeat. It's desperation. He's not happy with his performance at all today, and he's beaten himself up over it. And this is what I talk about. He gets into his own headspace, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Been absolutely tough coming into this. It's been a struggle bus of just the amount of idea in terms of what's been going on. But hopefully we will. I'm hoping that I want to see him get out of it. Honestly, I want to see him get out of his head. I want to see him get out of his mentality. I want to see him really pop off here. Obviously, obviously AOW's Mike is focused, and obviously Fang is way above locked in these games, as we're gonna lock in a game number 5 towards the beginning stages of this one. But yeah, I can even tell, even by his energy here, Spider is worried. Let's hope that it's only just for tonight. Obviously another day of sleep, you know, a little bit of a reset. He'll be back at it again, absolutely dominating. But we all have our games that just aren't our best. Very much understandable. Spider has definitely been faulty of it, but he had an absolute reigning season last season. So let's hope that we see him really come back and absolutely come through hard in these next 2 games. But let's see how these hero picks are going. It looks like it might be favorited towards maybe some Takedas.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise here. We're going to Holoroth. Takeda's very favored on this map in general. So we're going to see kind of that rise in Takeda's. Most of our Z-pings have kind of come through already. Very few people with Feria Shen left available to pick. I think I see 1 in the lobby right now on Wang Liang. So, you know, a lot of these Tarka picks coming through. Reki going to be running Yodo into the map. Fang with the Justina pick here is quite interesting as well. And then a couple of people running those Mataris. You know, we've seen some Matari MVPs this season in solos already. So it's not like Matari is a bad hero. They've found their way back into this sort of solos meta and are quite viable. We watched it earlier. Jin made a mistake inside the realm of Yang there for Alliance the last time we were on Holoroth today. And when he came out with that Yang depletion, he recognized the mistake he made. He was playing Matari. He knew he needed to go aggressive into Tarka G's to be able to counteract the ultimate. Because if he doesn't get the kill aggressively immediately, Tarka is just able to run the time out from their ultimate and still have his ultimate available. And we see Jin flip the script there when he comes out and just immediately locks a Tarka down, plays hyper aggressively, uses the backstab to extend the combo and pick up the elimination onto Tarka. And so we've seen those sorts of Mataris start to be able to make the plays to get into those top sorts of spaces. But Dobby, tell me about where we're landed, baby.
Oh man, Holoroth is going to be a very special one. It's PT225 and Fang looks like they're going to be fighting it out in this far left section here. Meanwhile, Spider is going to be the only one. It looks like he's going to be landing in Yushan Ruins here as we see Jin in the far left of Matab. Going to be looking like he has the majority of it to himself. It looks like 2 other players is going to be landing in. Looks like that's going to be Salvation Podium. Looks like they could be the ones that are going through the momentum of fighting it out. Meanwhile, Jin the Armory is going to be surrounded by Mike and Fang here as they're going to immediately, looks like they're going to find some decent loot here, and it looks like they might immediately go for the fight here. They're just opening up some of these little cases here, trying to see if maybe they can get something decent that's going to be helpful for them. But let's see where this momentum goes and where we see towards the very end here. There's still so much to be had here, all within this rotating section here as AOW's Mike and Fang able to hold on for as long as they can here as the fight actually happens. Fang, it looks like a Fang having the disadvantage here as it looks like he's going to freeze and go for the shield here. Mike waiting out little by little as the bounty gets claimed by GG Shaw and Zhang Yu. Mike coming through, keeping the same energy right towards the KLA's Fang. Fang just trying to back off and retreat out of this fight here. Doesn't necessarily want to get caught into it though. Looks like Mike trying to see if maybe they can find a way to dip out of here. Fang trying to scale rush it as far away as possible here. Doesn't really want to fight this out all the way, and it looks like Fang is definitely going to be successful in retreating and getting out of there.
Yeah, Fang right now actually has quite a few shield pots, but no HP pots and no ability to be able to heal up that HP. So they're making a really smart decision there to play based off of what resources they have. If they're able to get away from that fight, they should, and that's exactly what we see them do there. Now to JD Xu Zhang, who's being chased down by about a Shen Wan here. Again, I love the aggression swap from Shen Wan here. I really feel like he was listening in, heard me talking about him not being aggressive enough, and then he comes in and starts playing aggressive. He's able to pick up eliminations. He's climbed up positions because of it. And, you know, I would much rather watch a player not do well, just lose fights, but still come in with the mentality and the confidence to take those fights anyway. Now over to Wolves Kai Bao, who also happens to be playing Matari here. And again, we were talking about this at the very beginning of the game. Matari, an interesting pick, but somebody who's been able to actually claim MVPs here. Oh my goodness, Fang is so mad about this. That overhead hit coming in from Mike, securing the elimination from Fang, who puts in the work. Fang actually catches the freeze onto Mike, and Mike eats a bow shot from downtown. Mike now really needs to get out of here. He doesn't have an answer for these range shots, and he's already spent one of his ult charges here, so you're going to see him use that staff walk to get away, create as much distance as he can here. The freeze coming back through from Fang, Fang, though. Fang wants this elimination, doesn't want to let it go away. Mike now on the back foot. He's got no charges left here. The ultimate about to run out, and there it is. Wolves, Kai Bao picks up the elimination and is going to slide right on out of here.
The timing being absolutely amazing here, being able to slide that out as Wang Liang's going to claim the elimination on Shen Yuan here. Wang Liang's trying to see if maybe he can make a comeback. He's been doing so well, gets another dub from earlier here, as it looks like he wants to try to see if he can find another one, as Shazang is able to come through and shut it down as well here. Let's see if they're going to be able to find what's next here with everything coming in. And it looks like there's still more coming all the way within this rotation. Meanwhile, Fang looks like he's going to be able to successfully back out of this, as he does end up getting grappled, though, by Xjin. Xjin slowly closing in this gap here, gets the gray shield swap, and it looks like he's going to force Fang to force the fight back into it, though. And it looks like he's going to catch him into the corner. The ulti comes out, trying to see if he can get the scale into the hit from the dagger, but successfully misses, as it looks like Xjin wants to try to continue this fight, and it looks like Fang is going to force the back off, going for the heal, and Xjin kind of regretting this decision to full push that. Doesn't necessarily want to get claimed or eliminated from that fight, though. Absolutely insane coming into it. Gets the final stretch, though, of everything, as Rexy is going to be able to pop open the Yoda Ime ulti. Successfully hits the first one, hits the second. Does he hit the third? Panaman trying to hold on for as long as possible. Rexy trying to hold it all within. Here comes the slashes, and misses all three of those at least, but it looks like he's back at it again here. Even with that, though, right towards the maintaining section, though, goes for the heals, and it looks like Rexy's going to see if maybe he can find it, as Panaman's going to be able to rotate on a different section. Rexy's going to decide to back off. Rexy, playing it to the best of his ability, decides not to. Hey, it's not worth it. Sometimes you got to just come through and just say that this is a little bit better, just to decide to just back off and just play this smart. Even with all this, he plays it to the best of what he can be.
You know, a really smart decision here coming through from Rexy. This is the thing about Zping, right? She takes fights that should last, 40, 50 seconds and turns them into 5-minute affairs. And the problem with that is by the time you're a minute and a half into a fight on a map like this with these pro players, you're getting third-partied from somebody else. And then you're fighting another player to pick up the elimination off the back of all the work that you've already put in, and one clean bow shot from somebody watching on the sidelines, and all the work you put in, it just goes to another player. So Rexy, realizing that this fight is going to take so long, makes a smart decision. Goes, okay, look, I've already invested my ultimate. They've popped theirs. They've reset. Pandaman's back into that sort of purple armor space. I'm just going to back out of this. I'm not going to continue to invest resources to give somebody else a potential elimination. I've spent too long in the fight. It's time to get out of here. And now we're going to see Wang Liang backing away here, able to use the mech, getting away. Looks like WGB Spider now going head-to-head here with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, one of the players we talked about needing to be watched today. And, he's put points on the board, but he's not really been able to find that sort of space that he wants to keep things going here for himself, to really get towards the top of that order. And it's kind of disappointing to see coming out of Zhang Yu, because again, Zhang Yu is one of those players that, man, when he has big moments, they are very big. The problem is he hasn't been able to find any of those moments here today. Chu Zhang here giving chase to Sha. Sha gonna throw the ult charge out here, but Chu Zhang with the ult as well, able to just pop it and hit confirm into the neutral, takes control of the fight. Sha only 1 tick of HP. There's no real place he can go there after using the charge onto Chu Zhang to push him off. Chu Zhang picks up the elimination, and that's going to be Sha, our first player sent back to the lobby here in game number 5. And it looks like OUG going head-to-head with a J-Team inside the realm of Yang. And here we go, action versus the likes of Pandaman. Who comes out on top? Both of them coming in with the dagger here. Action going to be able to catch the dagger down. The charged right click there off of the dagger. Pandaman walks into it, looking to find another space here. Potentially the charged left click, but is able to come into the double left click there, get quite a bit of damage off onto Pandaman. Pandaman trying to return the favor with the bow here. Action goes for the parry and actually gets punished for the parry whiff here by Panda Man, but is going to follow it up here, swaps to the staff, into the ultimate here, looking to catch those jump right clicks here onto Tarka. Even though it was nerfed, that initial one's still doing quite a bit of damage and opening up some potential combos here. Action throwing a lot of those elbows out here, actually costing himself so much rage since the Tarka nerfs, looking to find his way back into this fight. Panda Man with the full heal here though, and is on Z-Ping, which means he's going to have that ultimate and that bubble back very quickly. And Action already running out of ultimate here, 17 seconds. These two might both end up with Yang depletion here as they try to time it out, but Panda Man finds a way to flip the fight on its head. He just needs to catch Exin within the next 5 seconds. Exin really just trying to keep it away. He wants to time this out and send them both away, and there it is. Both of them are going to leave the realm of Yang without the buff, without any goodies, and have that Yang depletion. They need to go out and find that elimination.
What an absolute play coming in as WBG Spider. T225 trying to fight this out here. The confidence coming through on Spider is showing a little bit here as Spider has been kind of retreating a lot more as T225 has been pushing in a lot more, way more than ever before. T225 is able to keep the same pressure onto WBG Spider, holding on for as long as possible, but T225 misses the scale rush, so it gives WBG Spider the perfect opportunity to back off, get some more shield, get some soul jades, get all types of stuff. And it looks like now we're going to come back towards this rotation though, and AOW's Mike still trying to work around this one as well. Panda Man trying to work within this. And it looks like he's trying to find Exin here, trying to see if maybe he can get it. But Exin is popping the ulti fully, though. Looks like he may be able to maybe find something possibly here. Let's see if maybe they're able to come through. Here comes the scale for the defense here, trying to see if maybe they can get anything. And it looks like now, even with this one, Panda Man able to hold it together, though. Exin trying to wait this out, playing it to the best of his ability, though, and it's dangerously low. Panda Man trying to hold on. Panda Man wants to claim this elimination. This could be absolutely massive for him, and it looks like he might be able to as he gets the beautiful parry and the shutdown onto X-Jin inside of this space. Wow, Panda Man kind of switching it up here, getting those 2 eliminations here. Look at it, now he's in top 6. You love to see it. Panda Man's trying to make a name for himself a little bit.
Look, Panda Man, he's so happy about that because both of them go into the realm of Yang, and X-Jin finds himself on the back foot losing the fight, so he times it out, both of them with Yang depletion. Panda Man needs to pick up an elimination. X-Jin needs to pick up an elimination. They run back into each other on the regular map. Panda Man wins the fight a second time and says, there's no clock to time out here, X-Jin. Boom, picks up the elimination. All of a sudden, Panda Man's back in the game, says, look, you might have timed out the realm of Yang, but nah, you ain't gonna win this fight here. As we turn to Kai Bao, who also loses his realm of Yang, so he's on that Yang depletion. He's got 60 seconds left, looking to pick up the elimination onto Alliance's Jin here, so he can find himself back in the game. Jin gonna use the F there. Quite the weird interaction as Kai Bao finds himself on top of his head there. But here we go. We're gonna see the Matari teleport come in off of the ultimate, the re-teleport back. It's kind of interesting to see these Matari players moving back to that version of the teleport here instead of the double teleport that we're used to seeing in solos, because a lot of these Mataris used to get punished so heavily for teleporting back to the original location. Players would just wait there. And we saw it happen today, actually. We saw 2 players chasing one Matari, and that Matari teleports back to their location, and the other player was waiting there. And unfortunately, I don't know if you just saw this in the kill feed. You were talking about Panda Man popping off. He just eliminated WBG Spider, and Spider will be eating another 0-point round. And there it is. Kai Bao dies to Yang depletion.
Absolutely insane. You love to see it as T25. This T25, I think, is going to get a dub in these next 2 games. I'm calling it right now. I think T225 is going to find himself in a good space. He's been playing really well. He's been keeping his aggression. He's been staying alive until the very end. I think we're going to see 225 get a dub in these next 2 games. I would love to see it. A Spider trying to see if he can hold on here between Panda Man. And let's see what happened with this elimination between Panda Man and WBG Spider. It looks like WBG Spider got hit by a bow, unsuspecting from somebody potentially here. As it looks like he's just going to catch him all the way towards this wall. Panda Man just hitting the combos the way that he needs to and gets a beautiful shutdown here to shut out the man himself. You love it to see it, though, especially from a man like Panda Man that we cheer on consistently.
Yeah, you know, Panda Man coming in strong here. Really good plays there from him. And honestly, if I'm Panda Man, I've got 3 eliminations in my belt. Looks like OUG. He's going back into the realm of Yang. Back-to-back Yangs here. This last fight, unfortunately, you know, it was forced to be timed out. He was able to go find action, though, and pick up the elimination a second time. So now it's Panda Man versus Zhang Yu. Panda Man, I was just saying, he might do better to play passively, take these kills to the end game, but clearly he wants that smoke this game. He's coming in onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu going to catch him into the uppercut combo off of the nunchucks here. We do see the bubble finally coming out. Panda Man trying to hold on to that ultimate in case things get hectic and hairy for him here. We do see Panda Man trying to find that space with the dagger, but no, the nunchucks come in. There it is. The ult will be saving Panda Man here, but he's got to find the space, and he can't, and it's Oshi Zhang Yu who's finally able to find an elimination for himself here in game number 5. That's his 3rd elimination of the game, and even though he's sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, we talked about it at the beginning of the stream, you can't ever count Zhang Yu out, Dubby.
Oh, you definitely cannot catch this man out here. Still able to do so much, even within this realm. And it looks like AOW's Mike still with those 2 eliminations to tie it up. Even with all of this, though, Panda Man and Zhang Yu able to fight this out here. Let's see if they can keep that same energy and momentum coming into these next fights here. Panda Man keeping that same confidence coming in from Zhang Yu, which Zhang Yu, he has fought Panda Man numerous times here. So this could be actually an amazing game to see if maybe we can get the finishes and the ending the way that we really want to here in these next few fights here, Panda Man. It looks like Zhang Yu decides to go for the back off here. Trying to go a little bit towards the retreat here. Definitely not trying to fully fight out this. Trying to see if maybe they can get something decent here. Trying to get some extra shields and heals because it's going to be a long game here towards the very end. Got about a minute left towards this next game as AOW was able to get a nice little bit of essence from one of the bodies here. It looks like we're still going to be able to rotate here and see what's next. As Fang looks like they're trying to fight this out as well. With Zhang Yu and Panda Man flying through, trying to claim some eliminations here. They definitely want to get Fang out of this game. They are going to absolutely push through, put pressure on him. They're going to make it hard. They're not going to make it easy as Fang is just trying to scale off and get out of harm's way here, but he still ends up getting grappled here. So Fang doesn't really have a second to really relax and try to get any sort of heals off of him. He's going to have to force the ice to come in. The ice core coming in, being very, very helpful for him, though. As it immediately starts to get bullied by Zhang Yu here all the way towards the bottom of the cannon. Meanwhile, ends up getting grappled by another player here. Fang caught in a very bad situation here as it looks like he might be successful in being able to back out and get out of harm's way, though. Has to be careful, but as of right now, it's looking pretty good for him to be able to get out of there. And it looks like Jin is going to be leading the pack as Panda Man's going to follow, but Panda actually misses the grapple. That could be decent for Jin, though, if Jin wants to be able to retreat, but it's not going to be too much. Oh, he misses the second. Yeah, that might be it right there. That might be it for Jin to be able to successfully get out of there as Panda Man's going to be able to try to see if he can grapple his way up further and further away, but it's not going to be enough as AOW's bike is going to be able to push through. Let's see if he finds it, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough here as Rexy's going to be hiding in one section and Shazang is going to be hiding in the rocks.
Yeah, Chu Zhang just more than happy to go ahead and take his little space over here. You know, he's playing Takeda. He's more than happy to look for some of those fights in the final circle here. Alliance's Jin, not happy to let Panda Man continue to chase, is up here on top of the ballista. The thing is he just needs to buy time, right? Panda Man has the Yang depletion on him. He just needs to not let Panda Man get a hold of him, but Panda Man trying to find it. Panda Man needs to pick this elimination up so fast, though. Jin turning things around here with a scale rush off onto Panda Man. Panda Man looking to lock it in, though. He knows he has to take this fight. He has to pressure this and pick up this elimination. The problem is that Jin has ultimate here. There it is. If he has the ultimate and he runs away from the fight, Panaman just dies to Yang Depletion here. JDG's Zhang shows up for the third party as well, splits the two apart, and this is unfortunate for Panaman because Panaman needs to go off, kind of lick his wounds here, and that's going to be it. He doesn't really have the time to pick up another elimination. He's going in desperately looking for these other players, but really, realistically, he just doesn't have the time to make it happen here. We're going to see him pop in the kill feed to Yang Depletion here fairly soon. Yeah, he's got 20 seconds left unless something drastic happens here. Nope, Fang going to use the F, stall this fight out. Panaman really needs to find something in the next couple of seconds where that is going to be it for him. He recognizes it. He's going to back away. He's going to go heal. He's going to lick his wounds because that's going to be it here for Panaman in our 5th game. There it is. Panaman accepts his fate, bops himself on top of the head, says, man, you couldn't find that kill. But give it up to Panaman. He does find 3 eliminations this game. He keeps the aggression going, and you got to respect it.
Oh, absolutely. Even with all of this, though, still was able to do so much within this space, and still, hopefully, much, much, much more, even within all of this, though. T225 at the bow, waiting to see if maybe he can catch somebody slipping. Obviously not going to be too much here, but let's see what happens here. It's only going to get better. Sadly, not able to do a whole lot, but let's see how the timing and the rotation comes through here. Honestly, this has been a really interesting story of these last few games here. I think with the surprise of WBG Spider and how he's been playing here, obviously looking back at the replays here between him and 2225, Spider has been in a very tough situation, getting this massive parry and getting absolutely destroyed here towards the end as T25 is going to catch him with the right click and gets the finish. And obviously with this one, though, AOW's Mike putting in massive amounts of damage here into this next one here, but still, WBG Spider story is so interesting, and it goes a lot deeper than just kind of the dub as well here. It continues with what you said. I think what you said was a really interesting aspect of the story in terms of AOW's Mike and the fact that he wasn't here. And the same thing really with GG Shaw here as well. But honestly, the emotional toll can really change the mindset of a gamer and how he performs. And we talk about this all the time in many different aspects. You know, you can be king of the world one game, and that very next game, you just feel like you just contribute nothing. And as a solo player, obviously everything rides on yourself. You know, it's not like trios where you can kind of put the blame on somebody, really, if you really wanted to, as we see 225 getting absolutely decimated by Zhang Yu here. T225 in the space to try to retreat and try to dip out as fast as possible here, as he's just getting absolutely bullied here by Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu not giving him any space, really, to try to retreat at all, as those dual blades putting in massive damage. AOW's Mike getting so close to stealing that elimination, with Zhang Yu just putting enough pressure in to switch and slice this elimination away from AOW's Mike. And back to it, though, it's one of those things where you put so much into that amount of momentum and so much into these games that sometimes it can be hard. It can absolutely put you in, you know, not the best mindset here. And obviously, you know, every day is different. It's not going to be the same thing. And let's hope that obviously when he comes back, he's only going to be playing better. He's only going to get better. He's only going to do all types of things. But obviously, even within this space here, it's not easy.
Yeah, no, and I mean, look, I think the mental weighs on all of the players, right? It's just the different players have better ways of dealing with the mental, right? And some of the best players we have seen have been players who struggle with mental, right? Because when they do have good games, when they're riding that high of, you know, a 7 or 8 elimination game, and they're at the top of the leaderboard, they are hard to beat, because when their mental is good, their prowess really comes through and shows. And you know, that's where WBG Spider kept finding himself in season 2. The problem is here is he's not having those games, and the opposite is true for those players as well. As when they have a bad game, it's hard for them to recover from it. And again, I really can't talk enough about the fact that WBG Spider, you know, during season 2 leading into Worlds, talked about how much his coach has been helping him work on that. So it's not something that Spider doesn't realize about himself as a player. He understands he has poor mental, and he really has been trying to listen to his coach and find a way to get around that. But here we are, when you're coming back fresh into a season, right? You're a top seeded player going into the bi-weekly final. You haven't had to worry about those mental struggles for the last 2 months because all you've been doing is just practicing for the last 2 months. You've not been competing because we were in the off season. You know, the first week is gonna be the hardest week for those sorts of players if they're having a bad time because they haven't had the practice with getting themselves back into a good mental between games. And I think that's where we find WBG Spider. You know, I rag on him for the mental, but I don't think he's inherently a bad player because of it. He's, in fact, one of the best players in the league. The thing is that he needs a little bit of time to readjust to the mental constraints of competing again. Because, again, all week he was finding himself towards the top of those games. And when he was riding high, he was obliterating opponents, doing exactly what he needed to do. But now that he's had those struggle bus games, he can't find his footing. I mean, it's game number 5 here, right? After 4 bad games, this is exactly what I expected. He goes out with 0 eliminations under his belt. He's dropped further down the leaderboard. And you can't help but feel bad for WBG Spider, right? You know, you're talking about one of the youngest players in the league. He comes in, he's able to take the championship. This is not the showing he wants to have during the first bi-weekly, but it is an unfortunate side effect of the type of player that he is. So he's going to have to, you know, take his time off this coming week leading up to our second, you know, bi-weekly split here and really focus down on that mental. If I was WBG Spider leading into the next week, that would, like, if I was his coach, that would be the thing I would spend all my time focusing on. The heck with the, you know, practicing your micro and your macro, trying to get down combos and stuff. Spider has all of that covered already, right? It comes down to the mentality and what he can do to reset from a bad game. You need to look at your bad games and go, this is where I went wrong. This is how I can do better in the next game, and not let it affect you the way it's affected WBG Spider. But here we are. We're still in this game. You know, we've had quite a bit of downtime here to talk about WBG Spider because this final circle is quite weird. There's a lot of space for these players to take onto, but it is collapsing now as Zone 6 collapses down onto Zone 7. So things about to get heated yet again here for these players. A lot of these players, including Fang, really looking to pop off and make something happen here because Fang wasn't very close to first place, but now Chu Zhang and Mike have both picked up double eliminations here in this game, and Fang really needs to pick up some eliminations and have a good game here if he wants to find himself back at the very tippity top. If not, this is just going to be a consistency game for him, and he has zero choice but to pop off in game number 6 if he wants to win it all here. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I love when a good game comes down to the very final moments of the last game to determine who's going to walk away our champion here for our first bi-weekly of the spring split. We love that kind of storytelling. Here we go. Zhang Yu, look at this. By the way, Zhang Yu just crouching under those hits there and able to find a heal in front of Ventus's Reki. I absolutely love how that looks for him there. Jin turning in now on to Zhang Yu as well. Fang just chilling in the bottom here. Everybody trying to hold this space. 15 seconds though until Zone 7 completely collapses here. And look at the sheer cliffside. This is going to be tough terrain to take these fights in. Alliance Jin goes low. Here it is. Blood's in the water, ladies and gentlemen. All bets are off. Jin, it takes a ton of damage. And there it is. Wang Liang finds an opening. His first elimination of the game here with a cannon shot all the way downtown onto Alliance's Jin. OC Zhang Yu next on the chopping block here. Low on Matarson. Chu Zhang flying into the zone with a huge longsword slash though. Chu Zhang now looking for the opportunity to get a reset. Mike not going to let it happen. Ventus Reki coming in. Chu Zhang 1 HP in a dream, but Reki sends him flying into the zone, and no way he gets back. Reki picks up the elimination onto JD's Chu Zhang, and AOW's Mike just getting ping-ponged in the air here. He's next on the chopping block here. This is exactly what Fang wants to see, and Fang picks up the elimination. If Fang can find himself 1, maybe 2 more eliminations in the first place finish, this could be everything he's after. He gets a double freeze onto Reki, but it's Wang Liang who picks up the elimination. He comes back in. He's going to find a second elimination. Can he find a third? Yes, he does. Oh my goodness, it all comes up. It looks like our boy Fang is going to buy himself enough space to go to the top, but Zhang Yu had enough eliminations that even though he doesn't take the first place, he will take the MVP for game number 5.
Unbelievable. I don't know what happened where Fang clicked, but Fang almost was able to get a back-to-back. He was so... I can't wait to see the score here. I said Zhang Yu was definitely going to be somebody that we should see getting a dub here. He has been putting in so much work. He's been being so effortlessly, but at the same time, claiming those eliminations has been so massive for him. He needed a good dub and a good finish for these games. It was only a matter of time until he was able to find it, but it took a whole lot of time, even with everything that's been happening here, with still more coming into this space here. But Zhang Yu just absolutely shutting it down and doing a fantastic job of it. Man, it really could have been any retrospect here from this. It really could have been anyone's game. But honestly, Zhang Yu just playing it for the best way that he could. And obviously it shows with this game. I can't wait to see what the leaderboards look like. I can't wait.
You know what? Honestly, Zhang Yu is at the bottom of the leaderboard coming into this game here. And for a lot of people, you know, we talked about mental. We talked a ton about WBG Spider's mental in particular.
Right.
This is where some of the other players excel. Zhang Yu, regardless of where he's at on the leaderboard, regardless of how bad of games he's had all day, doesn't let it get to him. Here he comes into game number 5. He's looking at the leaderboard. Realistically, he's got to be thinking to himself, there's no way I even make, you know, top 5 here, much less walk away, you know, the champion for the first bi-weekly. Does not matter. He's going to come in and play every game to the best of his ability. He's not going to let that weigh on him. And that's why Zhang Yu is one of those players you can absolutely never count out. He's had some of the most crazy comeback moments we've ever seen in the Nbpl, and here he is coming out on top with a big dub. And I'll tell you what, even if you're not at the top of the leaderboard, if you walk away with an MVP here today, there's 6 games, which means realistically only 6 people can get an MVP. You've got 2. Fang already's picked up 2, so realistically only 5 people can. At the end of the day, you get to walk away with your head held high and go, yeah, you know what? I might not have been at the top of that leaderboard, but I'm one of the only players who gets to walk away with an MVP. I think you can go look at your team with your head held high and go, look, I'm telling you right now, I'm coming back in the next bi-weekly and I'm gonna make it happen because this is how I'm gonna play. And here we go, Zhang Yu, 4 eliminations, 3rd place finish, walks away with a game score of 8. Wang Liang, 2nd place finish, will be walking away with a 7.8. And you know what? Fang actually didn't get that elimination on Wang Liang in the end there. He must have died to the zone while he was armored up, but Fang still walks away with 2 eliminations, and the ranking points from the 1st place finish gives him a 7.2. That's enough points to walk him back up into that 1st place. Fang realistically just needs to play better than AOW's Mike and JDG's Chu Zhang in the next game, and he will walk away our first bi-weekly solos champion, Dobby.
Absolutely insane coming in from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu with those 4 eliminations, 8 score, 7.8 coming through as we look back at the replays here, being our game winner. Absolutely insane. Shazang coming through with that is GG Shaw being dangerously low. Absolutely insane though in terms of what's been going on here, and it looks like Action and Panaman.
This was a fight for the ages.
Coming through with this one here. It looks like he's there goes the parry. I think I was gonna call him whether or not that was the parry one, but I actually thought it was gonna be this one between him and WGBG Spider. But WGBG Spider ends up taking it over and getting that finish as well here. And it looks like that shutdown coming through has been absolutely detrimental here. Look at Wang Liang even given elimination with that, and even towards the end here. I mean, this is where the pop-off happens, though. I mean, look at Fang, man. Fang just absolutely clocking it out as best as possible and really being able to show that, and even claims another elimination as well on a Zhang Yu, but Zhang Yu still was going to be the selected winner, but Fang wanted that, you can tell.
Oh, absolutely. Look, Fang knew the situation he was in. He knew he had 0 eliminations. Towards the end there, he needed to pick up some eliminations. if he realistically wanted to hold that top spot so that he comes into the final game. And here's the thing, we'll go back to Feng in a minute, but we got to give it here to OC Zhang Yu. Again, one of those players who absolutely you can never count out. He's got really strong mental, walks away here, 15,000 damage, 4 eliminations. He's riding high. He's feeling good about this game. He's happy to pick himself up in MVP, and I bet he comes back in the next game and plays extremely well as well off the back of this particular game here. But back to talk about Feng here. Feng is in the exact position he wants to be going into game number 6 here, because he's sitting at the top of the leaderboard. He doesn't have a massive lead above AOW's Mike and the likes of our boy, oh my goodness, JDG's Chu Zhang. My brain for a second there. But he does have a lead, even if it's only 2 points. The thing is now where he's sitting at the top of this leaderboard, he only has to play better than Mike and Chu Zhang. Nobody else is realistically positioned to be able to take that first place position away from him. So as long as he plays better than those 2 players in this last game, he will walk away our first bi-weekly champion, and Feng wants it. Let's be honest. The confidence level he walked into this first week, I think AOW's Mike said it best, because we cut to a VCR about with Mike earlier, and Mike was talking about the big difference for Xin this week was the fact that he came in with a new confidence, and that confidence is taken in places. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break before we come back for our 6th and final game and determine who our champion is going to be for the first bi-weekly. Welcome back to the NARAKA Blade Point Pro League, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is my main man, my right-hand man, Nbpl himself. We're 5 games deep in our 6 games of our bi-weekly
I keep looking the wrong way.
You know what? You know who else is looking the wrong way today? To be quite honest, WBG Spider. He ain't checking both directions before he crossed the street. Because there'd be some times he'd be like, I gotta harken back to game number 4, man. Because he's standing there on the edge of the zone. One person hits him with a bow shot, and then it is quite literally like a Mack truck coming out of everywhere. You watch 6 bow shots come across the map, bam. WBG Spider, baby. You gotta look twice before you cross the street. Is all I'm saying.
I mean, even with that though, I mean, does this mean that the rat outsmarted the spider?
Look, we even talked about the rat yet. I want to see where Spider ends up, because I think I will say this though. Shenwan is just a couple points behind Spider right now. If Spider has another bad game, about how Shenwan finds a couple of eliminations, Spider will drop into 9th place below Shenwan. And I ain't saying Shenwan's a bad player. He's a great player in his own right here. But if I'm WBG Spider-Man, that's going to be a hard one to come back from.
Yeah,
coming into the next week.
That's like a tough one to swallow.
Yeah, and he's already had some tough pills to swallow here today.
But you know what? Honestly, though, even with that, though, one bad day of games doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to have a bad, just a whole bad season worth of games. Okay, we've seen him kind of have, not necessarily like the greatest of games, and then obviously he comes back and just absolutely slays, right? So it takes time and it takes effort, and obviously even with a game like the past few, he's gonna pop off again, and we're gonna see him absolutely do a whole lot to shred this out.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. Again, Spider is a player who's going to do well. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? The question is how long is it going to take him to get into a position where he can start doing well again? And the more hits he takes to his mental, the more he's going to struggle to find himself there. And the last thing Spider wants to do coming in later this year into the World Championship, because I have no doubt that he qualifies for solos for World Championship, right? We're talking about WBG Spider here. I have no doubts there. But if he qualifies and he just barely qualifies because of his mental breaking him down for the first part of the year, for the first part of the season, and doesn't have, enough points to kind of be towards the middle or the top of the pack, that will play a key role in how well he performs in the World Championship. And you can quote me on that.
Ooh. We're quoting on that? Is that what we're doing?
Absolutely.
Quoting on that. Coming into it, though, is we're going to be able to lock this in. Reaction with a 2.2 average kills in at least a 12 to 14,000 average damage here. We're going to be going into this very, very soon here for our game number 6. Still a whole lot of madness happening here all throughout this. Still a whole lot of craziness going down. I'm very excited. Who do you think is going to be getting the dub for our final game? Do you think Zhang Yu is going to be able to get a 2? Do you think Fang is going to make 3? Do you think Fang is going to do 3?
I think Fang. Absolutely. Fang came in with so much confidence this week, and he honestly, I'm going to say it right now, he is hungrier than everybody else here for it. He wants it. He was the original
225
solo world's champion. Don't get me wrong. I think 2225 could walk away with a game. I think potentially anybody can walk away with this game here. The thing is if it's not Mike and it's not Chu Zhang who walk away with the game, I'm pretty sure it's Fang who walks away the champion. And even if Fang doesn't win our 3rd game, he's got 2 MVPs under his belt and he walks away the champion. Does he really care if he doesn't win the last game of the day? If he's still walking away in, the overall champion? No, he really doesn't. It's Chu Zhang and Mike. Chu Zhang, baby. Everything's on the line and we're betting on Valda? Everything is on the line, Chu Zhang, and we're betting on Valda. I don't know, man. I don't like this pick. I think Chu Zhang right now, he's throwing this game away. We have not seen a Valda perform well yet.
I need T225 with the Takeda to come through and pop off. That's all I want to see.
I would love to see it. I'm losing my mind over game 6. Everything on the line, and you're picking Valda. I love Valda. Don't get me wrong, okay? Anyone who knows me and watches my streams, I hang out with some of the best Valdas in NA. I keep those players in my circle. I love a good Valda. Unfortunately, when it comes to solos here at the most competitive level, Valda just really isn't viable, and I can't believe Chu Zhang is putting it all on the line with this Valda pick. Talk to me about these landing spaces, baby.
All right, even with this one, though, we're going to talk about it one last time here. It's going to be that spread all the way towards the top right section of this game here. Let's see what is going to go down here with everything that's been happening, though. So far, it looks like one player is going to be landing in a Eventide Temple. It looks like Hall of Penton is going to be a favorite here, as the rest of it's going to be a little bit past Celestra. Top of the hill of Sunvale Dwelling, Wayne Shrine, Crow's Nest, all the way towards that right side. Golden Tortoise, Moonlit Courtyard, Breezy Maze, all those little hidden areas and maps is all going to find a very specific section of spaces here. This is going to be fun. This is going to be different, and this is going to be a vibe for everybody that's going to be able to knock this out as well, as we look at a T225 coming down towards it, keeping the aggression right onto. It looks like it's going to be Fang, as Fang is going to force the back off here. Doesn't necessarily want to fight this, and decides, I do not want this action, even towards his own rotation and space. Let's see how they're going to be able to put this one together here, as they're still able to do so much more, as Fang finding T225 yet again, forcing the fight, keeping the pressure right on towards him. The spikes come down. T225 hitting massive damage onto the wall, keeping him on the outside here with this massive blade. It looks like he's going to be able to pop open, see if he can get something good out of it, but it looks like Fang is going to be able to back off, has that gold.
I love this from Fang. Fang using that teleport to his advantage here. And you know what I talked about? I was very surprised to see these players running that teleport where you can teleport back to where you teleported away from because of how punishable it is. Right. Fang comes in, gets on Matari, and says, nah, I'm running the double teleport. And quite honestly, the double teleport, so much better. You can be so aggressive with it. You get not one, but 2 backstabs. Those backstabs are guaranteed control of neutral, guaranteed combo extenders, and depending on, you know, what weapon you're rocking there, quite a bit of damage coming through as well. I love the level of aggression and confidence from Fang to just say, the heck with this, I can teleport back to where I came from. I'm going to bring the double teleport and bring the confidence into the match here. Wolves going here. Kai Bao absolutely looking to launch Wang Liang. Misses the infinite opportunity, though. Tries to go for the uppercut, but waits too long. He's on the ground. Wang Liang can't really be juggled there. Kai Bao, though, still able to find the elimination. Able to get that Soul Bloom, though. So Shen Wan really kind of thinking twice about their decisions here moving forward. Shen Wan still wants to pressure onto this, but Kai Bao just going to go ahead and get out of here. Shen Wan pops the ult, I think a little too early here. He wanted to aggressively come play on this. The fireball comes out, but Kai Bao can just avoid it by running here. Shen Wan finds another fireball. Wait, is he running Blackout? There's no way Shen Wan is running Blackout Tarka? What? The respect I have for this man to be running Blackout Tarka in competitive Pro League, especially after the triple fireball nerfs we've seen over the recent months. Shen Wan, you know what? You might be the king of the rats, but you just won my heart.
I mean, clearly won mine too, as we look at it from here, and still is able to do so much more within this space, though. They still were able to rotate around, but let's see the replay coming in from Fang and T225 here, as Fang is going to be able to try to see if he can go for the shield, but he's ready for T225, ready to see if maybe he can get some nice impacts coming through, as Fang trying to hold on, but it looks like he gets the right momentum the way that he wants to, catches Fang in the best position, and catches the elimination onto T225. And now back at it for that rotation, though. They're still going to be able to figure that out in terms of what's next here. There's still a whole lot happening, though. But, man, that could have been an absolute explosion start of a game for T225 if he would have claimed that elimination. But, sadly, not going to be enough. Now, let's see where the rest of this goes with more and more happening. I'm excited to see where the rest of this goes as Rexy trying to go through with the road. Look at the win rate right now, 66.3% coming through for Fang in the favor of dubbing. Same with 16.4 for Mike. Shazing with a 12.5, a 0.4 for Rexy, and everybody else is a 0.7 and below that. Wow. They don't even get a percent. They get a 0.1%. That's tough.
Look, Fang here, absolutely huge. And what did I tell you? That double teleport, that aggression, when we go back to that replay we watched with him fighting T225, that second teleport actually has a screwed up interaction so the damage doesn't come through, but it does hold down our boy T225 so that Fang can follow it up and he easily picks up the elimination. And that's what I'm talking about. You bring that aggression in on Matari. A lot of people see Matari, especially if you're an old hat. If you've been around since the old days, Matari used to be the solos menace. And Matari used to be the solos menace because Matari was a rat, okay? Matari would just teleport all over the place. It was impossible to find. Look at this. Here we go again. Fang using that backstab to hit this Yodo through their freaking F3. Spider on the back foot already. No surprises here. Spider's going to go down to Mike here, though. Mike stealing the kill out from underneath Fang. Fang needs to be careful here because Fang busted both of their teleports and their ult, though, and Mike, it looks like they don't want to really pressure onto this fight, so Fang gonna be able to slide in, gonna be able to pick up a little bit of loot here, and then looks to get out as well. But again, man, those double backstabs coming in absolutely huge here for Matari. But again, Matari used to be known as the rat queen, right? If you were a rat, you loved you some Matari. Ever since they made these changes, they gave Matari this backstab in Ultimate where you can aggressively teleport towards an opponent instead of away from an opponent. Matari has become a different beast, right? And we saw how well it just worked out for Fang, not once, but twice. AOW's Mike, had they not been there, Fang easily picks up the elimination on WBG Spider after all the damage that they did. Did you see that? The F3, which is supposed to be the ultimate, you know, buys Yodo all the safe space they want, does not matter when you're Fang. You've got double teleport. You just double backstab them throughout the entire duration of the F3. They're not allowed to get a pot off, and you're doing damage to them while they're in their safety net. I mean, come on. Here we go. We're going to see Rebel Yang come forward, and it's going to be Chu Zhang versus Mike. This is going to be interesting.
Oh,
this might be the only place Valda becomes viable because Valda can cancel out Tarka's ultimate, and they are in a place where they don't have to worry about burning their abilities in ultimate because Chu Zhang gets it back after this happens. But Mike already off to a good start, catching out Chu Zhang, ripping half of those shields off, looking to come in, trying to find more traction here. The bubble comes through the extension, but Mike's just able to use the F. Mike, however, swings himself into a bubble, is forced to pop the ultimate, and this is where you don't want to be if you're Tarka in this particular matchup. This is the one place Valda can shine. If Chu Zhang can find the ultimate here, it will cancel out Mike's ultimate, but no! Chu Zhang sent airborne into the infinite before they even get the opportunity to press the ultimate. The bubbles come down. Mike's looking for the opportunity. It's so close. Chu Zhang was able to fight it, but not good enough. And surely, like I said, unfortunately for this Valda pick, Valda, all they had to do was catch Mike out in the ult with theirs to cancel it out, but instead they fall victim to the Tarka Infinite.
Oh, that infinite sometimes can really catch you in a bad situation here. We were still kind of going through a whole lot of stuff, to be honest with you, and a lot of momentum, but man, it just was not enough really to do anything to claim that final elim here, as he was absolutely struggling to figure this out here. Still was able to shoot that much more than ever before, as Kai Bao's going to keep that same pressure on Shazang. Shazang trying to withstand it. Gold pops for the ulti, catches Shazang, and Pure Fire waits for it. Hits a nice hit onto him with that decent amount of damage, but obviously it's not going to be enough, as he's going to be able to scale rush with the staff here trying to create a little bit of some distance so that way Kai Bao doesn't claim this elimination. He has those dual blades, the gold dual blades, very, very helpful for Shazang. And it looks like, oh, massive hit coming in from the staff. Kai Bao trying to hold on for as long as possible. Shazang trying to figure this out as he jumps all the way down towards the deep ends of the canyon here. It looks like he still was be able to find something as he ends up getting grappled by one, maybe two potentially. And it looks like Naya's going to scale rush right back. There's more codes, ladies and gentlemen, for NARAKA Blade Point if you guys want to join in on the action. And it looks like they're still able to rotate that in even more. Zhang Yu is going to be joining in on the fight. Shazang dangerously low, getting sent all the way down to the very bottom. And it's a chase to see who's going to claim the elimination force. Shazang dangerously low, ends up getting absolutely juggled and destroyed by some player. I don't even know which one was actually putting in that much damage. But Zhang Yu is going to claim the elimination onto Wolves of Kai Bao. Unbelievable. The shutdown coming in absolutely amazingly as Shazang is going to try to see if he can back off as fast as possible. Zhang Yu could potentially get two. This is exactly what Zhang Yu needs in order to get a massive dub here in our final game. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu trying to hold this together as Shazang is just trying to dip out as fast as possible and just trying not to get hit. All it takes is Zhang Yu to hit one singular time. Not even one singular time. It takes one specific combo. One combo here, and he finds it. And he's able to do it. The frustration coming in from Shazang's face, knowing that he really could have been able to get out of there, but obviously he was stuck, and Zhang Yu knew he was dangerously close to getting the elim, and Zhang Yu leaves this canyon with 2 eliminations.
Yeah, Kai Bao still in it here, running back, looking to get into the fight, not quite able to find the fight he wants there off the Vermilion, though, but he will get some much-needed resources. Turning now to AOW's Mike, who still has his Vermilion Bird Might, giving chase here to Alliance's Jin, and of course, our boy GG Shot. Unfortunately, by the way, that means Chu Zhang is gone. One of the 2 threats to KLA's Fang walking away, our champion here, has been eliminated. Mike, however, picks up another elimination. Very close to moving in that first place position. Fang needs to start picking up some eliminations if he wants to walk away. Our solos champion here today, Mike, really putting the pressure on. The ultimate going to be canceled out here by Alliance's Jin. Using that no ult zone here onto Mike, turning around with his charge, left click here on to the spear. Mike's got to be careful here. He only has 22 seconds left remaining on that Vermilion Bird's Might. If a Jin is able to find an elimination after these 14 seconds chug away here, that will be it for AOW's Mike. Mike, though, able to find the elbow into the follow-up, but it's OC Zhang Yu who slides in and takes the elimination away with a musket shot from downtown. And look at the Zhang Yu says, thanks for the kill, baby. I'll catch you next week.
Absolutely insane. And what a hell of a finish coming in as Fang coming in to kind of close in this gap between Fang and X-Jin. Fang coming in with a massive hit here, putting in so much damage here. Really could get the finish, though. X-Jin just trying to dip out as best as possible, and look at the movement speed coming through from each of these players, making it so much harder, though. Going for the zigzags, going for the movement, trying to hold a little bit more of this right click. Hits him with the totem, and it looks like he's going to be able to hit him with that, but it looks like it's going to slow him down, though, which is unfortunate. And it looks like X-Jin is going to decide to back off. This definitely does not want to have any type of finish toward this one, though, and gets the finish. And does go for that one, though, and let's see what they can do for the next one. And they were able to do it much, much more. So let's see how they're able to put this one together here much, much more. They did it in such a good way, though, that, man, they were able to rotate that in and do better. Meanwhile, AOW's Mike high on the leaderboard here with a high chance, 51.4 win rate currently here. I'm surprised Zhang Yu doesn't have a single percentage after getting 2 free elims. Kind of feel like that's not fair. I'm gonna be honest.
It's their percentage chance of being able to win the overall Dobby. So he's in a position where he can't take first place whatsoever anymore. Wolves Kai Bao here going head to head once again here inside the realm of Yang. And I give it to Kai Bao. He's been able to secure so many of these Yang fights today, just been able to get in more consistently than these other players. And right now it's against OUG's Pandaman. The elbow comes through. We're going to see the follow-up to K to ultimate though, and Pandaman not immediately burning the charge, which is quite smart coming through from Pandaman. Kaibao really in a bad situation, but he's going to actually catch the elbow. Pandaman misthrows the F here. Kaibao has an opening. He needs to wait, but no, the F finally comes back off the cooldown. Pandaman able to pick up the elimination and win the Realm of Yang. KLA's Feng here on the run, being chased down by XCG's Wang Liang, and Feng really needs to be careful here. He needs... No way did I just watch that happen! Feng with the quite literally 2,000 IQ play. Wang Liang walks right past him.
Wait, does he do it again? Oh, no, not this time. Gets him with the scale, decides to back off, realizes he doesn't want to play too close to the end of the margin here, as he is able to try to see if he can maybe go for the retreat here. Does a fantastic job off of that first one, though, and it looks like there's still going to be more had here, as Fang is just going to decide to back out here. Definitely not going to be worth it in getting that finish and getting that retreat, and just decides, hey, it's probably better if we don't end up getting caught in a bad situation here. And let's see maybe what we can find here for more, as well as Shen Yuan is just trying to hold on for as long as possible. He does have that one elim. So here's my question. If you rat towards the end and you don't get an elim, does that consider you a rat? Or does that not consider you a rat if you at least get like an elimination or two?
Look, if you've got an elimination under your belt in solos, that's more than enough, right? Like if I'm AOW's Mike right now, I'm ratting to the very end. No ifs, ands, or buts. I've got 3 eliminations. Every single point I have above Fang is huge right now, right? And the thing is, again, 5 eliminations is kind of towards the max in solos, right? That's typically what we see when we see somebody winning in solos is they come out on top with 5 eliminations is the top end. If you've got 2 or 3 already, you can rat to the end and just try, you're bound to pick up an elimination if you're trying to get, top 2, top 3 space, just staying alive in those final circles, right? So I don't think it's really ratting. You've already come in, you've put in work. Now you're just trying to maximize the amount of points you've got, especially if you're Mike in this situation, because all Mike has to do right now is just make it to the end, right? Fang is only 0.1 point behind him. So, the gap not as big as he really needs to be, but if he finishes higher than Fang right now, he will walk away our champion. And we're going to see Kai Bao here. Kai Bao could throw a wrench into this because we see both Fang and Mike on the backside here. Unfortunately, it's actually going to be Wang Liang who shows first. Kai Bao's got to be hungry for an elimination here because he has that Yang depletion. He very quickly is going to find himself getting kicked out of this lobby. He's got 1 minute and 4 seconds, I do believe, left here on the Yang depletion, and he sees AOW's Mike, and this could be the wrench in Mike's game plan here, looking to rat towards the end, but we know Kai Bao not going to let him get away. He's going to stay on this as hard as he can. He's got 1 minute left on the Yang depletion. It's just a question of whether Mike can turn around and secure the elimination, or if he can continue to keep our boy Kai Bao running around for the duration of this Yang depletion till Yang depletion kills him. Mike really just trying not to take the fight if he can help it. We're going to see the F come through. A little damage turned on to Kai Bao. Kai Bao looking for anything here. Still got the blinders on. All he sees right now is AOW's Mike. Gonna go for the bell. Somebody else gets the ring off of it, though, so Kai Bao doesn't get the information he's looking for. Lots of players around for Kai Bao to target to select onto, though, but he needs to get his hands onto somebody and not let them slip away. That timer counting down very, very quickly here for Kai Bao. Soon he's going to be eliminated by the Yang depletion alone, and that's something we haven't seen a lot of in our general solos, is players just dying to Yang depletion. Typically they'll get in a fight trying to, get that Soul Bloom essence to keep themselves from dying from Yang depletion and die that way. But we've seen 3 players just have to accept their fate today and let Yang depletion take them. Kai Bao might be the 4th to suffer from that same fate here today. And here it is. Look, he's not able to catch anybody. The timer's almost up. He's just going to walk into the zone. Wait, will Zhang Yu be able to pick up another elimination here? No. Wolves will die to the depletion before Zhang Yu finds them. Unfortunate. Zhang Yu was trying to pick up a cheeky 4th elimination there. He saw the writing on the wall. He knew Kai Bao was going to have to give in there. And Mike sees a potential opportunity to come in onto Zhang Yu coming in from the zone, realizes he's not quite as low as he thought he was. So Mike going to back off of this here. And Zhang Yu, hungry, on the hunt, looking to come in onto Mike. Fang in a situation. He needs to get some eliminations under his belt. Coming in to the end game here. 7 players left alive. He is only 0.1 points behind AOW's Mike. But every single player that's eliminated puts Mike higher in the standings because he has more kills right now. And that kill multiplier will give him more points because of that. So Fang desperately either needs to get Mike out of this lobby or start finding some eliminations for himself.
Even with all of this, though, within this situation here, Wang Liang with the gold. Trying to find it here with the chest is going to be very helpful here as we look at the leaderboard here. AOW's Mike, Wang Liang, and Zhang Yu with still those 3 eliminations here being helpful for them. And it looks like AOW's Mike might be able to run away with this, but Fang is still alive in this game. And look at this, they are 0.1 point deficit between first and second place. At this point, this should be a 53% to a 52%. That's just how close this should be in terms of games, because it really can be anybody's game to win for our final. As we look at Panda Man in top 5, Wang Liang in 6 with 3 eliminations here. Shuyong with 1 elimination, next inning with 1. It really can be anybody's game for this final circle here. Honestly, this has been really, really fun.
Oh yeah, this has been an
really
incredible
wildly
game.
fun.
Zhang Yu here, by the way, I just want to talk about how cheeky Zhang Yu's been this game. He's riding high from the last game, and all 3 of his eliminations have just been him sliding into a quick third party and be like, "Bop, that's mine, bye," and then just dipping. He's gone. As soon as he's there, as soon as the kill's gone, he's outie. He's like, "Look, I weren't even here. You didn't see me. Keep your mouth shut." I don't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying?
You
OC
don't
just
see
in here.
me. You didn't see anything.
Big. If anybody asks, I weren't here, homie.
And then just slowly just backs away into the darkness. You didn't see anything. They love to see it, though, as it looks like they're still going to be able to rotate this in here. Let's see how we're going to end this all the way towards the very end here. The love of it has been just a little bit better. All the way within these games, though. Let's see where we can go all the way towards this end here. Even with this one, though, obviously it's been an amazing game, though, for Fang. Fang has really shown why he was the first place winner in our first season versus now, and still being able to show as much of that as possible. I think they've done a fantastic job of it thus far. I think they've done so much more than what is need to be done. And now they're just trying to hold on towards this very end here. Zhang Yu is going to be falling all the way down. Taking it nice and slow towards the next space here. This is going to be fun to see how the circle ends here. This looks like it's going to be possibly a vertical ending. I'm going to be honest. We might be scared. We might be fighting on a wall. I'm going to be honest. The way this circle might be looking. We might be fighting on a cliff.
Look, Zone do be pushing pretty heavy over here onto this cliff, and it's going to be really interesting. These vertical circles are absolutely crazy for these final fights here. And look, there's still 7 players left alive, and it's not over yet. It's literally anybody's game still between Fang and AOW's Mike in terms of who's going to come away our solos champion. And look, here's the thing. Mike's got himself in a situation he doesn't necessarily have to greed kills right now, because every player who's eliminated, Mike, because he has 3 eliminations right now, gets a little bit extra than Fang does from those placement multiplier points, right? So every player eliminated puts Mike in a better place. So Mike really can play a little bit more passively towards these final circles, whereas Fang, who's not sitting pretty, Honestly, Fang sitting here with blue armor, everybody else with the purple is going to have to work a little bit harder if he wants to win that championship title here for our first bi-weekly final. And you know he wants it. And again, I really got to talk about Zhang Yu here, man. I love the cheekiness of him in this final game, just coming in, bopping, taking these little kills. Look at it. Look at Fang, by the way, holding on to this little spot as the zone slowly creeps up onto him. We are zone 6 officially. 56 seconds until zone 6 collapses onto zone 7. And I'm gonna tell you right now, with so much verticality, so many spaces here, I don't think we're gonna see any fights break out until this zone 6 starts to collapse. It's gonna force at least 3 players I can see right now kind of out of their hidey holes, and when that happens, that's when we're going to see those fights break out. So we're chilling here, 35 seconds until it really starts to pop off. 7 players left alive, a super vertical wall for all of these players to have to climb for this fight to take place on. It is going to get heated very quickly. KLA's Fang and Baoda Shen Yuan going to be the first 2 players who have to move when this zone collapses. They are literally hugging the wall right now. They're kind of tiptoeing their toe into that pool, so to speak, just waiting for things to kick off. And here we go. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The zone's going to start pushing in. Mike's going to be creeped out of his space. There's the scale rush. We're going to see Fang creeped out of his space. Bao also creeped out, and it's just a sheer vertical cliff that these players need to climb. And quite honestly, that's what they've been doing all day, baby. They've been climbing the ladder, climbing the leaderboard here, and now climbing a cliff, looking for that space. It looks like this one little flat top area is where things are going to kick off. J-Team's Action trying to play King of the Hill here, trying to use that dagger right now with the Soul J just to buy as much space as possible for themselves. Fang has found another little gap down on the bottom that he thinks is going to be inside. Look at this. They've just creeped around the rock face. KLA's Fang and Baoda Shen Yuan clearly wait until the very final moments for this fight to break out. And all these players, once again, nobody wants to take this fight, man. It is all on the line here, and everybody just trying to play as smart as humanly possible. Baoda Shen Yuan, Wang Liang, a little bit of an agreement here. Look, Shen Yuan could easily start throwing some shots onto Wang Liang from here, and he's not trying to catch that smoke right now. He's just chilling. He's the Rat King is back, baby. He's having a good time. That scale rush threat, though, he need to be careful. Wang Liang looking at him, right? There's quite literally just a little gentleman's agreement going on between Wang Liang and Shen Yuan right now. And Shen Yuan like, nah, look, if you go for that scale rush, there's going to be trouble. Look, just stay where you at. Here we go. Fang coming out topside here, trying to get aerial while he can. He knows the zone about to start closing, and this is what we've seen Fang do every game, right? Use those grapples, get topside, keep it there. There it is. No time left remaining. The final circle about to go down. All of these players going to be forced into the fight. J-Team's Action going to eat a huge slash coming out of the longsword there, knocking him into the edge of the zone for just a second. Half his shield's going to be gone. Fang using the teleport here, playing to the strengths of Matari, the ultimate rat, coming back in, floating topside. AOW's Mike looking to find something here. Nobody eliminated yet. Mike down here on the low ground got himself the only flat space available. We're going to see those fireballs come in. Now going to see the Takeda ults come through. Pandaman gets sent flying. We're going to see them go through. Oh my goodness, Pandaman eliminated. We're going to see the fireballs absolutely knocking people crazy all over the place. Mike just trying to stay alive for all he can do. He picks up the elimination onto Zhang Yu. If Fang can't find another elimination, that's going to be it. AOW Mike, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be your first bi-weekly solos champion.
Unbelievable. You can see the shock and the hype in his face. AOW's Mike is able to come through and shut it down with so much progression. There was so much happening within that fight. There was so much going down. There were so many things that really could have changed in so many different levels here. It was absolutely insane to see it all go down. But I'm telling you, the excitement on his face, my man is back and he is better than ever. He has been putting in the work. He has been putting in the effort. But I'm telling you, with the momentum that he has had, I know that he needed a dub, and AOW's Mike is able to secure one, shut it down, and become our winner.
I'm going to cut you off. We're going to throw things over to Leo for our championship ceremony.
Let's go.
Now let's welcome 2023 NBPL Spring Split, the first bi-weekly finals champion of solo, and his name is AOW Mike.
属于自己心中最喜爱的选手的那一刻，那此时此刻这个舞台也属于
And now
AOW
this stage is for Mike.
来，麦克，哇，先平复一下，拿下了这个。2023 NBPL
So after you get this champion,
双周的单排的冠军
it is the first bi-weekly
跟支持你
finals
喜爱你的玩家朋
So
友
what do you
们
want
的
to
粉丝
say
们说的
to
话
your
是什么？
fans?
你想要小说剧本，我就拿个小说剧本给你看。
你想要小说剧本，麦克就是拿了一个小说剧本给到了
If you want a novel, I will write a novel to you.
今天啊，来到这里。其实我从第一次最早的时候采访麦克到
So today, I remember when I first interviewed Mike, and I see you step by step.
身上的一个进步的点。谈一下今天6场比赛的一个自己整场发挥吧，自己怎么样每一场比赛的出牌，包括出阵，包括最后顶住压力拿下这个冠军的。
After 6 games,
我觉得就是感觉。就比自己之前会稳重了很多很多，这也包括这也要感谢就是我的教练
I feel more stable than before, and I want to thanks to all my fans and my coach and my boss of my club,
就是一直会鼓励我，就是
because they all always support me, even I have a lot of pressures.
从来到这个舞台上，那 AOW 麦克是留下了非常多
After come to this stage, AOW Mike left a lot of wonderful moments.
我相信此时此刻这份荣耀。
And I believe at that moment, these honors belong to AOW Mike.
我们在这个赛季也是为我们的冠军选手以及冠军战队是设立一个全新的
Also, we have a new part for this season's champion.
自己的冠军烙印。那么我相信这个印章也可以再次证明这次周决的冠军的含量。那么首先有请我们的李小姐把我们的冠军的印章，包括是我们的冠军的卷轴，拿到我们的台上。
And he will print his name on the
通过这个冠军的印章和卷轴，留下属于冠军的名字，那也就是这次 AOW 麦克。
And we want to throw this way to let Mike
来，我们一起来看一下
left his own print
我
on
们
the
第一
stage.
周双周冠军单排，那这个冠军的名号将会是属于的就是
bi-weekly final champion
AOW 麦
of
克。
solo
那我
is
们这边
belong
的
to
话，冠军
AOW
印章
Mike.
也已经在这边准备就绪了。来，麦克，此时此刻这份荣耀属于你，
And let Mike
那也是
print
你
his
个
name
人
on
的
the
这个赛
scroll.
季最高的肯定。来到我们的舞台的这个位置，麦克，来印上属于你的冠军印章。哇，我觉得站在这个地方，接下来我们换一个位置吧。来，我们来到这个你的冠军的这个身旁，来。2023永劫无间职业联赛春季赛首个单排冠军属于
NBPL Spring
AOW
Split.
麦克。
The first bi-weekly finals champion
从此以
of
后，我觉得
solo
其实麦克
belong
其实
to
知道
AOW
了
Mike.
一个点就是小说男主的剧本被你拿到了，并且是站到了现在在50非常有自己的
So
位置的
today
一个
we
地方。
mentioned about
那么我
the
觉得
hero
这
of
份荣耀的
novel.
到来的话，接下来对于自己
So
整个这个赛季来
this
说的话，
kind of
会有怎
honor
么样的一个更加的不同呢？
How do you think it means to you in the following games?
戒骄戒躁。那么我相信拿下了这份冠军的荣耀之后，站到了属于麦克的这个荣耀旁边的时候，这个赛季的麦克的变化以及这个赛季麦克的成长，所有
And
的玩家
after
都可以
got this
看
champion,
在
so we
看
can
在自
see
己的心里，
Mike's
包括是自
change
己的
and
眼中
his。
那麦克，我想问一
progress
下，
in this
这个
season.
赛季对于你来说的话，自己除了在稳定的发挥的同时的话，给自己定下了怎么样的一个目
And
标？
how's your target in the seasons? Okay, Mike
拿
wants to
冠
get the
军
champion.
那么我觉得 任何的周决的冠军拿下之后，都是对于总决赛的，包括是接下来的节杯一系列。
So I think no matter which champion you got,
那节杯
they all
包括
means
是我们的
you want to do well in
麦克也
the
将会一步
final,
一个脚
in
印
the
的
grand
去
final.
往下打下去。
So you just
那么
print
我
your
们最后
step
再谈一下，
by
今天
step.
其实在最后一刻这场比赛在进行当
And
中
you
的
can
时候。
see like how do you feel about your last games and how do you end through with the
可以
pressures.
看到，其实你和考拉风的这个
Because
分
we
数
can
非常
see
的接近。
your score is really close with KLA phone.
自己的考验，就是包括逃跑呀。
I think
就是
it's
战斗这些方面
adventure
就告诉
for
我就是自己
myself.
一个心理暗示
Also
说
when
自己
I'm
就是个考验
escaping
撑住这个考验
from
就
the fight.
成功了。
I think they
好
all
的，那
is
么
a kind of adventure
冠
and
军
you
已经
have
被
to
我们的
undertake it.
AOW 麦克收入囊中。我相信啊，这个首个周决的单排冠军只是属于 AOW 全新麦克的一个。
So I believe this first champion is for a whole new mic, and there will be more honor come to Mike.
去迎接，去冲击。我们也再次恭喜我们本次2023
And let us congratulations again to the 2023 Spring Split first bi-weekly finals champion of solo, and he is AOW Mike.
I don't think I've seen AOW's Mike smile that hard since he won in the first season. I don't think we've seen him smile that hard in a while. Okay, I think that he really, you could tell he really wanted it, but when he finally got the dub, it was like not only a little bit of excitement, but a shock to him. Like, oh my goodness, I did it! I'm back. He is here to stay. We have talked about how Mike is a dangerous person. Now, obviously, it was a little bit rusty in the first day when we were doing our solos, but obviously everyone's first day was a little bit rusty. That's okay. But obviously, when it comes to AOW's Mike, we have said it before, he is somebody that we need to pay attention to consistently. And obviously tonight, it absolutely shows. Unfortunate for Fang, but Fang did a hell of a performance tonight for our solos. He put in so much work and he gave Fang a run for his money like he did last season. So we have seen him put the stress and the struggle on AOW's Mike before, and best believe we're gonna see Fang put a stamp on that wall in the upcoming weeks for our bi-weeklies. But tonight, crown's gonna be given to the man himself, AOW's Mike. Hey, you dropped this, King.
Look, honestly, I couldn't have asked for a better game here to round out the night for our solos. I mean, look, Fang and AOW's Mike, if anybody won it, I wanted it to be one of these two guys, right? Both of them deserve it, quite honestly, but it's AOW's Mike who's able to edge out Fang in the very final moments of the last game. And man, I love when a final comes down to the very last moments. You really can't ask for better than that. And you know, these two players played their hearts out today, but it was AOW's Mike and a little bit more aggression and a little bit more confidence. Because I got to give you this. Mike was the person who got in the VCR and was talking about Fang. You know, he came into this season with a whole new level of confidence, and that confidence was what brought Fang here. So close, right? And I mean, look at the difference. You know, in the end, after the multiplier there, because Mike was able to pick up that extra elim, huge points for him. It was so close up until that elim. Remember, it was 0.1 point difference between these two players. But here is the big thing at the end of the day, is Fang came in here with massive confidence, but in the final game, that confidence fell apart just a little bit. He had one elimination, while AOW's Mike goes out and hunts down 3 eliminations, right? Fang is hoping, okay, I'm gonna get to that final circle. I'm gonna pick up an elim. It's gonna be all Gucci. I'm gonna come out on top of Mike and rest on his laurels just a little bit. He was afraid to kind of go out and chase those fights. But AOW Mike was not afraid to go chase those fights, find those eliminations, and make things happen. And because of that, AOW's Mike comes out on top. That extra little bit of confidence he had in the last game, the decision maker really between these two players, Mike had it to do. and he did it, Dobby. And you know what? Again, I don't think I could have asked for a better bi-weekly. And I got one other person to look at, and that person's gonna be WBG Spider, man. Spider, bro.
You know what? Fall from grace.
Look, he's been here before, right? He's had dominant weeks, and then as soon as he gets to the bi-weekly, he has that one bad game, and the mental makes him crumble. I'm looking, Spider, if you're listening to me right now, I'm telling you, you're a better player than this, man. You know, you let the mental get to you. You gotta just accept that you're gonna have bad games, my dude. And water under the bridge, baby. As soon as that game's gone, stop thinking about it. If you're bringing game 1 into game 2 and game 2 into game 3, you're playing the game wrong, right? It's a fresh start. Coming into the next game, anything can happen. You can't bring baggage with you from earlier into the day into these other games, or exactly what happened with WBG Spiders, what's going to happen to you. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, join us tomorrow for our trios bi-weekly final. Me and Dobby will not be here for that, but the lovely Got Moxie and the amazing Hip Rain will be here to cast those trio finals for you guys, and it's going to be quite the week, I promise you that, because these trios going to be just as crazy as these solos are. There's so many evolving storylines going on over there. Looking at J Team, Team TE, and a couple of these other teams that really just making some craziness happen in trios as well. Man, this is an absolute treat, Dobby. I forgot how crazy these finals really get. You know, I've been here for it all, but you don't remember till you're in the heat of that moment. What other game do you know that like it gets to the last game of the bi-weekly and it literally comes down to the final moments? You watch a lot of other esports and you get to like, you know, game 3 or 4 of your 6 games of the day, and you kind of already know who your champion's gonna be. They're like so far ahead, they're locked into it.
To be fair, that's what happened with Spider, though.
What do you mean that's what happened with Spider?
Spider did that last season, and literally to the point where it was pretty much, it was his territory. So what I say by that, though,
came down to the last moment.
But what I say by that, though, is the fact that even in these games, we love the fact that these games can get all the way down to the wire. But at the same time, the resets of players are very important. And it's just like how you kind of went back to the fact that you can't bring game 1 into game 2, can't bring game 2 into game 3. But at the same time, for a player like Spider, that confidence shows when he really wants to. Now, obviously, it was an off game for him, but it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that detrimental. But for a fun, what I mean by that detrimental is that he's not at the bottom of the leaderboard.
He dropped all the way from 2nd place to like 13th out of 14 people. He had 2 games where he put 0 points on the board and 2 games where he put 1 point on the board. It literally almost could not have been worse for WBG Spider.
But this is the same person that's been here before, though.
He has been here before. I'm not saying that, but today's performance could not have been worse for WBG Spider.
But like you said, let's not bring game 1 into game 2 and game 2 into game 3. So let's let week 1 be week 1, and let's go into week 2 with a new sense of power. You see what I'm saying with you, Spider? Don't let this week 1 be your week 2. You get what I'm saying? You see what I'm putting down? You see what I'm putting down?
I'm picking up exactly what you're putting down. I mean, this is what we talked about earlier. If I'm WBG Spider's coach after this performance in the bi-weekly, you know, he's got a couple of days before we come back and we kick off this second bi-weekly. If I'm Spider's coach, I'm not talking to him about macro. I'm not talking to him about micro. I'm looking at him going, we got to get you out of your own head.
True. And Wang Liang too. We have to at least say something about Wang Liang. Wang Liang was somebody from the very beginning that was down there, okay? He was not anywhere in the top 3. But to that, Wang Liang does place within that space as well. So congratulations to Wang Liang. We're going to end it here tonight for NBPL for the finals of our bi-weekly. Tomorrow is our trio. Stay tuned. It's going to be the same time, same place, different casters. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover.